Good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are in the world, whatever time you are celebrating. Thank you for joining me and lending me your time, energy, and attention. My name is Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams, and I am the active first priest of the Correllian Nativist tradition. And this particular broadcast is an extended vigil, not even an extended vigil, it's just a vigil that is being done for all of the members of the Correllian tradition. This is one of three particular events that is being held to feed, support, uplift, charge, work with, and elevate our beloved ancestors. The vigil as a kind of like a feast of the ancestors is something that I believe I am bringing from my personal practice into the tradition. And when I say that, I mean that I did not participate in, was not really aware of the practice of holding vigils for the ancestors. It was not something that I learned through my studies and practices in the Correllian tradition. The concept of vigils is something that I've always done. It was something that was instilled in me. Praying for something all night, keeping a candle lit all night, was something that was instilled in me by my family of origin. And that's something that I bring into the office of the first priest and something that I do for the ancestors. And I'm encouraging all of the people in the Correllian tradition to join me. Even if you can't make an appearance, even if you can't come on, join me in praying, join me in uplifting, elevating, feeding our departed relatives. Over the course of tonight, I do expect for at least one or two members of the tradition to join me in prayer and in some activities. And as they show up, I will let them in. We are broadcasting across a bunch of our platforms. So you can also join in via chat in any of the platforms that you are tuning in on. The reason for this particular series of events, this first vigil, the next one that'll be happening in April, and the final one that'll be happening in May, it is due to the recognition that, like my recognition or my acknowledging that I've been seeing an increase in requests for energetic support and healing, for folks to hold space. And so I wanted to do this as a way of invigorating our people and providing that energetic support and galvanizing the ancestors towards the needs of our people. So that's why this is happening. I talked it over with Uncle, I talked it over with Lady Alyssa, my active first priestess, and Uncle, retired first priest. And we all thought that it was a pretty good idea to respond with prayer and with ritual, and by again moving some energy through the web, and pulling some blessings down on our people through the vault of heaven. So if anyone is familiar with the Correllium, our tradition's crest, you will know that it does include the vault of heaven. And so for this kind of ritual that I am doing, I'm or that we will be doing. It's meant to, from our place on the physical realm, send up energy in the form of prayers and offerings and petitions and what have you, in the form of our sorrows and our fears and our anger and what have you. Send that up into to the ancestors so that they can help alchemize it and then send back the appropriate blessings that are meant to help us and satisfy us. Right here is one of the altars that I have set up for the occasion. We got the goddess and the god here. And then I also have two of the previous heads of the tradition. And then also, our Correllian here that is representative of all the Correllian ancestors. And then over here in this spot, that is my ongoing ancestor altar. This is the regular altar that I use where offerings are made, where things are kept and left to charge, and so on and so forth. And then over here, like you can't really see it, but on to the left of my ancestor altar over here, there's a shelf here. It is the altar to my higher self. Let's see if I can show it to y'all for just a second. See that right there? Boom. Yes, keep it in the shot a little bit. There we have it. So this right here is my higher self altar, where I do routinely connect with my higher self. The higher self connection is the first connection that we are taught to make, the first invocations that we are taught to do in our training in Correllianism. In the first degree manual, the first divinity or the first deity that represents the god or goddess of the monk is the genius or Juno, the higher self. And so right there, that altar is right there. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. And so the camera that I'm looking at is actually in the eastern most part of my temple. So we start here, and then this is south, ancestor altars in the west, and then I have another altar over here with the pantheon of divinities that I work with that is in the north. But first thing is first. Ata Malkuth Vigibora Vigidula Leolam. Amen. Yod He Vad He. Adonai. Ehaya. Agala. Before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. On my right, Mikael. On my left, Oriel. For about me flames the pentagram, and within me shines the six-rayed star. Ata Malkuth Amen. I-N-R-I. Yod, Nun, Resh, Yod, Virgo, Isis, Mighty Mother, Scorpio, Apophis, the Destroyer, Sol, Osiris, slain and risen, Iao, the sign of Osiris slain, the sign of mourning Isis, the sign of Typhon and Apophis, the sign of Osiris risen. L, U, X, Lux, the light of divinity descends upon me. Ararita. 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 I-N-R-I. Yod, Nun, Resh, Yod, Virgo, Isis, Mighty Mother, Scorpio, Apophis, the Destroyer, Sol, Osiris, slain and risen, Isis, Apophis, Osiris, Iao, the sign of Osiris slain, the sign of Isis mourning, the sign of Typhon and Apophis, the sign of Osiris risen. L, U, X, Lux, the light of divinity. I do cast the circle of art, a land between mankind and the mighty ones, a holy enclosure to contain the energies that shall be raised herein. Circle is cast. I do cleanse you, O creature of water, casting out all negativity and impurities that lie herein. And I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of water. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to my sacred work. so mote it be. I do cleanse you, O creature of earth, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. And I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of earth. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this sacred work. Behold, the water is pure, and the earth is pure. Purity into purity then, and purity be blessed. So mote it be. By earth and by water do I cleanse this space, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. The space is cleansed. I do cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. And I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of fire. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this sacred work. I do cleanse you, O creature of air, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. And I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of air. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this work. Behold, the fire is pure, and the air is pure. Purity into purity then, and purity be blessed. So mote it be. I do charge this space. 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 I do invoke my higher self. I do invoke my higher self. I invoke my higher self. My higher self and I are united and complete. I acknowledge that I am the vessel of my soul's highest powers, and I do pledge to utilize them in accordance with the laws of Ma'at. Hail to you, powers of air, powers of intellect and inspiration. I do call upon you to enter this my sacred space and join me for this rite. Powers of air, hail and welcome. Hail to you, powers of the south, powers of fire, powers of action and manifestation. I do call upon you to enter this my sacred space. Join me for this working this night. Powers of fire, hail and welcome. Hail to you, powers of the West, powers of water, emotion, intuition, psychic ability. I call upon you to enter this place, wash over me and invigorate me. Join me for my sacred working. Powers of water, hail and welcome. Hail to you, powers of the North, powers of earth and integration and stability. I do call upon you to descend upon me, join me for this working and aid me in my magic. Powers of earth, hail and welcome. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do call upon you to descend upon this place. Be here with me, guide me, pray with me, commune with me. Receive the offerings that I do make unto you in support of our great work, in support of our great family. Use the energy of these prayers, the energies of these offerings, the energies of our communities, merge with them, accept them, and utilize them to issue blessings from the vault of heaven. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, we honor and uplift you, for it is the right thing to do. Receive these offerings of lights, of incense, of prayers, of laughter, of joking, all that we bring to you, and repurpose it for all of our highest good. Beloved ancestors, hail and welcome. Father God, we call to you as we have from time immemorial. We seek your grace and your special brand of blessing. In all your infinite forms, we call upon you to join us. Beloved Father God, be here with us. Hail and welcome. Beloved Mother Goddess, we call upon you to be here with us. Bring with you your nurturing, your abundance, your compassion and empathy. Lend your power and your aid to this working for the betterment of my entire tradition and the great family. Behold, the God is not greater than the goddess, nor is the goddess greater than the God, but both are equal and neither is complete without the other. So will it be. At this time, I call upon you, O ancestors, to receive the first of many offerings that we make unto you. Receive these offerings of water, of lights, and of incense that we make specifically in your name and in your honor. Receive these offerings. And with this energy, I call upon you to heal the people of the great family. Allow them to all remember that our minds, our bodies, and our spirits are capable of great things. And in this memory, we call upon our minds, our bodies, and our spirits to restore us to balance. Remove all traces of sickness, all traces of illness. Remove all traces of struggle. We are renewed, we are replenished, and we are restored. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. We give you homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. In addition to the water and the lights and the incense, we make this offering of ancestor money, energetic currency for you to use to help us improve our condition. We seek to improve our physical health, our mental health, our spiritual health. Help us improve our condition, O ancestors. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. I do charge this oil, calling all of its components to awaken into life and remember its purpose, to align with our highest wills and our highest good. This first candle is anointed with oil called fox medicine for aid from the fox spirit, for wisdom, quick thinking, overcoming adversity and tricky obstacles. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do elevate and uplift your name. Beloved ancestral spirits who know what it's like to be human and who know what it's like to be divine, I call upon you and I seek your aid at this time. Strengthen, elevate, uplift the members of our great family the way that we strengthen, elevate, and uplift you. We know that all magic is co-creational. And so we co-create wellness and health and vitality and strength through you. Right. So for those of you who are joining me, that was the first offering that was made to the ancestors. I did the circle casting, the cleansing of the temple, the calling of the quarters, the goddess and the god and the ancestors. And the way that I did it is a way that's very personal to me. It's how I do it in my regular practice. And so it might look a lot different from some of the stuff that you yourself do, or it might look similar if you do work with me in the real world. If you work with me, out in the community, you might recognize the ancestor prayer. You might recognize the calling of the quarters. You might recognize the LBRP and the lesser vanishing ritual of the hexagram. So that's what that was. I do notice that there's some fluctuations in the viewership. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get the link into some appropriate rooms. Because like I said, we are broadcasting, or I am broadcasting in a number of places. So word, that's happening. I'll just get this link, copy that, and put this in some places. Put it in Under the Hill for sure. All right, so that's posting in our groups, one of them. But this is also being broadcasted on a few Facebook pages. I think I did set it to broadcast to my uncle's page. And yeah, so, it's showing it right now. Look at us. It's pretty incredible. All right, so I did have a few things planned to go along with the evening's events. Also in the chat from YouTube, Jade Rising One, good morning. So you asking some questions about the altar. So this one right here with the ancestor money on it, with the chalice and the athame and this single candle. This is actually one that I just set up specifically for this event. This one right here with the 2 candles on it and the Correllium. This is the regular ancestor altar. And if you can see above, it's got the pictures of some ancestors that have been elevated that I work with on a regular basis. And it has 2 divinities that I do put on that altar. In my tradition in Correllianism, the goddess goes on the left and the god goes on the right. And then over here on the wall, this is the altar to my higher self. My name is Phoenix, and it has different images of phoenixes, and a candle for my higher self. There's a glass where I share libations. This one right here has holy water in it. And then of course there's various things on it that remind me of my higher self or of my higher calling. And then of course it's got some other things on there, some tools and stuff that I use on a regular basis that I'm going to reach for and grab for. I know my ancestor altar has a bell, has 2 glasses on there that are in the shape of skulls that I fill with either water or some other kind of liquid libation. It's got a pendulum on it, a bell on it. My ancestor altar also has this horseshoe. And then also a thing that I do that maybe not everybody does, my ancestor altar is also like littered with a bunch of dimes. Any dime that I find outside as I'm like walking, or if I'm out and about doing anything at all, and I happen to come across like a dime on the ground, I'll pick it up and I'll say a quick thank you to the ancestors for thinking of me. And then when I get back home at the end of the day or whatever, I will put another, I'll put that dime on the ancestor altar. Taped to the wall are some prayers and some petitions that I want to pray on a regular basis. And when I do my morning prayers, you know, the messages there that are taped there, they remind me to, you know, continue with the prayers that I'm working on. So that's just like a little ditty about the ancestor altar, and what we are seeing right now today. Thank you for asking. Also, today is we celebrated Ostara in the Buffalo community where I practice and where I live. So we had that celebration today, and I'm bringing that Ostara energy into this working as well. Very happy that the spring is upon us. Very glad that the weather has been breaking a little bit. It's not as cold as it usually is. And like in Buffalo, it gets cold and it gets snowy. But we have had like a great reprieve from that over the past couple of, I would say the past couple of weeks. It's definitely been an improvement. Even if the temperature and the weather fluctuates up and down, we haven't been having like those extreme highs and extreme lows that the winter can bring. Excuse me, the extreme lows and the extreme storm that the winter can bring. It's been quite mild. It's been not that far below freezing. One of the things that I've been saying over the past winter, because like it has gotten really like supremely cold. People have been like, "Oh my goodness, it's freezing out," and I've been like, correction. We actually owe the atmosphere some heat before we can actually consider it freezing, because it is very drastically below freezing. But it has been warmer. It's been in the 33s, 34s Fahrenheit, which is above freezing. We got into the 45s. I think it almost or did hit 60 at one point. So that's been great, just letting us know that the spring is on its way. And I do look forward to all the things that the spring brings. And with that, it's about to be time for our second offering. That first hour went by pretty quickly, if I do say so myself. So at the top of the hour at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'll make the second offering. And then also, I think I need to find a way to get people the restream link. Got my sister, Lady Alyssa, asking a lot of questions. Oh, you watching? That's nice. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get the links so that folks can join, so they can get in here and join me if they want to. Hopefully Hopefully it lets me log in from my phone at the same time. Oh, it might. That's so fun. Technology is cool. Invite guests, copy link. That might just do it. I don't know why I just thought of that tune. So, like I said, this is the first of three. There will be two more celebrations, elevating the ancestors, making offerings to the ancestors, chilling out and vibing together as a tradition in a community. And we're doing it specifically for the betterment, for the elevation, for the uplifting, for the healing of our Correllian people worldwide. Um, for people who might be watching who are not a part of the Correllian tradition, we are an international tradition with people all over the world: North America, South America, Central America, in Europe, in Africa, in Australia, in Asia. We've got Correllians all over the place. And so this 9 hour working is meant to benefit everybody who is a part of the great family. And that is a nickname or an epithet for the tradition. And so, in just 2 more minutes, I'll start the next prayer sequence and I will start to make the next offering. Actually, I can get it started now. Let's see. Whoop, here we go. Get this charcoal brick ready. I'm a fan of charcoal, and I'm a fan of the powdered incense. And so for this particular offering and sequence, there is a blend that I have made. And so, one thing that I do want to say about our tradition is that we are an open tradition, meaning that we are open to anyone who might have a curiosity, anyone anyone who might want to have an interest. It's completely appropriate or free for you to come on in, ask questions, get your curiosities met. But then we do also have a closed component or initiatory component where you can seek out initiation into the clergyhood. I do cleanse you, O creature of air, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that might be attached to you, O creature of air, and I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this work. The fire is pure, and the air is pure. Purity into purity then, and purity be blessed. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to hear these prayers and respond. I come on behalf of our Correllian people, people who are in need, people who need to remember their resiliency, who need to remember their strength, who need to remember their talents, who need to remember their purpose. I pray that through these offerings, you move through us and invigorate us and help us to remember who we are, what we have to offer, and all of the things that we can do to improve our world and our own situations. I call upon these offerings of lights and incense and water to strengthen you and offer vitality to you so that you can work your miracles on your side of the veil in the same way that we work our miracles on our side of the veil. In unity, do I make these offerings unto you, O ancestors. Offer up some more ancestor money. And I pray that you receive these offerings well. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. I do cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this work. I do charge this oil and all its components to awaken into life and remember your purpose. Align with our purposes. I'm anointing this second candle with Van oil. And with this candle, I call all of our roads to open, for opportunities to open for us, for blessings of peace and wellness and abundance to seek us out where we stand. For the blessings of the goddess and the god and the ancestors to find us before we can even ask for them. Opportunities chase us. Abundance chases us. Goodness chases us down and finds us and seeks us out. So mote it be. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you're with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, mothers and fathers of our Correllian lineage, using the name we share, I invoke you and call upon you to receive these offerings that I make unto you for the betterment of our entire family. Caroline and William, Laveda and Frank, I specifically name you at this time and call upon you to receive these offerings. What's about open a window? And let some of that smoke out. one of the things that I do also like to do, one of the things that I do enjoy when it comes to the vigils and the ongoing prayers and workings. I like to read stuff related to the tradition, to the faith. And one of my favorite things to read is the Five Mystic Secrets. And so if you are a part of the tradition and you are studying for your first degree, this is one of the required readings. I'm going to read the first chapter now as a way of building energy and offerings and what have you. But before I do that, let's send this link. Invite guests. Make this copy. Put this in another place. And then one more again. All right. So that is taken care of for now. Let's get on to it. So if you are studying in your first degree and you have not done or taken the Five Mystic Secrets yet, then go ahead and tune in, listen up, and this will help you when it comes time to take that exam. Five Mystic Secrets is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 languages, and then that doesn't include English. So in total, 8 languages. I'm gonna read it in English though. Starting with the dedication. This book is dedicated to all the Correllians of the world, wherever you may live. From its beginning in the Midwestern United States, Correllianism has grown into a vibrant and diverse family spanning the whole of the world. No matter your language or cultural background, all Correllians are Correllian. One family standing hand in hand, all equally loved and important. So motivating. The introduction. The Five Mystic Secrets of the Great Pagan Masters, more commonly known as the Five Mystic Secrets, was written by beloved Levada Lewis High Correll, who was actually on the altar for tonight, under the pseudonym Elizabeth Greenwood. Beloved Levada was the third head of the Correllian tradition, having led the tradition from 1966 to 1979. Originally published in 1986 by the Mystic Link Publications, The Five Mystic Secrets was the first major exposition of Correllian ideas to appear in writing. It is not beloved Levada's only written work, but is the first and most comprehensive. At the time, beloved Levada chose to write under a pseudonym, though she later dropped this. Some of the terminology used in the Five Mystic Secrets has subsequently changed in Correllian usage, but the ideas remain current and are still an excellent introduction to Correllian thought. Preface. Elizabeth Greenwood was the pen name of beloved Levada Lewis High Correll, former head of the Correllian tradition. Although she wrote a number of articles and commentaries, both published and unpublished, Five Mystic Secrets is the only place where the beloved Levada made a comprehensive statement about her beliefs as a Correllian. It is also the first widely distributed exposition of Correllian ideas. The Five Mystic Secrets was written specifically as an answer to the New Right movement, which was gaining steam in the US at the time, led by the likes of televangelists Jerry Falwell and Jim Baker, and the New Right sought to merge right-wing political and conservative Christian ideas in a kind of theocracy. This was the cause of real fear among pagans and other US minority groups. Many people felt that they were in serious danger of losing their religious and social freedoms. Because of very real attacks on these freedoms by the New Right. The careful reader will note that in many places, the beloved Levada has aimed her arguments directly at the assumptions and political religious positions of the televangelists of the New Right. However, at the same time, beloved Levada created the first major public statement of what Correllianism is and what is by many still regarded as the principal statement of Correllian belief. Share with us then the 5 mystic secrets of the great pagan masters, as revealed by the beloved Levada. Forward. Greetings, my friends. As I'm sure you know, there are dozens of little books like this one, all promising the keys to the universe, inestimable power, and personal happiness. It is a lot to ask, and for most, far too much to promise. I make no such promises. I set before you 5 of the greatest secrets of life as conceived by my religion. They alone can do nothing for you. It is what you do with them that matters. The path to knowledge and a happy, effective life does not lie in what someone else does or does not conceive. They can tell you anything, however true or false. It is nothing. So long as it is theirs, it cannot truly affect you. To help your life or understanding in any way, the knowledge must come to dwell within your own heart. For only then are you truly free, and only then can you truly know. Real knowledge is and must be more than repeating by rote, for the imitation of knowledge is not knowledge and will not give you comfort if pre-written words run dry. There are many paths to knowledge, and much knowledge to be had, but none of it can do you any good at all if you do not come to believe and understand it for yourself. This is the first of the 5 sisters, and the greatest secret I could give you if you listen to me for 1,000 years. If you do not truly know them and accept them, all the secrets in the universe are only so many mental knickknacks. So many people today say that they can give you true knowledge as if it were a gift. Put your faith in them, send your money to them, buy their pamphlet, or do what they say, and for a small price, you shall become wise by osmosis. Well, this is stuff and nonsense. No one can lead you down some primrose path to knowledge simply because it is convenient to them to do so. The path to understanding is a path which you must walk yourself, and of your own volition. Not a celestial conga line open for the price of 30 cents a ticket. Other people can guide you, advise you, instruct you, aid you. But they can't believe for you. They can't know for you. In times of pain, they cannot be a strength within you, however much they may offer from without. And the strength within is the true comfort. The people who tell you that all you have to do to possess the secrets of the universe is to read a certain book or buy a certain pamphlet or watch a certain television program and send money, they are either simpletons or charlatans, for so much is not gained by so little. To blindly accept the words of another is not to be loyal or faithful or pious. It is merely to be blind. One must use one's own good sense and listen to one's own inner bell when one seeks a path to knowledge. For one is not simply drugged along to peace and happiness, no matter who promises to drag you. And so many make the promise, and so many shout along the way, that it can only be through discretion and inner guidance that one can possibly tell which paths have anything to offer and which are merely meaningless diversions. There is nothing you must know more than that a clever advertisement or a high production value has no relationship to the actual value of wisdom offered. A wise person may well investigate everything he or she encounters, but it is a fool who believes everything that is claimed merely because the claimant swears it is so. Thus, the first sister is not merely knowledge, but the knowledge thereof, the harder of the two by far to acquire. And it is commonly said there are no atheists in foxholes, which isn't, however, commonly said as true as it is arrogant. So too, it is one thing to claim knowledge and another thing to know. Knowledge, as we discuss it here, is the knowledge of existence, why we exist, how we can affect our own existence and the quality of it, the knowledge of the nature of God. There are many paths to such knowledge, many roads for many travelers, just as many different roads once led to Rome from the many corners of its empire. So too, many roads lead to God from the many levels and corners of our existence. A road which serves one well might make another uncomfortable. A road which seems fresh to one, another may call lonely. A road which one finds familiar, another may despise as common. Not all roads are the same length. Some are rocky, some are smooth, some are narrow, some are wide and winding. All will ultimately lead to God. Because God can wait for the last struggling traveler. God has time. Some people think that God is in a hurry. But why would God hurry? God is an artist, and the best work always takes time. All these roads which lead to God are equal. They all will deposit you at the same end, but some of them will take a lot longer and may be significantly harder on your feet. That is the first of the 5 mystic secrets. Let's see, do I have a bookmark around here? Yes, I do. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. As we homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you, descend upon this place and be here with me. Accept these offerings that I make to strengthen and elevate you and uplift you. Use these offerings to help our Correllian people. Help alchemize stress into strength. Help alchemize pain into prosperity. Help alchemize grief into gain. We do trust and have faith that you can do these things with us. So mote it be. Oh, we got some comments from Reverend D.D. Stinson, who who loves our 5 mystic secrets. Reverend Dee is a first degree clergy in our tradition. Oh, Reverend Tina, thank you so much for popping in for a second. Reverend Tina is also clergy in our tradition. So I appreciate y'all dropping in some virtual acknowledgments and contributing to the blessings. If y'all know where to find the link, you're more than welcome to use the link and hop on in if you wanted to join. I wouldn't say no to that. A little bit of company. We are we're two prayers in. So the first one happened at 5, and the second one happened at 6. The third one will happen at 7, so on and so forth until all 9 are done. And so far, we've been offering candles. We offered some water. We're offering incense and some smell goods for the ancestors. Reverend Tina was actually a part of our public Ostara ritual earlier today. And I want to say, what quarter did you call Reverend Tina? Was it north? Maybe? I can't remember off the top of my head. I will say Reverend Tina embodies quite greatly the energy of social justice that is inherent in the Temple of Holistic Knowledge, which is the temple that I'm in charge of alongside the Mother Temple. And I overheard her using her platform to seek some restorative justice for a pollution issue that was impacting the quality of life of, Reverend Tina did East. So she was using her platform to raise awareness and gain some support for a local issue, an issue local to Buffalo, regarding some pollution that was impacting the quality of life of people that was living in a certain neighborhood. I was very proud to hear that and proud to hear her drum up some support, raise awareness about that issue. Sam for Books, hi. If that's the Sam that I think it is, hey there, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. For those of you who are Templar tradition members, absolutely feel free to type out your prayer in the chat and I will read it and add it to the energy. Oh, my higher self candle is doing a bunch right there. You might not be able to tell how tall that flame is, but that flame is doing a bit much. I'm glad to see it. The flames on these candles over here are hanging in there quite nicely. Do appreciate the energy of these candles. For those who might not be aware, the Correllian tradition is a tradition that practices witchcraft and magic. We do believe in the power of plants. We believe in the power of stones. We believe in the power of water, minerals, plant, animal curios, stuff that can contain magic and energy that were created by people. One of the altars over here that you can't see, I do have this lovely deer skull that I use for some workings. So we do believe and practice a bunch of these things. The Correllian tradition is highly syncretic, meaning that we recognize that there are a lot of things that are common across pagan or magical traditions. So I'll let that be that. And if there's any questions, of course, you can pop them into the chat, or you can visit our seminary, or you can pay attention to anyone in the community who might be a Correllian and go up to them and ask them some questions about the tradition and the faith, and like strike up a conversation if you have some curiosities about that. We got the first candle that I used to charge and sanctify the space is about to go out. So that's pretty exciting. This charcoal disc is doing its thing over here. Glad about it. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. You feel much your struggle and give thanks for your grace. And that prayer that I've been saying over and over and over again, it's become kind of like a mantra. But I did write it myself. And it really does help me feel connected to the ancestral spirits. It helps me focus my intentions. It does act as an invocation or to like stir the ancestral spirits. And I do include it in other workings to summon the ancestral spirits, forward. Aside from reading the five mystic secrets, I do also enjoy during Vigil time like this, brushing up on my mythology. And if you tune in with me on Fridays for the past couple of weeks, or if you tune in with my temple on the first Saturday of the month, you know that I am pretty keen with and in love with and infatuated with the Kemetic pantheon, the pantheon of ancient Egypt. And so I do a lot of work in that realm. But for today, this evening, I was thinking that at least initially, I would move into a different realm, maybe diversify it a little bit, mix it up a little bit, and go with some Norse mythology. Of course, we got multiple more hours to go, so there's some more time for us to get into Egyptian or Native American, Indigenous American, or any of the other mythologies. Because, like, as a high priest, I do teach my students and temple members, at the very least, learn about, know about, be able to talk about, and make relevant the mythologies of your primary pantheon. So for me, that's Egypt. At least be able to tell the creation story of your pantheon, know that like the back of your hand. And that is a wonderful activity for a second degree clergy. You start it when you get your first degree initiation, but I believe truly that mastering your relationship to your higher self is that primary lesson for your first year of study and training. And then as you enter your second degree studies, if that's a path that you choose to go down, because like not everyone who gets a first degree will need to move into the second degree. Not everyone who gets a second degree will need to move into the high clergyhood. Um, every soul is different, every path is different, as we just heard in the Five Mystic Secrets. But for the people who are on these journeys into the clergyhood, when you enter into your second degree studies, ideally you have a great facilitation with the magic and the psychism that goes along with working with your higher self. Start to learn the creation story that makes up the origins of your patron. So, for example, if your patron or any of your primary guides were like, let's say if your patron was Loki or Freya or Thor or Odin or Balder, then know the creation story from the Norse perspective like the back of your hand. But also moving beyond that, learn how to make the mythologies from your pantheon, learn how to make them relevant, learn how to utilize them to help guide your actions and your behaviors when you're met with trials and tribulations and difficulties. The more that you get to learn their stories, the more you internalize these stories, the easier it becomes to pair your magic with these divinities. And that's really all I have to say about that for now. But let's take a look at some Norse myths and tales. The book that I am reading from is from Flame Tree Publishing. And it's not really giving me like an author or anything. But the foreword was written by Dr. Brittany Shorn. And like this is a part of a series that looks like this. And I do also have this one still has a sticker on it. Hold on a second, let me get this. Oh no, I hate when that happens. But I saw this book in Barnes and Nobles. It's Egyptian Myth and Legends, and I got it. And I saw Arthurian Myths and Legends, so I got that one. I saw Persian Myth and Legends, so I got that one. They had Aztec, so I got that one. They had African as a separate tome from Egypt, so I got that one. They had Chinese, so I got that one. They had Japanese, so I got that one. They had Scottish, so I got that one. But that line of mythologies did not have Celtic or Norse. So I have a bunch of books that have myths and legends that look like this. And then I had to complete the collection for Norse and Celtic with books that look like this. And so like the inconsistency of the way that the books look only drives me a little bit crazy, as I wish that like all of them looked like pretty uniform. But like that's a me thing. Like me and my shadow will figure it out, and I'll get past it. But I do believe and recommend and teach that folks get on board with the mythologies of your pantheon. So I want to say that like if you are Celtic or Tuatha De, I think the Tuatha De Danann is Celtic, right? If I'm wrong, somebody shoot me a message and tell me that I got it wrong. But I think the Tuatha De Danann is Celtic. Cha-cha-cha. But for the time being, we're going to go ahead with the Norse. And let's see if we can find a good All right, so the creation of the universe. Let's go with that one. That's page 4. Okay, this one looks pretty brief. And I will say, you will have to excuse me if I mess up or goof up on any of the names in here. I don't do that well with names if I haven't heard them before. But this is the creation of the universe from the Norse perspective. In the beginning. Where have we heard that before, huh? In the beginning, before there was anything at all, there was a nothingness that stretched as far as there was space. There was no sand, nor sea, no waves, nor earth, nor heavens. And the space was a void that called to be filled, for its emptiness echoed with a deep and frozen silence. So it was that a land sprung up within that silence, and it took the place of half the universe. It was a land called Filheim, or land of fog, and where it ended sprung another land, where the air burned and blazed. This land was called Muspel. Where the regions met lay a great and profound void called Ginunga Gap. And here a peaceful river flowed, softly spreading into the frosty depths of the void where it froze, layer upon layer until it formed a fundament. And it was here the heat from Muspel licked at the cold of Filheim until the energy they created spawned the great frost giant Ymir. Ymir was the greatest and the first of all frost giants, and his part in the creation of the universe led the frost giants to believe that they should reign supreme on what he had made. Filheim had existed for many ages, long before our own Earth was created. In the center was a mighty fountain, and it was called Virgelmir. And from that great fountain, all the rivers of the universe bubbled and stormed. There was another fountain called Elivagar, although some believe that it is the same fountain with a different name. And from this bubbled up a poisonous mass which hardened into black ice. Elivagar is the beginning of evil, for goodness can never be black. I beg to differ on that, but we'll move on. Muspel burned with eternal light, and her heat was guarded by the flame giant, Searcher, who lashed at the air with his great saber, filling it with glittering sparks of pure heat. Searcher was the fiercest of the fire giants who would one day make Muspel their home. The word Muspel means home of the destroyers of the world. And that description is both frightening and accurate because of the fire giants were the most terrifying there were. On the other side of the slowly filling chasm, Filheim lay in perpetual darkness, bathed in mists which circled and spun until all was masked. Here between these stark contrasts, Ymir grew, the personification of the frozen ocean, the product of chaos. Fire and ice met here, and it was these profound contrasts that created a phenomenon like no other. And this was life itself. In the chasm, another form was created by the frozen river, where the sparks of the Searcher's saber caused the ice to drip and to thaw, and then, when they rested, allowed it to freeze once again. This form was Audhumla, a cow who became known as the nourisher. Her udders were swollen with rich, pure milk, and Ymir drank greedily from the 4 rivers which formed from them. Audhumla was a vast creature, spreading across the space where the fire met the ice. Her legs were columns, and they held up the corners of space. Audhumla, the cow, also needed sustenance, and so she licked at the rhinestones which had formed from the crushed ice. And from these stones she drew salt from the depths of the earth. Audhumla licked continuously, and soon there appeared under her thirsty tongue the form of a god. On the first day there appeared hair, and on the second a head. On the third day the whole god was freed from the ice, and he stepped forth as Buri, also called the producer. Buri was beautiful. He had taken the golden flames of the fire, which gave him a warm, gilded glow, and from the frost and ice he had drawn a purity, a freshness that could never be matched. While Audhumla licked, Ymir slept, sated by the warmth of her milk. Under his arms, the perspiration formed a son and a daughter, and his feet produced a giant called Thrudge Emir, an evil frost giant with 6 heads who went on to bear his own son, the giant Bergelmir. These were the first of the race of frost giants. Bori himself had produced a son called Bor, which is another word for born. And as Bori and Bor became aware of the giants, an eternal battle was begun, one which is to this day waged on all parts of earth and heaven. For giants represent evil in its many forms, and gods represent all that is good. And on that fateful day, the fundamental conflict between them began, a cosmic battle which would create the world as we know it. Buri and Bor fought against the giants, but by the close of each day, a stalemate existed. And so it was that Bor married the giantess Bestla, who was the daughter of Bolthorn, or the Thorn of Evil. Bestla was to give him 3 fine, strong sons, Odin, Vili, and Vi. And with the combined forces of these brave boys, Bor was able to destroy the great Ymir. As they slayed him, a tremendous flood burst forth from his body, covering the earth and all the evil beings who inhabited it with his rich red blood. That's the creation of the universe from the Norse perspective. Gods and giants waging war against each other, coming to a stalemate at the end of every day until Odin and his 2 brothers jumped Ymir, overtook him, destroyed him. So wasn't that fun? That was actually the first time that I read the creation of the universe from the Norse perspective. That was quite great. We got about 10 minutes until the next offering is made. Should go ahead and check in with this. Still doing good? Yeah, all right. This little charcoal disc is hanging in there. Hold it on nicely. Doing its thing for us. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you're with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings that I do make unto you. Out of love and thanksgiving, out of honor, out of loyalty, and trust, call upon you to receive these offerings and allow them to strengthen you and invigorate you and uplift you. Allow these offerings to give you strength. Allow these offerings to grant you the authority to impact our path and our roads. Allow us to be free from the difficulties that are currently afflicting us. Allow us to remember our power to heal and our power to grow and thrive. Allow us to remember our resiliency and our creativity. Move through our lives and co-create miracles for us. Substantiate our faith and illuminate your presence in our lives. So mote it be. So once again, if any of y'all are watching and you want to join me, feel free to join. I've placed the link in a couple of places. It's the Restream link. That's the one that you will use if you want to join. If not, no worries. Put your prayers in the chats and I'll be sure to read them. Put your questions and thoughts and all of that in the chat that you're watching in, and I will be sure to acknowledge them as well. Thank you to the folks who have joined so far. Appreciate your energy and your attention. At 7 o'clock, we will start the third offering, which will probably be some vodka. We do believe in offering our ancestors things that they would have enjoyed in the living, things that we enjoy or that we find pleasing and pleasurable. We feed those to our ancestors. These flames are looking very nice indeed. So glad for that. So glad for that. And then also, if anyone is interested in doing ancestral work, we do have, to aid in our focus, in our ability to contact them for aesthetic purposes, it's super nice to be able to have a visual representation or a picture of our ancestors. So for this working, I do have this. It is a picture of the Correllium, and it is a way to impact all of the Correllian ancestors. And I keep that on my ancestor altar at all times. But we have these cards, and they have pictures along with the vision symbols of the beloved ancestors. So some of y'all who have been with us for quite some time will recognize beloved Wendy. Some of y'all who have been with us for a while might recognize beloved Foxglove, who was actually quite young when they transitioned. Some of you who have been with us for a while might recognize beloved Bitter Wind. Some of y'all might recognize beloved Virginia Powell. Some of y'all might remember and recognize beloved Carla Summers. Well, I did not know her actually, but I know that she was a part of the tradition while I was a part of the tradition. I just didn't get a chance to meet her or bump elbows with her. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 are ancestors. They were a part of the tradition. They passed away, members of the tradition, but they became members of the tradition once we became public. So we weren't always a public tradition. We were originally a family tradition. And so the other ancestor images have the names of the family, High Correll. So Dolly, Lewis, Gloria, Dora, Linda, Alfred, Mabel, Walter, William, and then of course I got Caroline, William, High Correll, Laveda, and Frank. Yep, Frank are on the altar right now. And so if you are interested in the ancestor workings and you want to build relationships with them, these right here are a great aid. Of course, you don't need them, but they are a great aid if you ever wanted to, pick an ancestor to work with on a particular part of your studies, or to help you make some decisions, or if you wanted to kind of safely get your feet wet with spirit work. You could just quite simply grab one of these cards, put it up, prop it up against something, and you could place a cup of water or a glass of water, even a small shot glass of water. Place that next to the image with a single white candle. Say a prayer. You can even do the Hail Ancestors that I've been doing this entire time. And do that to kind of get the ball rolling on the spirit work. And that is something that is pretty unique to Correllianism, is we emphasize our connection to the ancestors very primarily. Excuse me. Yep. Many of us who are Correllians, we do have a patron or a matron, or we do have a band of guides that we work with. But for us, at the end of the day, ancestors are homies. And with that being said, we're just going to go ahead and prepare for the third offering of the evening. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do call upon you to join us and descend upon this place. Be here with us as we seek to impact the lives of our great family for the better. Receive the offerings of lights and of incense and of water and of prayers that we make unto you. We make these offerings out of love and thanksgiving, seeking to deepen our connection with you, to elevate and uplift you, so that you can deepen your connection with us and elevate and uplift us. We're seeking healing and restoration, a reminder of our own divinity and resiliency. Of course, we offer up this ancestor money. Spiritual currency for use for your spiritual purposes. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Making offerings of spirits to the spirits. Please accept these offerings with the goodwill in which they are intended. I do cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize and remove any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you. And I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this great work. I do charge this holy oil, and I call upon you to awaken into life and remember the purpose in which you were created. I do charge you and awaken you and call you forth. Aid me in this magic. So will it be. And I do also charge this candle as a beacon to attract those ancestral spirits who are most aligned with us and who have a vested interest in helping us. while our offerings support all ancestral spirits that we have invoked and that we call, and while our offerings uplift and elevate all of the ancestors in our tradition, as well as our personal ancestors, and these ancestors who are friendly, helpful, and kind, we do specifically seek to attract the spirits who are most empathetic to us and who have the most motivation to help us. We call on this candle to help attract the best opportunities for us, the best clients for us, the best students for us, the best mentors for us, the lessons that will help us rise and elevate and become stronger. We call on this candle to help attract the blessings that we require. We call on this candle to help attract the best relationships for us, soul-aligned relationships, relationships that are ordained by spirit, the ones that are ultimately for our highest good, the relationships that serve us well, and the ones that will allow us to serve them in return. We charge this candle to attract reciprocity for us, so that what we give comes back to us threefold. We charge this candle to attract abundance and nurturing. So what would it be? Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings of lights, water, of liquor, of incense, of ancestor money that we do make out of fidelity and love and trust, out of loyalty, out of goodwill, seeking to deepen our relationship with you, seeking to know more of the mysteries, to grow deeper in our faith, and to receive the blessings that are to be gained from faithful service, study, and practice. So, the second of the 5 mystic secrets is the knowledge of God. Sooner or later, you will know God. You will choose your own way to get there, and no one can simply hand it to you. Again, it's not so hard to encounter knowledge, but it only matters if you make it your knowledge. For anyone can say they believe, but if you don't really accept it, it can never help you. And just as God can wait 1,000,000 years for you to arrive, so too, if it takes you 1,000,000 years, well, that's all right. God will understand. God does not hate you. God wants you to find your way. God will wait. God isn't waiting for any excuse to slap you down. God is above that. God did not make you to play hockey with. You are a piece of art in progress. God has spent good time starting you and isn't going to botch it now just because you may take longer to complete than someone else. At the same time, while all of this is true, it is also ultimate. There is no time limit. There is no deadline. God has all the time in the world and then some. When you arrive doesn't matter, only that you ultimately shall arrive. You must go to God. God will not come to you. And when you do so as a fulfillment of your existence, not God's. If you never did arrive, though every byroad ultimately leads to the same place after however much wandering, God would not be diminished by your absence. It would be your loss. God is eternal. The actions of men and women cannot diminish God. God does not require your worship or your acknowledgement to exist and flourish. God existed before there was anything else and will surely not cease to exist because of anything we could do or not do. As a pagan, I revere God as my mother, who created all other existence out of her own primeval existence, and shall henceforward refer to her as such. Though God is surely as much my father as my mother, and her existence cannot very well be limited by the names which we put on her. God is not an old man with a long white beard living on a cloud someplace, nor is God a stately woman with oak leaves in her hair living in a sacred grove. These are our images for our convenience. They do not matter in any wise at all to God. God existed when the highest forms of life on earth were dinosaurs, and she existed in no less a stead than now. Though dinosaurs built no temples to her, she was no less a god for the lack of temples and altars. And she loved the dinosaurs no less than us. They lived for a purpose, and their lives had meaning. And they learned the lessons of those lives as well as we do ours. God existed when the only expression of immortal souls on earth were microbes and amoebas. They offered her no praise, they wrote no hymns or sacred books, yet they lived and died and learned the lessons of their lives as well as we. And the mother of all things did not wither and die because the tongues of men and women moved not in her praise. Her existence is independent and eternal. We do not influence it. We cannot bolster it. We cannot weaken it. God does not exist for us or because of us or for our sake. God exists because God exists. Perhaps in some far-off life you were a dinosaur. Perhaps then you conceived of God as an eternal dinosaur and the world her egg. Or perhaps you were an amoeba or a giant fern. Someone had to be. God does not require your validation to exist. She has no need, as some religious leaders suggest, to go running after worshipers, begging for their allegiance and making bargains of what she will trade them for their worship. It is the worshiper who requires God, not God the worshiper. Though it may be a blow to your ego, you are not the cog on which the wheel of the universe turns. You are not a sale made in a celestial supermarket war between God, good and evil. Not a soldier in an army to protect God's throne. The universe does not hang on the actions of your life. That is an appeal to your vanity. No matter what you do, the universe will be just fine. It always has been. There is no divine civil war. There never could be. The universe is and always has been firmly under God's control, and her reign is no wise endangered, least of all by us. Only the quality of your life is affected by whether you seek out God or not. Not even the fate of your immortal soul is affected, for all roads will ultimately go to God by however circuitous a path. Only the quality of this one life and whatever effect it may carry over to the next is affected. But isn't that enough? That's the second of the 5 mystic secrets. And I absolutely love and appreciate and internalize that particular take on God. God is independent of us, and to some degree, or to a very large degree, we are all emanations of God. To get a little bit deeper into Correllian teachings, the soul, or the nature of the soul, and the monad, and the differentiation of identity, maybe might be an easy way to think about it, is a way for divinity to experience itself. And so later on in another hour or so, I'll do a different reading from a scripture that is very sacred to Correllianism. We come to understand that each of us is an emanation of divinity. And we are having this physical existence obscured by the veil, which was created by God on purpose to specifically help God forget its divinity, so that it could experience different aspects of itself. So when I talk to somebody else, I am one aspect of God who has forgotten divinity, my own divinity, ideally, who is talking to another aspect of God who has forgotten, or whose connection to their own divinity is obscured by the veil. Meaning that we are all back on a path towards ourself, and the route that we take to get there, the lessons that we learn from one life to the next, is us learning to recognize that the veil is the illusion itself. The idea of separation is the veil. The idea that we are differentiated identities, that's the veil. The idea that when I touch my best friend, I am touching something separate and apart from myself, that's the veil at work. Hopefully that's making sense in the way that I just explained that. So I talked about Correllianism worldwide. I talked about us being a witchcraft tradition. I talked about our unique connection to the ancestors. I talked about my own personal belief about the importance of mythology for people in the clergyhood. I talked about ways that you could get started in your spirit work as a Correllian. And aside from that, if you wanted to work on your spirit work, if you wanted to enhance your mediumship abilities, you could do the same activity that I suggested. You can do that with your own ancestors. And I absolutely recommend that. So if you see over here, I have Correllian ancestors side by side with the ancestors of my family of origin. My family of origin, in meditation, in prayer, in consultation, I asked them, hey, would it be okay if I combined altars to have a primary ancestral altar where I worked with the ancestors of my initiated lineage and the ancestors of my adopted lineage and the ancestors from my family of origin? And the reason why I say my adopted lineage is because I am very proudly a stepchild I was raised by someone who was not my biological father. While I do still have contact with that biological family, and I do obviously have contact with um, my mom's side of the family. I am very close with my mom's side of the family. I am close with certain relatives on my biological father's side of the family. I'm remarkably close with some relatives on my stepdad's side of the family. And my stepdad took me in, raised me as close to his own as possible, and left me with a very wonderful, loving family who, even after he has passed away, continues to show up for me in very powerful and loving ways. And so I absolutely recommend utilizing the ancestors that you have, even if you, like, as you are growing in your Correllian practice and you are starting to uh, get in line with the structure of the Correllian tradition, you can apply these practices to your family of origin or your adopted family if you consider those kind of separately. And you can leave out a glass of water or a shot glass of water and a single white candle next to an image and say an ancestor prayer and elevate your relatives, and ask them to work miracles in your life. Acknowledging that ancestors know what it's like to be alive and knows what the struggles are of what it means to be here in a physical existence, and they know about and have access to tremendous amounts of power and wisdom because they are now in a different plane of existence than us. In the Correllian tradition, we refer to the people who are alive living in the physical as incarnate, and the people who have transitioned into a different aspect of life, we refer to them as discarnate. And we believe and function and teach that we still walk alongside each other, side by side, even though the transition into a different dimension or a different plane of existence has obscured our ability to see them, or to perceive them in certain ways, doesn't mean that they are any bit absent from us. And I absolutely recommend, go ahead, put a candle out for dad if dad has passed away, or stepdad if stepdad has passed away, or for mom if mom has passed away. Put out a candle for grandma and grandpa. Put out a candle and some water for, any cousins or aunties or what have you, and fortify your relationships with them. And if you are someone who has a difficult relationship with people who are in the living, go ahead and petition your ancestors to go and get on that ass. So, for example, if you are someone who struggles in your relationship with your mother and you have grandma in spirit, set out a bowl of water, set out a candle, say some prayers. Grandma, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and work on your daughter because she is driving us all bonkers. If you're struggling with relationship with dad, call his mom, call his dad if they're in spirit. Grandma and grandpa, I'm gonna need you to come and work a miracle or work some wonders in the heart of your son because he's acting a whole mess, acting a whole fool, is not recognizing all this wonderfulness that I got going on, acting like my existence for some reason isn't a gift from the divine. So get on that ass. And that's one of the ways that you can work on your relationship with your relatives who are here with you without necessarily putting yourself at risk, or putting yourself in danger of being harmed either emotionally, mentally, physically by these people. Because for better or for worse, or for better and for worse, each of us is here to do something wonderful and spectacular for our ancestral lines. Each of us is here to heal an aspect of our ancestral lines. And our ancestors have put the best that they had into producing us. And unfortunately, due to the impact of the veil, due to the circumstances that go into being alive, we've also inherited the worst and the unhealed versions. Now, some people might call it epigenetic trauma. Some of us might know of it as generational curses, but either way, each of us is an opportunity to heal that and overcome that. So, for example, we might have wonderful, wonderful love for our grandparents, and our memories with them might be solid and phenomenal and exceptional. However, our parents might remember them as substance abusers, as gamblers, as people with various forms of paranoia. Our grandparents might have been violent towards one another. And so they saw that, witnessed that, inherited that firsthand, and unbeknownst to them, they passed on what they received from their parents onto us, kind of perpetuating a cycle of pain. But the same is true for all of the great things. Now, it might be hard for our parents to recognize the beautiful things that they got from their parents, because the relationship could have been quite traumatic, could have been quite codependent. Some people do discuss their parents as narcissists or what have you. And all of these phrases, no matter how true or how exaggerated, they all represent what people experienced in their family line. And so, us, as being, a little bit removed from that, a lot of people say that their parents treat their children or their grandchildren a lot differently. So, for example, my grandmother treated me and my cousins a lot differently than she treated her own children. And so a lot of times her children, my aunts and uncles, would look on to my grandma and grandpa and be like, wow, that is a whole lot gentler and sweeter and validating than you ever treated us. Well, they learned something. And when the next generation came along, they acted differently. Could be the reason. But either way, we all have a responsibility to our family of origin, even if we are adopted and we don't know who that family of origin is. One of the miracles could be that you got adopted into a different family that treated you and raised you and chose you and cherished you in a loving way, so that you didn't inherit some of the worst aspects that could have been coming your way if you did get raised by your family of origin. It could be possible that, being adopted at birth meant that you got training and education and would later come back to find out who your family of origin is, and what you bring back to that family is remarkably healing and transcending. So think about it like that. And again, I'm not suggesting that anyone put themselves at risk for ongoing abuse or pain or suffering at the hands of your family of origin, or the people that you've come from. But you can utilize your family who is discarnate to help improve that relationship from afar, so to speak. Also, we have some candles. Like, we have quite a few candles lit. So I just want to take a moment and look at the space with just candlelight. So I'm gonna turn this light off real quick. Oh, it's pretty. Look at that. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. If anybody has any questions about ancestor work or spirit work, feel free to put them in the chat and I can address those. If anyone has, a question and you want me to pull a card for it, I can pull a card for y'all. I have multiple decks around me. I have dice here if you wanted to roll the dice. So all that is possible if you're into it. If anyone had any specific prayer requests that you wanted to include, go ahead. You could put them in the chat, any place that you are watching, and we can absolutely include that as well. This whole experience is here to be empowering and inspiring and healing. So I'm here for all of that. Ooh, itchy head. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break real quick, but I will be back in just a second. Don't go away too far. Hello, 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 everyone. I am back. Thank you all for your patience. Took a little bathroom break, and then I also did step out to prepare the next offering for the ancestors, which we will be making in about 20 minutes. And also, I did notice a question in the chat. The question is, how do I know if my dad is communicating with me? And this is coming from Renee Winchester. And so it can be exciting and new to be experiencing communication and feedback from spirit. Can be very, very validating. And also knowing who is communicating with you can be very important and a very rewarding experience. One of the ways that you can figure out who in particular is communicating with you is by asking. And you can ask spirit to show you signs, to show you images, or to send you feedback that is specific to the relationship with your dad. You can go to a medium to get some of that feedback. You can go to a trusted high priest or high priestess, high priestess, member of the high clergy. I would, if you were interested in spirit work, spirit communication, spirit feedback, I would suggest that you be the one to make the first contact. You reach out to your dad first and, get that feedback. I personally, and this is just my personal orientation, I would not rely on or put too much stock in some spiritual feedback where a spirit just like out of nowhere was like, hey, I'm your dad, and I got some stuff for you. I come from the, you deal with the spirits that you have reached out to first. Not every pantheon, not every tradition, not every system believes in that kind of way. And so there are things that you can do to protect yourself in the event that you are from a tradition that believes in trickster spirits. There are ways that you can protect yourself from that. That way you can trust the information and the feedback that you get more fully. But I would, in order to have faith and confidence in the feedback, in the messages, in the communications, I would invoke dad first. Say his name at the altar 3 times. Ask him to visit you in a dream with a message that was specifically between the two of you. For example, if your dad was at your high school graduation, ask him to come to you in a dream wearing the same thing that he wore at that graduation. And if he gave you flowers, tell him to bring the flowers that he brought at graduation. That would be one of the ways that I would set myself up to be able to trust the communication and feedback that I was getting. That's a great question. Thank you for asking. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. All right. right, so let's go back into the Norse myths. Hmm. How about, nope, that one's. Hmm. All right, Loki and the necklace. That's the one that I'm going to go with. Oh, that's a real short one. Okay, Loki and the necklace. One evening, when Freya had become part of Asgard, Loki spied her marvelous necklace, a golden symbol of the fruitfulness of the earth, which she wore about her slender neck at all times. Loki coveted this necklace, and he found he could not sleep until he had it in his possession. So it was that he crept one night into her chamber and bent over as if to remove it. Finding that her position in sleep made this feat impossible, he turned himself into a small flea, and springing under the bedclothes, he bit the lovely goddess so that she turned in her sleep. Loki returned to his shape and undid the clasp of the necklace, which he removed without rousing Freya. Not far from Freya's palace, Heimdall had heard the sound of Loki becoming a flea, a sound so slight that only the great watchman of the gods could have heard it. And he traveled immediately to the palace to investigate. He saw Loki leaving with the necklace and soon caught up with him, drawing his sword in order to remove the thief's head. Loki immediately changed himself into a thin blue flame, but quick as a flash, Heimdall became a cloud and sent down a sheet of rain in order to douse the flame. Loki quickly became a polar bear and opened his jaws to swallow the water, whereupon Heimdall turned himself into a bear and attacked the hapless trickster. In haste, Loki became a seal, and then once again Heimdall transformed himself in the same form as Loki, and the two fought for many hours before Heimdall showed his worth and won the necklace from Loki. That's the myth. Loki tried to steal from Freya. His antics were heard by Heimdall, and there Heimdall went, shifting and shape shifting in any manner that he could to defeat Loki until Loki was defeated. So this particular volume has a chapter called Loki's Character. While Thor is the embodiment of northern activity, Loki represents recreation and the close companionship early established between these two gods shows very plainly how soon our ancestors realized that both were necessary to the welfare of mankind. Thor is ever busy and ever in earnest, but Loki makes fun of everything until at last his love of mischief leads him entirely astray and he loses all love for goodness and becomes utterly selfish and malevolent. He represents evil in the seductive and seemingly beautiful form in which it parades through the world. Because of this deceptive appearance, the gods did not at first avoid him, but treated him as one of themselves in all good fellowship, taking him with them wherever they went, and admitting him not only to their merrymakings, but also to their council hall, where unfortunately they too often listened to his advice. As we have already seen, Loki played a prominent part in the creation of man, endowing him with the power of motion and causing the blood to circulate freely through his veins, whereby he was inspired with passions. As personification of fire as well as of mischief, Loki, lightning, is often seen with Thor, thunder, whom he accompanies to Jotunheim to recover his hammer, to Utgard, Loki's castle, and to Geirrod's house. It is he who steals Freya's necklace and Sif's hair and betrays Idun into the power of Thiassi. And although he sometimes gives the gods good advice and affords them real help, it is only to extricate them from some predicament into which he has rashly inveigled them. Some authorities declare that instead of making part of the creative trilogy, Odin, Honir, and Lodor Loki, this god originally belonged to a pre-Odinic race of deities and was the son of the great giant Ymir. His brothers being Heri, air, and Hlær, water, and his sister Ran, the terrible goddess of the sea. Other mythologies, however, make him the son of the giant Farbauti, who has been identified with Bergelmir, the sole survivor of the deluge, and of Lufeya, or Na. His mother, thus stating that his connection with Odin was only that of the northern oath of good fellowship. Loki first married Glut, who bore him two daughters, Issa and Emiria, who are embers and ashes. It is therefore very evident that Norsemen considered him emblematic of the hearth fire, and when the flaming wood crackles on the hearth of the good wives in the north are still wont to say that Loki is beating his children. Besides this wife, Loki is also said to have wedded the giantess Angerboda, who dwelt in Jotunheim, and who, as we have already seen, bore him three monsters: Hel, goddess of death, the Midgard snake Jormungandr, and the grim wolf Fenris. Loki's third marriage was with Sigyn, who proved a most loving and devoted wife, and bore him two sons, Narvi and Vali, the latter a namesake of the god who avenged Balder. Sigyn was always faithful to her husband and did not forsake him even after he had definitely been cast out of Asgard and confined in the bowels of the earth. As Loki was the embodiment of evil in the minds of the northern races, they entertained nothing but fear of him, built no temples to his honor, offered no sacrifices to him, and designated the most noxious weeds by his name. The quivering, overheated atmosphere of summer was supposed to betoken his presence, for the people were then wont to remark that Loki was sowing his wild oats, and when the sun appeared to be drawing water, they said Loki was drinking. The story of Loki is so inextricably woven with that of the other gods that most of the myths relating to him have already been told, and there remain but two episodes of his life to relate. One showing his better side before he had degenerated into the arch deceiver, and the other illustrating how he finally induced the gods to defile their peace shreds by willful murder. It seems like the Norse pantheon has a decent degree of dislike for Loki. But I've also come across some mythologies, some texts, and some ways of thinking about Loki that make him seem a little bit more misunderstood. In that most recent reading where they suggested that he was a part of a pre-Odinic race of gods, if he is of the elemental nature fire, there was a suggestion that not only is he the fire in the hearth or the fire that cooks the food or the fire that provides warmth, but he was also the fire in which all of the offerings for the gods were burned in. And given that fire has a tendency to be unpredictable, if you don't pay very, very close attention to it, it can get out of control or out of hand very quickly. That is where Loki gets the reputation for being a mischief maker, being mischievous, because fire has to be watched or tended to at all times, lest you risk, it getting out of hand, out of control, and then you got to go through heaven and hell and earth and everything to regain control over it. So for those of us in the United States, if you're aware of like the wildfires that happen out west in California and stuff like that is an example of fire getting out of control and out of hand. When it comes to reading about Loki or learning more about Loki, and that's a divinity that I do have an affinity for. Loki and Frigg, not Freya, but Frigg. This particular text, Loki and Sigyn, Lessons on Chaos, Laughter, and Loyalty from the Norse Gods. It's by Elias Benson, and this particular author still lives in that area where Loki comes from. This particular work is easy to read. It does have some stories in it. Let's see. There's only 7 chapters, so it is a quick read. Chapter 1, Loki and Sigyn in the lore. Chapter 2, Loki and Sigyn in American heathenry. Chapter 3, Living Heathen. Chapter 4, Loki and Sigyn, Lessons on the Syllabus. Chapter 5, Attributes for Devotional Practice. Chapter 6, Rituals and Celebrations. Chapter 7, Loka Ord, Final Thoughts or Loki's Words. And then also there is Loka Brenna, which is a holiday for Loki, which is gaining in popularity. So this specific divinity is not being regarded in such a fearful way anymore. And folks are opening up to the possibilities of what it means to know what it means to experience trickery or what trickery can offer. And I will say that every pantheon that I can think of has a trickster in their midst, has a divinity that will teach the other divinities as well as humanity a lesson in critical thinking and not making assumptions and following up appropriately. And so that's all I have to say about that. And fun fact, I just found a second copy of Five Mystic Secrets. That's lovely. Yeah. I forget what books are on these shelves over here. And so with that being said, we are about 2 minutes away from the next offering to be made. And this charcoal is still over here doing its damn thing. See if we can get a few more little smokes out of it. All right now. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Nope, still a little bit left. And so I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but of course, incense, we utilize them to help us carry our prayers from the physical realm into the heavens. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, spirits of my family who have passed, I call upon you to descend upon this place and receive these offerings that I make unto you. For your elevation, for your uplifting, for your strengthening, for the strengthening of our relationship. We do seek to know you in the mysteries more deeply and more fully. I do seek blessings on my entire great family, blessings of healing, blessings of renewed faith, blessings of stability, healing from illness, embracing wellness and resiliency, freedom from oppression, and a restoration into wellness, prosperity, abundance. And so I do make this offering of coffee unto you. I call upon you to accept the offerings of candles, of water, of incense, of prayer, and of liquor that has been made so far. I call upon you to receive these offerings graciously and freely. And of course, I make some more offerings of ancestor money. Spiritual currency for you to use for your benefit from us to you. Over here dropping stuff. But I'm going to use my beads for this next part. But of course, we're going to cleanse and bless and anoint another candle for this fourth hour. I do cleanse this creature of fire, casting out all negativity and removing all impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to this creature of fire. I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this great work. I do charge this oil to aid me in my working. Call upon you to remember your purpose. Align yourself with my highest will for the betterment of myself and my communities. I do anoint this candle thusly. I do pray for the healing and elevation of all Correllian ancestors and to all members of the great family. I call upon all of us to remember that our minds and our bodies and our spirits are capable of great healing and are capable of restoring us into balance, and we do so now. We heal ourselves now. We return ourselves to balance now. We align ourselves with spirit and our higher selves now for the betterment of ourselves and our communities, for the healing of our ancestral lineages, for the healing of our initiatory lineages, for the healing of our adoptive lineages, for the healing of our parents, our siblings, our cousins, our aunties and uncles, for the healing of our relatives who are non-binary or transgender, for the healing of our planet, and so if you want to, you can join me for 108 recitations of our Hail Ancestor. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do him homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. So mote it be. So everyone who just prayed with me, we just did 108 Hail Ancestors. 108 equals 9, which is the number for this vigil. 9 hours, 9 sets of offerings, 9 candles, so on and so forth. That was quite meditative. I might end up doing that at least one more time over the course of this vigil, but who knows, maybe not. But back to the 5 mystic sequence, shall we? If our first sister is the ability to know, and our second sister is the knowledge of God, our third sister is the knowledge of the nature and pattern of life. God created life, our life and all life. She did not mess up the job. God does not mess up. The first important point about life is that it is eternal. The body dies, the soul goes on. It is immortal. This is no revolutionary idea. We have always believed it, even before we were us. The Neanderthals, a kind of being not quite the same as we, buried their dead ceremoniously with a view towards afterlife. Before that, before what today we call mankind even existed as a species. Yet to truly accept the concept of eternal life is such a release. One is freed from so many of the frustrations and sadness of life, not to mention the fears. Like putting a light on in the darkness, it changes everything. For accepting life as eternal, what fear in this entire world is left to one? Now, almost everyone, particularly anyone likely to be reading this booklet, gives lip service to eternal life. But how many really believe it? They say it because they are afraid to not believe it, but they do not really believe it either. They have not truly taken the belief into them. In my family, it is said, send the dead forth in joy. A funeral is not the occasion of sadness and desolation, for life is eternal. How can death hold either fear or horror? Death, like life, perforce unites all living things. Can you imagine the difference it makes not to fear it? What is in this entire world which does not die? Even the mountains rise up and fall down. The seas dry up as other seas begin. Surely you will die. And yet the knowledge of eternal life cannot but invalidate the fear so many feel for death. If, like our first sister, they can truly accept the idea. God did not mess up the world, and death is not a pathological condition. It is as it was meant to be. God intends for all living things to die. Death is meant to come. God planned it that way from the first. Death is not an end to life, it is a change, and all things must die. Without death, there can be no rebirth. And just as the sun sets each night to rise again each morning, just as the trees turn brown and cast away their leaves to sprout again each spring, so too for us, rebirth invariably follows death. There is no reason to live at all if one only lives once. For what can one do in one life that God, our mother, would possibly have considered important enough to expend so much effort and care in our creation? Very few people, not even counting the millions who have died at birth, in infancy, and childhood, do anything in their lives particularly good or bad, leastwise on a scale to impress God. Most lives are very humble compared to God. A Hitler or Gandhi might have a life meaningful enough to impress God if the purpose of life were really to a pass-fail test of the quality of a soul. But what about a woman who spent her life in a 19th century cotton mill? A man dead at 19 in Vietnam? An Amazon Indian who never lived above subsistence level? Are any of these really worthy of eternal damnation for the petty acts of underprivileged lives? Could any of them even have the opportunity to be really evil? And by the same token, on such flimsy grounds, which of them could be truly said to be worthy of eternal paradise? One life is not enough to do or be anything for the vast majority of people. If God were going to judge them on it, how many of them would be any use to her at all? To sit in a heavenly choir all day and do nothing but sing her praises? Maybe, but that is a remarkably trivial excuse to have gone to so much trouble, for isn't it? But after many lives, a soul could be well educated for eternity, and a credit to God, as well as useful to her, truly deserving of an eternal existence as a single life could hardly make it, and an end product worth the effort. The God who created this universe was a practical, thoughtful God, not a vain, self-indulgent dreamer. As God is our mother, so life and death are her right and left hands, her two faces, an eternal cycle in this world. To pagans, the forms of God are never literal. They are to help us understand the complex nature of God. God is like a diamond, and all her different forms in all the religions of man are the glittering facets she wears. Life and death are two of the most important of these facets in our religion. They have always been enshrined and honored by us through many eras and cultures. In Egypt, they were the lovers Isis, life, and Osiris, death. Also, the combatants Horus, life, and Set, death, and Ra, life, and Apep, death. To the Aztecs, Quetzalcoatl, life, and Tezcatlipoca, death. They were Ishtar and Tammuz, Persephone and Hades, Apollo and Diana, forever loving. They are Apollo and Pan, St. George and the Moor, eternally at odds. We live, we die, we live again for centuries, millennia. Now that is an excuse to create a universe. And whether shown as lovers or combatants, the dance of life and death is the dance of forever, the dance of the soul stepping lightly between the world and the other. So mote it be. So that was the third sister, or the third mystic secret out of 5 mystic secrets. And so if you've been listening to that for a bit, maybe you start to understand the unique way that Correllians view divinity and why we are described as a syncretic tradition. Because we recognize these patterns, these maybe philosophical, theological patterns, we recognize them across the various pantheons of traditions, of faiths. So yeah, we are like at the halfway point of the 4th hour. We've made offerings of prayers. So if you were just here a few minutes ago, you witnessed the 108 recitations of Hail Ancestor. We've been making offerings of incense. We've been making offerings of candles, water. Coffee was just made a few minutes ago. They got some booze not too long ago. And so the ball is really rolling on this vigil celebration of the ancestors. If you haven't been here since the beginning of this little experience, the whole reason for this is because I have been witnessing an increase in calls for prayers for healing and energetic work and various kinds of support all across the tradition. And when that happens, for me, it's a sign to step up and work with the ancestors, make offerings, do the communion kind of thing, give them some time, energy, and attention so that, you know, they can do their work for all of us. And so in this working, we are affirming our connection to our higher selves, our connection to the ancestors. We are affirming that opportunities and blessings, they seek us out and that we receive them open-mindedly, open-heartedly. We acknowledge that our minds and bodies and spirits are experts at healing themselves, and we call upon our bodies and our minds and our spirits to do so now. We are acknowledging that the relationships in our lives are soul aligned and ordained by spirit, and they support us and they allow us to support them. And in our relationships and in all things, we dwell in reciprocity, fairly take and fairly give. We are calling on our ancestors to open the roads to our success, to our sovereignty, to our abundance, to our financial freedom, to freedom from any forms of illness and oppression and sickness that might be upon any members of the great family. And that's why I'm doing this tonight. That's why I'm praying so hard. That's why I'm engaging other members of the great family. And so, if you are watching this on any of the platforms that I'm broadcasting to, feel free to come on in. I did place the link in a couple of places. And so, if you do have time, if you are down for it, why not come on in and share some experiences, share some prayers, share some thoughts and feelings and some impressions. This is a night of communion and magic and service to the ancestors. So if you do want a reading of some sorts, I do have several decks here that I can use to take a look into the oracles and see what's up, what's going on. Questions that you might want to have answered by the cards. I could do a pull. That's really what it's about for us at this time. So if you're down for that, if you think you might need that or want that, absolutely, we're here for it. And if you're watching on YouTube, then by all means, you can comment in the chat. And I'll answer the questions in that way as well. Here for us. I'm just going to take a minute, sip some of this water. I'm going to share it with the ancestors. Take a little sip. That felt very nice. Whew, that felt nice from my throat. Also, each of these candles that have been lit, the glass encased candles, they've all been anointed with a different oil for a different condition. And so we really here asking for some deliverance from some of the conditions that are causing us pain or some conditions that we need to be healed from. I'm done with this right here, so I don't need this tool anymore. Take that off the altar for now. Take that off for now. But I'm gonna leave a little horseshoe. And so from now on, our incense are going to be of the stick variety. I'm not going to use any more charcoal discs or anything like that. I do cleanse you, a creature of air, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be present in this creature of air, and I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this holy work. call upon you, blessed incense, to carry my prayers to the heavens where the ancestors reside, acting as an offering to bring them joy and pleasure. And then just maybe the ashes will fall in the cauldron. We shall see. Also, a part of this evening, I've been reading some mythologies. And so far, the myths have come from the Norse pantheon. And I read a story about the creation of the universe from the Norse perspective. And they had some pretty interesting comments there in their mythology. I read a story about Loki, and I read like a passage that was meant to help folks understand the role of Loki in the pantheon and how he's come to be regarded. But then I did end up analyzing that from a different perspective based on some other resources that I have. Come across and some other things that I've learned about that particular divinity. And so I'm thinking that for now, I will move away from the Norse pantheon and into a different area. So I'll grab a different text and see what I can get into in that regard. So this one, it looks like the Norse one. It looks like the Celtic one, but this is called Epic Gods and Monsters, Myths and Tales. And this one is not relegated to any one particular pantheon or region. Let's see. There's a lot of wonderful things here. What time is it? Oh, okay. So we're going to have about 15 minutes until the 9 o'clock offering is set to begin. All right. So, how about Pangu and the creation of the universe from Chinese mythology? Let's do that. Pangu and the creation of the universe. Silver Rain Oak, blessings to you as well. Thank you for showing up and showing up for a second. I'm about to read Pangu and the creation of the universe. At the very beginning, ha 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 ha, where have we heard that before? At the very beginning of time, when only darkness and chaos existed, and the heavens and the earth had not yet been properly divided up, the universe resembled the shape of a large egg. And at the center of this egg, the first living creature one day came into being. After many thousands of years, when he had gathered sufficient strength and energy and had grown to the size of a giant, the creature who gave himself the name of Pangu awoke fully refreshed from his long rest and stood upright within his shell. He began to yawn very loudly and to stretch his enormous limbs, and as he did so, the walls of the egg were cracked open and separated into two even portions. The lighter, more fragile part of the egg floated delicately upwards to form the white silken sheet of the sky, while the heavier, more substantial part dropped downward to form the Earth's crusty surface. Now, when Pangu observed this, he was happy and proud to have created some light in place of the darkness and chaos out of which he had emerged. But at the same time, he began to fear that the skies and the earth might fuse once more, and he stood and scratched his huge head, pondering a solution to the problem. And after he had thought things through for quite a while, he decided that the only way to keep the two elements at a safe distance from each other was to place his own great bulk between them. So he took up his position, heaving and pushing upwards against the sky with his hands and pressing downwards into the earth with all the weight of his massive feet until a reasonable gap had been formed. For the next 18,000 years, Pangu continued to push the earth and the sky apart, growing taller and taller every day until the gap measured some 30,000 miles. And when the distance between them had been established, the sky grew firm and solid, and the earth became securely fixed far beneath it. Pangu then looked around him, and seeing that there was no longer any danger of darkness returning to the universe, he felt at last that he could lay down and rest, for his bones ached, and he had grown old and frail over the years. Breathing a heavy sigh, he fell into an exhausted sleep from which he never awoke. But as he lay dying, the various parts of his vast body were miraculously transformed to create the world as we mortals know it today. Pangu's head became the mountain ranges, his blood became the rivers and streams, the hairs on his head were changed into colorful and fragrant blossoms, and his flesh was restored to become the trees and soil. His left eye was transformed into the sun, and his right eye became the moon. His breath was revived in the winds and the clouds, and his voice resounded anew as thunder and lightning. Even his sweat and tears were put to good use and were transformed into delicate droplets of rain and sweet-smelling morning dew. And when people later came to inhabit the earth, they worshipped Pangu as a great creator and displayed the utmost respect for all the natural elements, believing them to be his sacred body spread out like a carpet before them beneath the blue arch of the heavens. Well, isn't that nice? We could see some similarities in the Norse creation myth and in the Chinese one. They might not seem that related at first look, but if you consider again that all of these stories are meant to be taken as allegorical, starting with the phrase "at the beginning" or "at the very beginning," and the discussion about how things didn't really have a form or how there wasn't really any light that existed, that it was like really unformed chaos and darkness. The ongoing motif that darkness was present first and that light came next is kind of an interesting thing to consider or to think about. So if darkness was the first thing to exist in its vastness in every direction, that means that the darkness created the light, perhaps. And that we might understand God to be the greatest of all mysteries And we have to go real deep into the darkness, or even what we might consider the shadow, to really find out what is what when it comes to understanding divinity. And that perhaps the light that was created second is the idea of consciousness or awareness, or beginning to become aware of one's own self, or what possibilities might lie within the divine will. Just a thought, just a little thought to ponder. And so at this moment, we are about 8 minutes away from the 9 o'clock offering, which I do already have here. It's going to be some honey to sweeten up that coffee that we offered at the 8 o'clock hour. So that's going to be the next offering in 8 minutes. It's going to be some honey, and it's going to go right into that coffee. And then, of course, there'll be some prayers, some affirmations, another candle, and that kind of jazz. So that's coming up in the next couple of. Thanks everyone who has been visiting with me in the chat and keeping me company. Of course, I'm down to answer any questions that you might have about Correllianism, about the way that we understand magic. Again, my name is Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams, and I am the first priest of the Correllian tradition. I am the successor of Reverend Don Lewis, who was the first priest before me. He retired in office. Still very much alive and with us, still very much active and doing the thing. However, I represent the next generation of Correllian leadership after him. I am the head of the Correllian tradition alongside my sister, Lady Alyssa, who may be joining me at some point in this evening's proceedings. I'll be here until like a little bit after 2 a.m., making offerings and prayers and reading some fangs. Also, if anyone has a question that they would like answered via tarot, totally down for that as well. About 5 minutes away from the next offerings. Right, so I can go ahead and start to get that situated. Honey, 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 honey. Honey, 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 honey. That's what I'm offering this time around. And it's coming from this cute little jar. This honey was, I got it from a wedding that I was at not too long ago. And they gave little jars of honey as a gift to the attendants. And So I like the vibe about that. Giving honey to the ancestors that was attained at a wedding where we celebrated the gift of love and divine union and so on and so forth. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna give the ancestors some honey. We're gonna add it to sweeten up their coffee. And so in so doing, they also sweeten up our lives. That's the thought behind that. And so we are now like 3 minutes out from making this offering. Let's see, as far as tarot decks or as cards that I have with me, I of course have the Tarot of Hecate. This was a deck that was created by my uncle, my predecessor. And so many people do have the Tarot of Hecate as a deck, but not many people have the OG Tarot of Hecate with this as the back. Many people have the newer edition that came out most recently that has the infinity symbol on the back, and that has the expansion packs that you can add to it. So I'll show you. Many of y'all have the deck with this back. So that's the newer one. But your boy over here, I got the OG deck. I think that maybe Reverend Jason also has an OG deck. Maybe Lady Alyssa. I'm not sure how many of the OG decks are floating around out there, but I know not many people have that one. So if you want me to pull a card, you could just go ahead and type your question in the chat, and I will absolutely pull a card for you or pull a couple of cards for you, and in an attempt to answer that question and provide you some feedback, from the oracle that is associated with the Tarot of Hecate. Oh, that's how that works. That's cool. I think it might be raining out now. It sounds like it might be raining outside. Such a lovely Ostara blessing to have some rain on the lands. All right, we at that time. So here we go. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, we call upon you to descend upon this place and be here with us. Receive these offerings of lights, of incense, of prayers, of fellowship, of water, of liquor. Call upon you to receive all these offerings of coffee and of honey. Receive these offerings that we make to you out of love, out of gratitude and thanksgiving, to fortify our relationship, make our relationship stronger, so that we can thrive in the great work. Please accept these offerings that we share with you. course, let's take a little bit too. That honey is delicious. Sweeten them up, sweeten me up. Fifth candle. I do cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativities and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of fire. I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this work. I do charge this oil to be an ally to our will, helping us in our purposes, strengthening our magic, optimal effectiveness. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. And of course, I do make this offering of ancestor money. It's the fifth one, magical currency. Ancestors are ballers tonight. And so, this fifth candle, we do affirm vitality in every organ of our bodies. Our bodies operate flawlessly. I call restoration on all of us. Restoration replaces every piece of imbalance. Our minds and our bodies remember how to heal, and our minds and our bodies does so now at this time. We're walking through all open doors. Favor is upon us. Grace is upon us. Blessings arrive before we can even ask for them. We experience abundance and overflow as a regular experience. We're surrounded by loyal and loving and joyful friends and joyful relationships and connections. Our circles reflect the love that we embody. We are cherished and blessed. Love, abundance, health, nurturing. They find us where we are. They meet us where we stand. We embrace our own divine authority. We trust our connections to our higher selves. Abundance, prosperity, financial security. They seek us all out and they find us easily. All of our transactions are always approved. Our minds and our bodies and our spirits are healthy. Our minds are sharp, capable of thinking, reasoning, perceiving, concluding, and responding flawlessly. Our bodies function optimally. We are capable of healing ourselves and maintaining the necessary balance. Our spirits and our higher selves are united and complete. We receive messages from our higher selves all the time, and we're able to use these messages for the betterment of ourselves and our communities. All of our relationships are safe. They're secure. They're full of love. They're ordained by spirit. It is so. It is so. It is so. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. And at this time, it looks like we got some visitors. Who is here? We got Lady Alyssa here. That's exciting. That is so exciting. Oh, yep, she back. All right, get ready for my sister. This is Reverend Alyssa. She is my co-head. Here we go. Boop.
Hey,
Hey, look what we have here. What is up, Lily?
not much. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. It's been a wonderful few hours.
Yeah,
Just
I've been checking in.
work. I just lit the fifth candle, burnt the fifth ancestor money bill, poured the honey into the coffee. I have to pour some water into William High's glass. And then I also need to give some vodka to Caroline and to William. Some for them. And some for me. Mm-hmm. How was your day today?
Busy.
Heard on that. Oh, Sam, who's a member of the Temple of Holistic Knowledge, says, Hi, Alyssa.
Hi, Sam.
Actually, can you see the chat or no?
Uh, I can, but I have to scroll down. And then I can't see our faces.
Oh, womp womp.
I gotta keep a look on my face because like I get off sometimes. My face gets off.
Yeah.
Show all my feelings.
Yeah, I love that about us. Never have to guess what I'm thinking or feeling because my face will betray it immediately.
If I could count the number of times in meetings when I've gotten DMs that say, Alyssa, your face.
Yes, I have one. Thanks. Want to see what it looks like with the light off?
I saw it earlier. It was pretty.
It is pretty. Are you near your copy of the 5 Mystic Secrets?
Maybe. Is that it? No. Oh, wait. No. I think it's downstairs.
Womp, womp, womp.
Oh, wait. I have like 3 copies of it, too. It's ridiculous. It's not presently locatable.
That's unfortunate.
I can bring up a digital version, though. If you want me to read it.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I've read the first 3, we're on the 4th sister.
Yeah, it'll take me a minute. I got a PDF.
Cool. Take your time. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood,
Blood and spirit of my spirit.
me.
I know you're with me.
And yours is the honor. If you can watch your
Watch
struggle,
your struggle and give thanks for your grace.
good job. Good job. I just did that prayer 108 times over the last offering.
Nice.
That was quite meditative.
I imagine.
I have Eggy present for this as well.
Oh, my Eggie's over here. I'll grab it.
Eggy!
Eggie in the house.
Eggy twin powers activate. And so for those of you who are watching who are not aware, Eggy is the playful name that we have given to the egregore that supports the entire tradition. And so, funny enough, back when when me and Lady Alyssa were first moving into the positions of the first priesthood, we had kind of an impression of the personification of Eggy the Egregore, and the personification came to us as the exact same thing. And then we started calling it Eggy at the same time, independently of each other. And so now it's just like our thing, Eggy the Egregore. And it's represented by this crystal egg that we have on our altars.
Yeah, so I spent a good probably close to a year charging these with the presence of Eggy and the Nexus. They sat on my altar, and then Phoenix and I carried them during our investiture.
Mm-hmm. Sure did. I was actually just looking at pictures of our investiture earlier today.
So was I. That's funny.
And some videos too. Apparently, Reverend Antimony's mom Had some real cool videos of us processing in behind the drummers with like the white people, the people in white. How did
Yep.
we? Yes, the people in white.
Yep.
She had some cool videos of that, and she had sent them to me, and I had forgot that she had sent them to me. So that was cool.
That is cool.
And I saw Lady Ebony acting as Guardian, and that was pretty cool. It was like very sentimental.
Mm-hmm. Come on. Oh. All right. 5 Mystic Secrets. What part do you want me to read?
We are on the fourth sister.
Mm-hmm. So you are on the soul?
Yep.
All right. You want me to read now?
Yep.
The soul. Now for the fourth sister. The fourth of 5 secrets to a happy and effective life is the knowledge of the soul. What I've heretofore said about God and about the cycle of life and rebirths has also largely explained the nature of the soul, that it is eternal, not temporal, that it lives many times in this world in many forms, and that the purpose of its entering this world is for experience and not as some sort of punishment. God desires to build up, not to tear down, for it is easy to tear down. There is no honor, no accomplishment, and no satisfaction in destruction. Creation, not destruction, is the true joy of existence. Having reiterated this, let us look upon our fourth sister, who is not the nature of the soul, but its function in everyday life. You, as a living thing, and like all living things, have 2 parts: an oversoul, or a soul proper, which can be thought of as being like a diamond, and an undersoul, one of the diamond's many facets. The oversoul is the total of all your soul's experiences in this world and on the other side, since it came into existence. The oversoul includes all of the innate abilities of the soul, as well as all of its acquired knowledge. All of the so-called paranormal abilities, clairvoyance, psychokinesis, astral travel, and all of the hidden abilities reflect the powers of the oversoul. If the oversoul can be said to be the hidden part, then the undersoul is the part which is visible. The undersoul begins with birth and builds throughout one's life, but it does not cease with death. It is forever a part of the oversoul. Just as the experiences you had as a child are still a part of you, so too, and in the same way, every life remains with the oversoul. The closer the undersoul is to the oversoul, the more of the oversoul's abilities will be available to the individual. This is why the fourth sister is important. In many pagan religions, the undersoul and oversoul have been portrayed as lovers. Siva and Sakti in Hinduism, Apollo and Diana in Mediterranean and modern paganism, Adonis and Venus. These are the same 2 lovers, life and death, whom I have discussed applied on an individual theme. Life is the undersoul, death or eternal life, the oversoul. Some people are born into this life with these 2 forces in close contact. This has to do with previous lives they have led and the amount of experience their souls may have had. Sometimes such people are said to have been born old. Such was the phrase which was used in my family. For these people, the veil is thin, and they may manifest great psychic or other abilities from an early age, seemingly uncalled for. This is not always a blessing, for such abilities can be very powerful and difficult to handle. Very much like an electric current, the powers of the soul can be unpredictable and dangerous, as well as beneficial. And for this reason, the images which represent them, such as Loki, Coyote, Set, or Hecate, are complex with both positive and negative sides. One born old may never need instruction, but seem merely to reach out for what is already there within them. Even if they seek to ignore or deny their abilities, these remain with them, sometimes quite obstreperously. They cannot simply be shrugged off. Other people, most people, are born with a much greater distance between the undersoul and the oversoul and must work to bring them together. They must seek and apply knowledge if they are ever to know the abilities and wisdom which dwells within them. Most people realize that there is an understanding that they are lacking in their life, but they do not realize that they can find it within themselves. Instead, they look for someone else to give it to them, as if another person could learn, understand, and believe for them. This lack, this barrier between the under and oversoul is linked to the abilities of the present physical body. Limitations may be placed on the undersoul by the circumstance of this life, but they are not insurmountable. The undersoul, you see, acts as a blinder on the oversoul. It shuts out many and sometimes all of the oversoul's abilities and memories, but this barrier is a curtain, not a wall, and can be seen through or even drawn aside. Everything which is alive has a soul, and all souls are the same in essence, if not always in experience. If a child is born with a mental disability, it is not because his or her soul reflects such a disability. It is the undersoul, the personality intended for this life, which is different, the oversoul having the same capabilities as any other. If a person is in a car accident and afterward he or she no longer has the same mental ability as before, or even retains the same memories as before, does it mean that something has changed within the soul? No. It is the outer face, the undersoul, which is affected. The oversoul remains as it has ever been. And just as the gap between the undersoul and the oversoul can shut out many of one's true abilities, so too can the gap be bridged and these abilities tapped. Just because Joe Psychic can do things you cannot do does not mean he has powers you do not. It means that Joe Psychic has a narrower gap than you do, because in this life or another, he has worked to narrow it. Similarly, because Sister Jane is a Rhodes Scholar while Brother John suffers from Down syndrome, it is not because there is a difference in their souls, but because there is a difference in their undersouls. Each soul has the same abilities, but expresses itself differently in this world. There is a reason for this, a reason that we are in this world at all. And what other reason could this be than to learn? Some say to decide an eternal fate, to choose between good and evil. But how many people in their lives do anything either good enough to deserve eternal reward or bad enough to deserve eternal punishment? I dare say few. The average life is not lived on a scale grand enough to edify or offend the public general, much less God, whose standards one would assume to be higher, what with eternity and all for reference. To be a marker in a paper war between good and evil, one to be the victor, such an existence would be remarkably little cause to have created such a universe, and it would be a remarkably unimpressive God who would have to fight a numbers war for dominance in a universe it created in the first place. Besides, a God unable to foresee such a battle, unable then to avoid it, and finally unable to end it quickly, would hardly have been capable of weaving the very complex and lovely web of this world in the first place, the excellence of the latter precluding the ineptness of the former. No, as I have said before, God is not deposed or embattled. The universe is exactly where and how it should be. It is just as God meant it to be, and our lives fulfill the purpose for which they were intended: experience. What better way to learn than by experiencing every situation in every way? Every emotion, good or bad, every level of existence, from amoeba to dinosaur to man and beyond. Now that is an education. And that is a soul that would be truly pleasing to God, a truly excellent end product which justifies the creation of the universe, not as some half baked whim, but as a thoroughly practical and thoughtful act. Now, at last, we're ready for the fifth sister, and her name is Freedom.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah.
I did mention earlier that the Five Mystic Secrets is like one of the foundational. I'm not even on camera right now. It's one of the foundational teachings of for our clergy.
Mhm.
But I find it to be like very profound, and like I didn't plan it this way, um, but I've been reading one of the Mystic Secrets and then following it up with a myth. And the myth has had a tendency, for the most part, like three out of the four times, to be a creation myth. And there have been similarities in the creation stories. Or maybe I only read, so I read the creation from the Norse perspective, and then I read a story about Loki.
Yeah.
And then I read an excerpt that was meant to describe Loki's character. And then I read the creation myth from the Chinese perspective. And in the two creation stories, there were very serious similarities. The origins in darkness and formlessness and nothingness, the appearance of a giant or giants, um, the fact that light was not the first thing to exist, darkness was, and light actually had to be brought forth out of the primordial nothingness. I did talk about how we are a remarkably syncretic faith. And then right after I had made that comment, like there was a syncretization made in the Five Mystic Secrets comparing the divinities. Um, I love that for us.
Mhm.
And I do genuinely feel like we do have the ancestors' attention. I do genuinely feel like they're appreciating the offerings and the time that is being spent focusing on them in their teachings. Um, and I do genuinely feel like right now in the moment, they do have a vested interest in our healing as a family, in us remembering our resiliency, and remembering that we can actually do great things for and with each other. Um, and I think that uh, if I could see anything come from this evening or the culmination of all three evenings, because like this is the first of three, um, I would like to see like some renewed, invigorator, invested interest in like doing things as a team. Like obviously not between me and you. Like we're fucking solid as a diamond. Um, but like I would love to see more members of the great family being motivated to do things like under the guise as a midwife of the Aquarian age.
I would love to see that.
I would love to see more people functioning in their ministries. I would love to see more people taking an interest in hosting lustrations. I would love to see some more members being motivated to teach classes or lessons, maybe even in the seminary. I would love to see people reaching out to each other more for some, independent work. Like I would love to see like maybe the Northwest region show up with a Northwestern regional lustration or what have you. I think that would be the bee's knees.
I agree. I would love to see more people posting pictures and things from their own groups and events and temples and shrines and orders.
Faux show, faux show. All right, let's see. Another creation myth? Let's see. Another creation myth. Hmm. I guess we can take a look at Chaos and Nyx, although that might not be a creation story. Let's go with it. Chaos and Nyx. All right, this one is a brief one. At first, when all things lay in a great confused mass, the earth did not exist. Land, sea, and air were mixed up together so that the earth was not solid, the sea was not fluid, nor the air transparent. Over this shapeless mass reigned a careless deity called Chaos, whose personal appearance could not be described, as there was no light by which he could be seen. He shared his throne with his wife, the dark goddess of night named Nyx or Nox, whose black robes and still blacker countenance did not tend to enliven the surrounding gloom. These two divinities wearied of their power in the course of time and called their son Erebus, darkness, to their assistance. His first act was to dethrone and supplant Chaos, and then, thinking he would be happier with a helpmeet, he married his own mother, Nyx. Of course, with our present views, this marriage was a heinous sin, but the ancients, who at first had no fixed laws, did not consider this union unsuitable, and recounted how Erebus and Nyx ruled over the chaotic world together until their two beautiful children, Ether, light, and Hemera, day, acting in concert, dethroned them and seized the supreme power. Space, illumined for the first time by their radiance, revealed itself in all its uncouthness. Ether and Hemera carefully examined the confusion, saw its innumerable possibilities, and decided to evolve from it a thing of beauty. But quite conscious of the magnitude of such an undertaking and feeling that some assistance would be desirable, they summoned Eros, love, their own child, to their aid. By their combined efforts, Pontus, the sea, and Gaia, as the earth was first called, were created. In the beginning, ha 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 ha, the earth did not present the beautiful appearance that it does now. No trees waved their leafy branches on the hillsides, no flowers bloomed in the valleys, no grass grew on the plains, no birds flew through the air. All was silent, bare, and motionless. Eros, the first to perceive these deficiencies, seized his life-giving arrows and pierced the cold bosom of the earth. Immediately, the brown surface was covered with luxuriant verdure. Birds of many colors flitted through the foliage of the newborn forest trees. Animals of all kinds gamboled over the grassy plains, and swift darting fishes swam in the limpid streams. All was now life, joy, and motion. Gaia, roused from her apathy, admired all that had already been done for her embellishment, and resolving to crown and complete the work so well begun, created Uranus, heaven. That's the story. So mote it be.
So would it be.
And so I have been reminding folks on a regular basis that mythology is meant to be regarded as an allegory. And the minute you start to take an allegory literally is the minute that you start to build knowledge in the wrong direction. And so in that particular myth, when we consider like the dethroning of a parent by their child, maybe we don't consider an act of betrayal, but maybe a consideration for the natural order of things.
Mhm.
You know, night is gives way to daytime. Daytime gives way to night again, and perhaps it is an expression of natural phenomenon. And it's us as like humans, we are the ones who have a tendency to place judgment on these things or render them as good or evil or heinous or incestuous or what have you. And then the other thing is that when it comes to like retelling of these tales, even the Greek stories have their origins in oral tradition. And so by the time any of these things come to be written down, they have been altered, misremembered, re remembered. Political things have been added to them or superimposed over them. So it's really not meant to be something for us to lose sleep over that, like, supposedly a child married his mother and, like, reigned over the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So take that for what it's worth, folks. And then, I don't know, what do you think about that?
So I do think it also speaks to a natural order that I think could do with being remembered in current social norms, which is that it is natural and normal for elders to be not replaced, but sort of make way for their predecessors or their successors.
Yep, yep. For realsies.
You know, it's, that is the temporal nature of the undersoul that we were just talking about, and the physical form that is the limitation of the soul is that it ages.
Mm-hmm.
A natural and normal thing.
It's a fact. Tis a fact. Thank you for adding that to the discussion. Um, when you think about or teach about the nature of the soul, um, what maybe aspects of that discussion do you think are like the most poignant or the most helpful for aiding like a new student in understanding like its vastness?
That's a good question. So the human brain, I'm going to start there because I'm comfortable in anatomy. Again, we are severely limited by our physical form, and it is extremely hard for the mind to comprehend infinite. It's kind of why we have just that word for it, infinite, ever going, right? But like when you really try to comprehend like the vastness of an infinite soul, life upon life, um, that's a lot, right? Because I mean, if you really think about it and the way that it breaks down in the third degree lessons, like Beloved Levada did a great job of simplifying it in the Five Mystic Secrets, because we know and we've learned like that soul, that oversoul, is it's a collection of not just consecutive lives, but lives living simultaneously. Um, there's no, it's like the limits are so hard to grasp sometimes. But I do think the diamond is like that solid representation. Is great for deity too, because it's such a great visual. A lantern's a good one too,
Mhm.
of just like comprehending, like, you know, everybody knows what a faceted diamond looks like. And it's so easy to say, okay, each one of those facets, because diamonds have so many, too many to count. And each one of those facets is a little window of an undersoul on the oversoul, right? And you're just one facet of the glittering gem that is your soul.
So mote it be.
What would it be?
Earlier, when I was talking about a piece of it, I was talking about the way that each of us having a soul is a reflection of deity, of divinity, that has on purpose differentiated itself and then constructed the veil as a way of helping itself forget about its united nature or its unionized origins.
Hmm?
And so the fact that we perceive ourselves as different from each other, or maybe even different from the plants and animals, is actually the illusion of the veil that was put there so that divinity could experience itself in all of its different possibilities.
It's a great explanation.
Me and you, we here as literally aspects of the supreme creator being that is got our knowledge, our attention, our perception obscured purposely by the veil.
Hmm. Well, it's like deity is immanent and transcendent, right? He's within us. We are deity. We are manifestations of the soul of deity.
Mhm.
And deity is also way greater than we as tiny little chunks of that soul will ever be.
Mhm.
And everything around you, every living thing, part of that.
Love it. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for adding to the conversation. It's so much more powerful when I'm not just talking to myself.
I would imagine that's true.
Even though, if we're going to take the theology that we just spoke about seriously, me and you having this conversation is really us talking to ourselves.
Hopefully. Probably more so for me and you.
Oh, I don't know why that tickled me so much just now. We 15 minutes out from the next offering. We probably got enough time for another myth real quick. Should we stick with the Greek or should we move to a different culture?
An Egyptian.
Egyptian. You know, I don't got a problem with that for a single bit. So I have the epic gods and monsters, myth and tales. That does have some Egyptian in there. But then I also have this bad mamma jamma right here, Egyptian myths and legends. Quite thick. It's a thick bitch. Um, let's see if we could get the creation here. The creation of the living world. Let's have about it. All right, the creation of the living world. The priests who served the sun god in the temple of Heliopolis, now absorbed into modern Cairo, told a dramatic tale. At the very beginning of time, nothing existed but the waters known as noon. Suddenly, just as Egypt's fields reemerged each year from the Nile floods, an island emerged from noon. Seated on this island was the god Atum, who then brought life to his new world. He coughed and spat, and in some variations of the story, masturbated to create twin children, Shu, the god of the atmosphere, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut, Egypt's first sexually differentiated beings, married and produced Geb and Nut, a brother and sister whose quarrelsome marriage produced 4 divine children. While Atum's creation of the gods was a deliberate act, his creation of people was a happy accident. One day, the twins fell into the waters of chaos and were presumed drowned. Atum mourned his lost children deeply. When they returned to him, he cried tears of joy, which as they hit the ground became men and women. With the creation of the first 5 gods, the bubble-like organization of the Egyptian cosmos was established. The earth god Geb lay beneath the sky goddess Nut, separated from her by Shu, the atmosphere. Surrounding this bubble of life were the chaotic waters of noon. Egypt was naturally the center of the world within this bubble. It is tempting to speculate that the Duat, the land of the dead, lay underneath Geb, separated from him by his moist mother Tefnut. Atum had no need to create a sun. As a solar deity, he brought his own light with him. Later versions of the myth clarify this, and it is Ra who emerges on the mound of creation. While Ra was celebrated as the powerful midday sun, Atum became associated with the dying evening sun. While the dung beetle Khepri was revered as the morning sun. All of these aspects of the same divinity, by the way. Ra was a self-generated solar god who had the power to create all living things emerging from the waters of chaos. He slashed his penis to release 2 children, Hu and Sia. Ra then created the world. He ruled it until growing old and tired, he retreated into the sky. Every day, the young Ra sailed his day boat on a fairly uneventful voyage from east to west across Egypt's blue sky. As he crossed the sky, he grew older. Each evening, the now elderly Ra sailed his night boat on a hazardous voyage through the underworld, assisted by his fearful crew. Ra spent the 12 hours of the night being attacked and battling enemies such as the evil serpent Apophis, who threatened to extinguish his light. Eventually, if all went well, he would be reborn from Nut in the morning. That was less fun. I mean, I feel like in a book of Egyptian mythology, they could have actually given us the story instead of like that synopsis. Whatever.
I have a copy of that story in a children's book somewhere.
And it's probably much more fun than the one that we just had.
Definitely doesn't talk about slashing penises.
Which is a fun parallel to how Aphrodite was born in the Greek. Oh, a hymn to Nut, the sky goddess. Oh, Nut, you have extended yourself over your son, the Osiris Pepi. You have snatched him out of the hand of Set. Join him to yourself, Nut. Come, snatch your son. Behold, you come from this great one like to yourself. O Nut, cast yourself upon your son, the Osiris Pepi. O Nut, cast yourself upon your son, the Osiris Pepi. From him, O great fashioner, this great one is among your children. From him, O great fashioner, this great one is among your children. Keb was to Nut, you did become a spirit. You were a mighty goddess in the womb of your mother Tefnut when you were not born. From you, Pepi, with life and well-being, he shall not die. Strong was your heart. You leapt in the womb of your mother in your name of Newt. O perfect daughter, mighty one in your mother, who was crowned like a king of the north. Make this Pepi a spirit soul in you. Let him not die. O great lady who did come into being in the sky, who is mighty, who does make happy and does fill every place or being with your beauty. The whole earth is under you. You have taken possession of it. You have encompassed the earth. Everything is in your two hands. Grant that this Pepi may be in you like an imperishable star. You have associated with Keb in your name as Pet. You have united the earth in every place. O mistress over the earth, you are above your father's shoe. You have the mastery over him. He has loved you so much that he seated himself under you in everything. You have taken possession of every god for yourself. You have made them shine like lamps. Assuredly they shall not cease from you like the stars. Let not this Pepi depart from you in your name of hurt. That's fun.
I found my copy of the 5 Mystic Secrets.
Love it for us. Now
You're making me want to go find my good mythology books.
Let's see, we have a visitor. I wonder who it could be. Oh, it's Uncle. It's Uncle.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How are you, sir?
I am very good. How are you?
Doing pretty decently, hanging in there, cruising through the night quite lovely. How was your day so far?
It has been a very busy day today. Very positive day, but very busy.
Mine too.
All of us have been quite busy today. Today was our public celebration of Ostara at the shop.
Ours will be tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Ostara, the Sabbath with the rabbit.
Love that.
Behold the egg. Behold our friend.
Our friend the egg.
So we've been spending the evening reflecting on the 5 Mystic Secrets, reading some mythology, doing some comparative analysis of some creation stories. The Egyptian one was a little bit underwhelming, but some similarities between the Norse creation story and the Chinese one. Both of them included giants. It was quite great.
It's interesting because there are a number of different creation stories out of ancient Egypt. Some of them are more underwhelming than others. Some of them are more complex than others.
Indeed.
One of the fascinating things about Egypt is it shows you so very clearly the way that ancient religion varied from one place to another, sometimes from one family to another, while still having an overall cohesion.
I find that incredibly fascinating.
Well, I think that today, more than ever before, we need to remember this, that we don't always have to agree on every little thing in order to be able to be cohesive with one another. We can have different ways of looking at certain aspects of existence and still have a respect for all of those differences.
Nicely stated. Nicely stated.
Thank you.
It's almost like you've been the head of a global tradition for many, many years.
There's a little experience there.
So we're about 4 minutes out from the 10 o'clock hour and the next presentation of offerings to the ancestors. I've been making offerings every hour starting at 5 o'clock.
Hmm.
They get a candle every hour. They get ancestor money every hour. They get prayers every hour. And I make an affirmation or several affirmations on behalf of the entire great family. They have gotten liquor, incense, coffee, and honey as well.
They like all those things.
Then at the 10 o'clock hour, they will get milk in their coffee to kind of complete that particular sequence of offerings. So that is coming up in the next 3 minutes.
Most excellent.
Would you like to offer us a prayer?
Absolutely.
Cool. I would love that.
Let me know when we are ready for it, and we will have a prayer.
Absolutely. I'm so excited. I'm also very excited to have some company. It was for the first couple of hours. There were some folks who were present in the chat who were interacting back and forth.
I see there seem to be a good number of people in the chat room this evening.
Yeah, they have since dwindled out and have went on their way. 4 or 5 hours has proven to be pretty exhausting for them, but alas.
Oh yeah, but that's part of the nature of a vigil.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right, so we're 2 minutes out now.
At least you can talk during this vigil.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't imagine being here broadcasting in complete and total silence.
That would be a very interesting exercise.
Bonkers. I think that would be bonkers. One of my favorite things about offering liquids is I like to pretend that the ancestors actually drink them as they evaporate.
Mm-hmm.
That's been a thing that's carried over since childhood.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Very cool.
I have Caroline and William and Leveda and Frank actually set up, as well as the Correllian proper that represents all the Correllian ancestors. And the visualization I've been pitching is the prayers and the offerings go up into the vault of heaven, and the blessings come down out through the vault of heaven, sprinkling all over us through every corner of the earth and impregnating all the waters that we drink or what have you. So that's what's happening.
In the chat room, Sam for Books remarks on doing the same thing.
Fun times. It's a little childlike innocence. Just a little childlike innocence to get us through the day.
Absolutely.
All right, we are at the 10 o'clock mark. Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with us. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for the grace. Sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to descend upon this place and continue to receive the offerings that we make unto you for the nourishment of our connection to each other, to our connection to the great work. I call upon you to receive these offerings well and allow them to strengthen our relationship to each other and the great work, increasing our fidelity to each other, increasing our sense of responsibility to each other. I do ask, beloved ancestors, that you shower us with blessings. Help us remember our resiliency. Help us remember our power and our ability to affect change in our world. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
All right, Uncle, your turn.
Beloved ancestors, we come to you this night with love and thanks for all that you have done for us and all that you have taught us over many, many years. And we ask you to continue to be with us, to continue to guide us, to inspire us, and to help us to move forward in these very interesting times. We ask you to give us healing for whatever may need to be healed. We ask you to help us to come together, to help us to mend fences where fences need mending, to build alliances where alliances are needful, to take action where action is required, in order to move forward in the ways that are most beneficial to the purposes of spirit in physical manifestation. Help us to do the great work in the world as we go forward, and help us to find the avenues to carry it into all parts of the world. Help us to step forward where our aid is needed, and to help those whom we can help in moving forward in these difficult times. Beloved spirits, beloved ancestors, we thank you with great love, and knowing you are always with us, still from respect, we thank you for your attention and your presence. So mote it be.
So mote it be. Of course, we continue with the offering of some ancestor money, spiritual currency, you can use as you see fit. We send this to you now. Hail, ancestors, one of our blood, spirit of our spirit, we know you are with us. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. That watch your struggle and give thanks for your grace. We cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie here. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of fire, and I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this great work. Amen. I do charge you, O sacred oil. I do charge you in all of your parts, and I call upon you to awaken into life. Remember your purpose and align with our will. Support, uplift, elevate, build a great family. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Hi.
Hi.
I was looking for a specific book, but I couldn't find it. I did find other ones, though.
Want to offer a prayer for the 10 o'clock hour?
Sure. Well, why don't you let Uncle do it? I'll do 11.
He just did one.
Oh, okay. I pray for a decrease of stress, for community and a strengthening, a renewal, a growth. In this time of balance, when everything is waking up, I pray that we also awaken that we grow into strong crops. We take the nourishment of the soil and the rain and allow it to nurture the spirit. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
I affirm vitality over every organ and every body of our great family. Our bodies operate flawlessly. I call restoration to replace every trace of imbalance. Our minds and our bodies remember how to heal, and they do so now. I call upon all doors to be open. I call upon accelerated favor. I call upon blessings to arrive before we can even ask for them. And I call upon all of us to understand that overflow is our new normal. We are surrounded by loyal, loving, joyful, and soul-aligned connections. Our circle reflects the love that we embody. We are cherished. People regard us with cherished intentions. Love meets us where we stand. I call upon each of us to embrace our own divine authority and our ability to trust in our higher selves. Abundance, prosperity, financial security seek us out and find us easily. Our transactions are always approved. Our minds, bodies, and spirits are healthy. Our minds are sharp, capable of thinking, reasoning, perceiving, concluding, and responding flawlessly. Our bodies function optimally. We are capable of healing ourselves and maintaining the necessary balance, and we do so now. Our spirits and our higher selves are united and complete. We receive messages from our higher selves all the time, and we are able to use these messages for the betterment of ourselves and our communities. Abundance seeks us out and finds us easily. Our relationships are safe and secure and full of love. They are ordained by spirit. So mote it be, and it is so.
So mote it be.
Which books did you find, sis?
A few interesting ones. This one I don't remember having. It's kind of a creation myth. It's Chinese. Yeah.
That's Pangu?
Ba Xiao rescues the sun.
Oh.
Let me read it.
Let's read the final mystic secret first.
Okay.
Want to do it?
Sure, everyone.
Okay. So this is the fifth and final of the 5 mystic secrets. And so if you are studying for the first degree and you have stayed with us this long, just go ahead and tell your mentor that you took the class with me. And now at last, we are ready for the 5th sister, and her name is Freedom. This sister tells you that you need not be shackled in place, and that if you are, you yourself possesses the key. Hers is a secret to take to heart. Hers is the secret of action. If there's anything in you, if there's anything in your life you do not like, you can change it. Try it. If there's anything not in your life that you desire, you can have it. Reach. You hold yourself back. You are the master of your own fate, and alone the responsibility is yours. Scary, isn't it? If you reach for something, you may not get it, but if you do not reach, then surely you will not get it. It's your choice. Every time, and a choice to be sure to be made with good sense and intelligence, but still your choice. It is a choice you were created to make, not give away or hang about the neck of a scapegoat. Taking responsibility in your life is not disobedience to God. God gave you the responsibility in the first place. If God wanted you to be unable to make choices and stand on your own feet, she would hardly need have created you, now would she? Why would God go to the trouble of setting all this up just so she could spend her time matching 100 billion people's socks for them? Making your own mistakes is the point of existing at all, so that you can learn from them. So you are making your own successes. God doesn't need you to build her sandcastles for her, nor does she need to build sandcastles through you. God can build her own sandcastles. Don't take my word for it. Have a look at the Mojave Desert or the Grand Canyon. When you build a sandcastle, it's there for you to enjoy and take pride in. God doesn't need the credit for your sandcastles, as some people suggest she does. He gave you the ability so that you could build it to uplift yourself. When you do something good, you deserve the credit for it. God rejoices over your sandcastles. She isn't jealous of it. And when you do something bad, you must take the responsibility for that too. The devil didn't make you knock over Billy's sandcastle. You chose to do it. If you want to make it right again, then you must do something as nice as that was mean to make up for it. That is karma. And until you make up for the bad things you've done by doing good things, you'll just get more and more lost on the road to God. But God will wait for you. Freedom is responsibility. God doesn't want you to be intelligent and creative. He wants you to be worthy and useful. And she can wait for however many lifetimes it takes for you to become that. After all, she's already waited this long. If God just wanted a bunch of sheltered, inexperienced servants, she would never have had to create a whole universe to get them. And if she needed a bunch of sheltered, inexperienced servants, well, then she would have floundered at the start when she was on her own. God wants variety. Open your eyes and see it about you. What is the hallmark of nature if not variety? God loves things that are new and different. She likes bright colors and original ideas. God doesn't want everyone to be the same. If God wanted homogeny, you'd see it in nature. Surprise, it isn't there. God doesn't want to put you in a pigeonhole or a bracket. He doesn't want you to walk on a straight and narrow path either. He wants you to look to the sides and see the flowers, look above and see the clouds, walk in the grass and explore. This is God's real will. He wants you to be free, to be happy, and to succeed. She is a helping hand, not an obstacle on your path. There is nothing to hold you back, not even death, for death is not real, only a temporary rest on the other side between lives. Only your own fear can hold you back. Fear or bad planning, self-doubt, and ill will toward others. So be free and take advantage of the world that's been created for you, where your only goaler is yourself. So be it. These are the 5, the secrets to a happy and successful life. Those who believe them are without fear. For what is there to fear when you know in your heart that life is eternal? That God is nice and likes you and wants to see you do well, and that within you awaits the peace and serenity you seek, waiting only for you to look inside and truly believe what you say you believe. With that knowledge, truly believe you can pursue anything without fear. You can develop the powers within or go bravely into the world. What could hold you back? but none of it can help you unless you come to truly believe it. For if you do not truly accept any belief you lay claim to, it will leave you wanting in the lurch. All this being so, I say, may the blessing be, and may you succeed in all you do. Whatever you do, do it with love, and good things shall be yours. Thank you. Lady Elizabeth Greenwood. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Wasn't that nice?
Yes.
By far my favorite piece of tradition writing. Every time I read it, I feel like I learn something, remember something, connect something.
That's wonderful.
Indeed.
We were talking about when we read the last sister before this one, Leveda really had a gift of, I don't want to say dumbing it down, but what is that, like beginner's mind, teaching to the beginner's mind? She had a gift for that, of making it edible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Making it understandable for people.
Yeah.
It it doesn't help anyone if they can't understand what you're trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to say it in a way they can't understand, you may as well never say it.
Mm-hmm.
But my mother's favorite saying was, "You have to meet people where you find them." And yeah, that's all about accessibility. It's all about understandability.
Mm-hmm.
It is vitally important if you want people to understand a subject, that you do present it to them in a way that they can receive.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Which books did you find, sis?
All right, so we can pick. I have Ba Xiao Rescues the Sun, which is a Chinese myth. I have Anansi the Spider, which is an Ashanti myth. I found my book of Norse myths and my book of Greek myths. And I also found the first book of myths, which is going to be multicultural. Yeah.
Also, hello to Jade Rising in the chat.
This one
hello.
seems like it has a lot of various cultures. You got a preference?
Why don't you start with the Chinese one?
All right. I did find my, I have a really awesome book that's the myth of Arachne in kind of a cool way, but I did not bring it up because thought we were just doing creation myths.
It's okay.
All right, so this is, what'd you say?
I said it's okay. You good?
This is Ba Xiao Rescues the Sun. Thousands of years ago, the land was rich and peaceful. Lu Chun and his wife, Hui Nong, worked a paddy by the shining West Lake in eastern China. Under the warm sun, Lu Chun watched his rice plants grow heavy with grain, and Hui Nong waited for the birth of their first child. They were content. But one black day, a wild wind swept the land. The wind plucked the sun from the sky like an orange from a tree. The day became as dark as night, cold as ice, and the rice plants began to wither. What has happened? Lu Chun shouted. It is the king of devils, the old man of the village cried in terror. This cannot be. The king of devils has stolen the sun. He has hidden the sun deep in the home of the devils. But why? The king of devils is afraid of light. He wants the land to stay in darkness forever. Then I must find the sun, said Lu Chun. Impossible. The devils are terrible creatures. They cannot be defeated by normal men. But Lu Chun was determined to try. Hui Nong made special walking shoes for him from her flowing hair. And as Lu Chun said farewell to her, a golden phoenix landed lightly on his shoulder. This is a good omen, he said and smiled. We will find the sun, this bird and I, and if I fail, I will show the way. So Lu Chun began his quest, a rice farmer with a golden bird on his shoulder. Hui Nyang waited for months in darkness. She was anxious and alone until her house shook with the laughter of a baby son. She was delighted with the baby and called him Ba Xiao. She wished Lu Chun would hurry back so she could present him with his new son. But one day, the golden phoenix returned alone, and a new star shone in the black sky. Hui Nong looked at the new star and wept. At that moment, a strange breeze touched Ba Xiao, and the baby stood and spoke. A second breeze whispered, and Ba Xiao strode from the house. A third breeze sighed. Ba Xiao grew into a giant of a man. The golden phoenix settled on his shoulder. Do not worry, mother, Ba Xiao boomed. We will find the sun and we will release it. Ba Xiao left Hui Nong alone outside her dark house and followed the new star across the great land. He walked through thick forest swamps, over jagged mountains, along dusty paths until his shoes had worn from his feet and his clothes hung in rags from his back. But as he shuffled along a lonely road, the people of a small mountain village saw him shivering and stopped him. They made him a cloak taken from the best sheepskins of 100 families. With this cloak, no cold can harm you, said the villagers. Ba Xiao thanked them and walked on into the cold lands until he reached an icy river broad as the sea. It is too much, said Ba Xiao, and shook his head. It cannot be crossed. But your father crossed it, said the golden phoenix. See the guiding star? The new star flickered from the other side. Ba Xiao was afraid, but he stepped slowly into the swirling water. Do not worry, said the golden phoenix. The 100 family cloak will keep you afloat. Ba Xiao fought the river. He was hurled through the gorges of white water, flung against rocks, swept along in a vast flood. After many days, he reached the other side, but he was too weak to go on. Villagers by the river gave him warmth, a bed, and something from their last food store while he rested. When he was strong enough to walk again, they gave him a special parcel of earth. You will need this, they said. It comes from our hearts. Ba Xiao walked on until he came to an old woman sitting at the junction of 3 roads. Granny, which way should I go to find the sun? Ba Xiao asked. Go home, young man, the old woman said. The sun is dead. No, I must go on. I must see the sun, whether it is dead or alive. Soon he reached a strangely happy village, with people inviting him to join them in a banquet. They sang and laughed and offered him a cup of dark wine. But the golden phoenix dropped into the cup a shoe made from a woman's flowing hair. Ba Xiao leapt to his feet in rage. My father has died here. He hurled the poison cup at the ground, and the village vanished as if it had never been. Ba Xiao stopped and thought the ghost village and the old woman were traps laid by the king of devils. The home of the devils must be close. He strode across the great plain until he could hear the roar of the breakers of the East Ocean. The new star was shimmering on the horizon, but the East Ocean was broader and deeper than all the rivers in the land. How could he cross this endless water? Then Ba Xiao remembered the package of earth. Ba Xiao threw a pinch of earth into the ocean, and suddenly an island appeared. 1,000 pinches of earth became 1,000 islands. Boshao strode from island to island across the East Ocean. He reached a black crag alone in the ocean, the prison of the sun. He crept up to the crag and heard the devils laughing far below. At last. Boshao filled his chest with a great storm wind and roared into the cleft in the crag. The crag shook and echoed Boshao's anger as if the earth was cracking apart. The devils burst in panic from their rock fortress, tumbling into the sea. Boshao crept quietly into the dark stone fortress. He wandered down dripping tunnels, across still black lakes, into caverns, silent and waiting. Then he saw a dim orange light. A ball of dying flame was flickering in a cave deep under the sea. Boshao had found the sun. The golden phoenix supported the weight of the sun as Boshao led them into the starlit night. But the devils swarmed after Boshao, and the sun, shrieking in rage. The sun followed the bright new star, growing in size and power as it climbed from the sea. The devils howled and clutched at Boshao, but the sun was driving back the black of the long night. In the new morning, the king of devils was burnt from the sky, and the sun brought light and warmth back to the earth. That is the way it was thousands of years ago. But when a pink-rimmed cloud carries the sun into the sky at dawn, that is the golden phoenix. And there is a single bright star that stays in the sky to greet the sun. That is Boshao's father, Lu Chun. The West Lake in eastern China has a pagoda called Boshao, marking the place where Huinong began her long wait for husband and son. That is the way it is.
Very cool.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. A good one. Are there any parallels or comparisons that you noticed?
Definitely while I was reading it, yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, it's the hero's journey, right? It's like a core mythological theme. Um, it's funny, earlier you were talking about how most of the creation myths you read tonight had giants in them.
Mhm.
This was no exception.
Yeah.
I like the idea of being guided by the ancestors.
For sure.
Like the father was like, he's like,
Mm.
I'm probably not going to do this, but if I don't come back, I'll be the guide for the next one.
Yep.
And then all these people that he meets in the first few villages, just like giving him the tools that he needs, even though they probably don't have very much and they're living in the dark and their food stores suck. They're like, nope, this kid's going to go find the sun. We got to help him.
Yep.
It's community.
Mhm.
Yeah. What do we ever really accomplish alone, right?
Well, you certainly accomplished more together.
Righto. That was actually the theme that Reverend Antimony was leading with in today's Osar ritual.
Mhm.
We did not do an egg ceremony. We did a seed ceremony.
Mhm.
Nice.
And she created a sigil, and we charged it with any remaining things that we wanted to be energetic compost.
Mm.
And that energetic compost was going to be the thing that nurtured the seeds, which were rosemary seeds. But we charged the sigil with the stuff that we wanted to be compost, and then we charged the seed with whatever it was that we wanted to bring into the community. And that was the workings that we did for Ostar today. And the crux of it, or the point of it, was that as individuals, we might not be as effective in helping the community that we were all like very consciously building. But together, you know, each of us adding some compost and adding a talent would help us all thrive all the better.
Yes, indeed.
Let's see. I think I will move away from creation. And how about
I might have to make you let me read the Arachne one at some point. We don't have to do it now. I just read one.
make you let me?
Please let me. I've always wanted to read that one out.
Mm.
That's a good one. It's downstairs. I have to go get it.
You know what? I think I will do another creation. The one that I want to do is from Aztec mythology, the creation story of the four sons. Have you ever heard that one before, either of you?
Oh, yes.
I think so.
Yeah, it's pretty short.
A story of sacrifice and self-sacrifice.
You know how it goes. The creation story of the four sons. Wow, I really picked one with a bunch of names that I can only pronounce inside my head. All right, well, illustration is coming up. We'll have the Western quarters, so let's go ahead and practice. Tonacatecutli and Tonacasiquatl dwelt from the beginning in the 13th heaven. To them were born, as to an elder generation, four gods. The ruddy Kamaxtli, chief divinity of the Tlaxcalans, and the black Tezcatlipoca, wizard of the night. Quetzalcoatl, the wind god, and the grim Huitzilopochtli, of whom it was said that he was born without flesh, a skeleton. For 600 years, these deities lived in idleness. Then the four brethren assembled, creating first the fire, hearth of the universe, and afterward a half-sun. They formed also Oshomoko and Hippotonal, the first man and first woman, commanding that the former should till the ground, and the latter spin and weave. While to the woman they gave powers of divination and grains of maize that she might work cures. They also divided time into days and inaugurated a year of 18 20-day periods, or 360 days. That number of days reminds me of a creation story from Egypt, but I digress. Mictlantecuhtli and Mictlantecuhtli, they created to be Lord and Lady of Hell. And they formed the heavens that are below, the 13th story of the celestial regions, and the waters of the sea, making in the sea a monster, Hippochtli, from which they shaped the earth. The gods of the waters, Tlalotecuhtli and his wife, Calchihuitzlicu, they created, giving them dominion over the quarters. The son of the first pair married a woman formed from a hair of the goddess Xochitliquetzal. And the gods, noticing how little was the light given forth by the half-sun, resolved to make another half-sun, whereupon Tezcatlipoca became the sun-bearer. For what we behold traversing the daily heavens is not the sun itself, but only its brightness. The true sun is invisible. The other gods created huge giants who could uproot trees by brute force and whose food was acorns. For 13 times 52 years, altogether 676, this period lasted. As long as its sun endured, and it is from this first sun that time began to be counted. For during the 600 years of the idleness of the gods, while Huitzilopochtli was in his bones, time was not reckoned. This sun came to an end when Quetzalcoatl struck down Tezcatlipoca and became sun in his place. Tezcatlipoca was metamorphosed into a jaguar, the constellation Ursa Major, which is seen by night in the skies wheeling down into the waters whither Quetzalcoatl cast him. And this jaguar devoured the giants of that period. At the end of 676 years, Quetzalcoatl was treated by his brothers as he had treated Tezcatlipoca, and his son came to an end with a great wind which carried away most of the people of that time or transformed them into monkeys. Then for 7 times 52 years, Tlaloc was sun. But at the end of this 364 years, Quetzalcoatl rained fire from heaven and made Chalcicudlique son in place of her husband, a dignity which she held for 312 years, 6 times 52. And it was in these days that maize began to be used. Now 2,628 years had passed since the birth of the gods, and in this year it rained so heavily that the heavens themselves fell, while the people of that time were transformed into fish. When the gods saw this, they created 4 men with whose aid Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl again upreared the heavens, even as they are today, and these 2 gods, becoming lords of the heavens and of the stars, walked therein. After the deluge and the restoration of the heaven, Tezcatlipoca discovered the art of making fire from sticks and of drawing it from the heart of flint. The first man, Tzintlicupli, and his wife, who had been made of a hair of Xochiquetzal, did not perish in the flood, because they were divine. A son was born to them, and the gods created other people just as they had formerly existed. But since, except for the fires, all was in darkness, the gods resolved to create a new sun. This was done by Quetzalcoatl, who cast his own son by Chalcicudlique into a great fire, whence he issued as the sun of our own time. Tlaloc hurled his son into the cinders of the fire, and thence rose the moon, ever following after the sun. This sun, said the gods, should eat hearts and drink blood, and so they established wars that there might be sacrifices of captives to nourish the orbs of light. So would it be.
So would it be.
So would it be.
It's great. Giants appeared in this one too.
Yeah.
And bringing back the sun.
Also, the deluge and flood mythos, which was a part of Norse, but not a part of Pangu. And then also like the floods of Middle Eastern mythology. Also has like a cute little parallel here. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much easier. Like in my head, I can say the name so many times over and over and over again. And in my head, reading them out loud, like I sound like I've never like even practiced those names before. So my apologies for that. Like I know it does like have an impact on the story, but I did the best that I could.
You did a good job.
While we have you here, Uncle,
Mm-hmm.
could you remark on how come, or rather why, or what benefit do we as Correllian people get from being so syncretic?
Oh. I think the harder part of that answer is where to start. The benefits of taking a syncretic point of view. The first one is open-mindedness, not being rigid or hidebound in how we look at things. You can look at certain other movements in the world and see how damaging it is to be rigid and hidebound. It also allows us to come together, even though we have different cultural origins, because we acknowledge that these are different ways of looking at what is ultimately the same spiritual truth. And that goes back to the founding of our tradition, whose original members and whose founder, Caroline, came from a confluence of different ethnic backgrounds. And so that aspect of syncretism has been there from the very beginning for us. And I think that it gives us a much broader way of interpreting and relating to the world. And I think it also speaks to how we look at most issues. You know, I've been known to say that Correllianism, at least in the present age, is very often a resolution of opposites. And that is what syncretism can be also. It's taking things that don't at first appear to be related and finding the commonality between them. I've talked on many occasions of what a great benefit it was when we started doing Sabbat rituals on air for both hemispheres. And so we would have, well, as the upcoming Sabbat, we will have Ostara and Mabon, both in the same ritual. And by doing this, we learn about both of those Sabbats in ways that examining them separately doesn't always show us. And I think syncretism does that. By looking at so many different things, we get a much wider view. So that's part of what I would say to that.
Thank you. Thank you kindly.
And in the chat room, Ed the Pagan says, we are wildly adaptive. Yes, we are. We are accelerators toward a widely important to live for a long, deep time. Yes. I believe we are accelerating toward the ability to exist indefinitely. And that's part of syncretism too. Mm-hmm. If your system is rigid and cannot change, you're not going to survive a generation because the next generation will be different. And you cannot look at anything deeply because you're busy getting upset about details. And I think that it's very important that we hold on to our syncretism and to our broad worldview.
I love that for us.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely love that for us.
Well, you know, I was talking about how this is right there at the beginning of the tradition. And Caroline came from a patchwork of different ethnicities, actually, but both Native American and European particularly. And in Cherokee mythology, the sun is female and the moon is male. Whereas in most European mythology, the sun is male and the moon is female. So right there in her own upbringing, she had to be able to understand how two different people could look at this same thing differently and yet have the same spiritual knowledge. And I think that has remained an aspect of this tradition ever since.
Mm-hmm.
And when we look at, well, the kinds of myths we're looking at tonight, we see very different ways of understanding things, but it's all the same world, it's all the same people trying to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And we can look at all of them and find wisdom in them. And I think it's very sad to come from a background where you think you are the only ones who could ever have anything valuable to say. We see that in certain other religions, we see it in certain other traditions within the pagan world. And it's just such a limiting point of view. The world is much broader than that. It's like if you were convinced that the only color you should ever wear is black, you'd be missing out on so many other wonderful colors you could wear. Not referring to anyone in particular with that, but it certainly has been a fashion on occasion, and nothing wrong with preferring a particular color, as long as you don't think it's the only one you could ever wear or that anyone should ever wear. I've often said that when the time comes for me to join the Ancestors, and then eventually reincarnate, hopefully back into the Correllian tradition, if I found it unchanged since my previous life, I would be terribly disappointed. It should continue to evolve, it should continue to grow, it should continue to change. And it would be appalling if it did not.
I think there's a even deeper part of the mystery of syncretism is that it really is survival. It's evolution.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It really is. And survival is it's one of the great goals we all have, because if we don't survive, we're not going to do anything. And if we look around the world today, there are many people who don't necessarily want us to survive. And speaking for myself, I shall survive just despite them.
That part. That part is so relatable.
Absolutely.
But also because I want to survive.
Like a lot is made in our communities about Christianity and Catholicism taking pieces of paganism in order to absorb the populations and conquer more easily and everything. But you really have to wonder, like, were they actually smart enough to know to do that? Or did it happen because spiteful, stubborn people like us just refused to give it up?
I think there's some of both of that. But the thing is, it far predates Christianity. If you look at Roman religion and Greek religion, they were constantly adapting parts of their neighbor's religion and their predecessor's religion. If you look at Greek mythology, a huge layer of Greek mythology is set in Pelasgian civilization, which precedes classical Greek civilization, and involves deities who were no longer really current for the later Greeks, but they kept it going. if you look at Egypt, it's even more prominent there. And they had deities who continued to be mentioned long after their heyday, because they continued to carry it forward. And this is often spoken of as if it were a terrible thing by those who are not syncretic, but I don't. I just see it as sharing the things that are important.
I once
And
read
yeah,
somewhere that, in perspective, like Cleopatra was as far removed from like the real ancient Egyptians
mhm.
as we are from her, basically, or
Less
more
time
so.
has passed from the lifetime of Cleopatra to us than the Great Pyramids to her.
Yeah.
People do not realize how long ancient Egyptian civilization was. One of the things that often annoys me is when people want to talk about how ancient Egyptian was pronounced, as if there was one pronunciation that would apply to a 3,000 plus year period with several different geographical locations. There can never be an answer to how ancient Egyptian was pronounced unless you qualify it to this may be how ancient Egyptian was pronounced in this time and place. I mean, we can be reasonably certain how ancient Egyptian was pronounced in the late period because the Greeks were right there to translate it and write it down. But we have no reason to think that if you go back 1,000 years before that, it would have been pronounced the same way at all. Might have been similarities, but if you look at what the Akkadians wrote down 1,000 years earlier, they seem to have been hearing a very different pronunciation. And that's only to be expected, though, when 1,000 years have passed. Look what's happened to the English language in 1,000 years.
Also, regional dialects.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like the Greek deities. If you actually research Greek language and Greek deities, you will know that the versions of those names we have are very specific to certain times and places, and we're not at all universal. It is not like they even had just one version of the name, let alone one pronunciation. And so whenever I hear people try to get into that argument, my skin just crawls at the lack of understanding for how rich the tapestry actually is. Of course, I'm not a great fan of correcting pronunciations in the first place, unless it's desired. It's like every Halloween, everyone wants to get upset when someone says Samhain instead of Samhain. But then they'll go right ahead and say Beltane, which is just as an egregious a mispronunciation of Bolshana as Samhain is of Samhain. And we don't even want to get into the word jostle and how people pronounce that.
That's a good one.
It seems to me that people like to get their feathers ruffled very hypocritically on that subject. So my attitude is, however you can pronounce it, as long as you're doing your best. And yeah, of course, you should point out if there's a better way to do it, but be nice about it. And be glad that you're not trying to read Nahuatl. Unless, of course, you know how to do that.
Heard.
Nahuatl is actually a beautiful language, but if you're not familiar with it, trying to get it just out of the written word can be difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Although not as difficult as Gallic.
Mm-hmm.
But then what is?
But then what is?
Maybe French, but French in its own way is Gallic. But this comes back to that issue of syncretism, because it's the same way of looking at things. When you realize how diverse everything you're looking at is, you can't really be narrow in your point of view. I see people arguing over the Christian religion who don't have the faintest idea how many different variations there are on Christianity.
It's incredible.
There are versions of Christianity that the average American has no idea about.
Mm-hmm.
And similarly, Islam is a wide diversity of expressions as well. Judaism is a wide diversity of expressions, and Hinduism as well is a wide diversity of expressions. Everything on earth really is. So when someone wants to say this is the one and only way to think or believe or do things, I think the only appropriate reaction is a small giggle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio.
Yeah. Can be dreamed of by man.
And I see we're coming up on the next hour.
Yeah, we're about 2 minutes out from our 11 o'clock hour, so I'm getting prepared to do the next offering. Could be some more incense, some more ancestor money, another candle, obviously some prayers. It's going down. 1 minute. Let me find a lighter real quick before the time comes. Got it. And if y'all want to start thinking about the affirmations or the prayers that you would like to offer to our beloved spirits.
I shall gladly offer one more prayer, and then after that, I think I will probably be saying goodnight.
Thank you so much for the time that you have spent with us, sir.
It's my pleasure.
Appreciate it, Uncle.
Always.
So I'm just waiting for that tone to strike. Like, interestingly enough, like on the hour, I live very close to a Catholic church, and they will ring the bells, and
Ring the bells.
I'm gonna ring a bell. Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name you share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do call upon you to descend upon this place and continue to receive the offerings that we make unto you for the nourishment of our sacred relationship, for the invigoration of the great work. I call upon you to continue to receive these waters, these lights, these incense, the offering of spirits, the offering of coffee, of honey, of milk, that are made in token of our relationship to each other. We seek your divine intervention at this time as beings who know what it is to dwell in the physical and who know what it is to dwell in the spiritual realms. We seek your guidance, your protection, aid, your assistance All of this as we seek to navigate tumultuous times. Help us to remember our resiliency, help us to remember our strength, help us to remember our fortitude, help us to remember our commitments to ourselves and each other and our commitments to you. Help us to rise above all of the things that would threaten to hinder us, and help us to remember that together as a community, we are strong, we are capable, we are powerful, we are magical. So will it be.
So mote it be.
Let it be.
Incense is lit, and I offer you some more ancestor money, some sacred currency. Our ancestors are ballers tonight. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and
Blood and
spirit.
spirit of my spirit.
Me.
May you work with me.
Very
And serve
we pay homage to your
your
struggle.
struggle. Give thanks to your grace.
Uncle, would you like to offer a prayer?
Certainly. Beloved ancestors, beloved spirit guides, we thank you for the road that we have walked for so long, and we ask you to continue to guide us as we move forward. We ask you to heal our hearts wherever they may need healing, to strengthen our resolve where it may need strengthening, to help us to deal with a world that can at times be difficult. We ask you to guide our tradition and its many members. We ask you to help our leadership to work together. We ask that the right hand and the left hand may work together on common projects as they go forward. We ask that you shall continue to communicate with us through oracles and signs, and that you will help us to develop in the fullness of time into the ancestors that future generations will need, so that we may join you in leading the great family forward for many generations to come. Beloved ancestors, with great love, we thank you. So mote it be.
So mote it be. Beloved ancestors and spirit guides, we ask that you help the members of the Correllian community to connect with their higher selves, to pull into their proximity, prosperity, good health, growth and strong bonds, the ability to transcend the things that hold us back. Ancestors and spirit guides, help us to examine and fix ourselves when we are the problem. and protect us when we are not. So mote it be.
So mote it be. But thank you so much. And as you continue the vigil, go forth in strength.
Thank you so much, and you have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
Good night, Uncle.
Good night.
I do cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that are attached to you, O creature of fire, and I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this work. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
And I do charge and consecrate you, O sacred oil. I call upon you to awaken into life and to remember your purpose. Align your purpose with our purposes, enhancing our magic and our effectiveness. Be an ally for us at this time. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and
My
spirit
blood
of
and
my
spirit of
spirit.
my spirit. And you are with me.
Blessed is the name of
Blessed is the name we share. Yours is the honor.
who pay
We
homage
pay homage to your struggle. Give thanks for your grace.
Hail, ancestors, blood.
Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit.
I know
You
you're
are with me.
blessed is the name we share.
Blessed is the name we share.
And you pay homage to your
Ancestors struggle. Give thanks to your grace.
Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and
Blood and spirit of my spirit.
blessed is the name we
And
share.
we share, and yours is the honor.
And you pay homage to your
Ancestors struggle. Give thanks to your grace.
Hail, ancestors,
Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me.
blessed is the name we
Blessed
share.
is the name we share. And yours is the honor.
And you pay
I do
homage.
pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace.
Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do set this seventh light for you. And I call upon you to see it and be attracted to us. I call upon your spirits to descend upon this place, move with us, pray with us, empower us, invigorate us, strengthen us, recognize us, and anoint us with your blessing. I call upon you to heal us. I call upon you to strengthen us. I call upon you to make your love known and apparent to all the members of the great family. O sacred and beloved ancestors, and our higher selves be witness. I affirm vitality over every single last member of the great family. Every organ in our bodies operates flawlessly. I call restoration to replace every trace of imbalance in our bodies, in our minds, in our spirits, in our relationships, in our finances, in our perception. Our minds and our bodies remember how to heal, and they do so now. I call upon all doors to be open, all the doors that are meant for us, all of the doors that lead to our best opportunities and our highest good. Accelerated favor and blessings arrive for us before we can even ask for them. And we acknowledge that overflow is our new normal. Abundance is our new normal. Fortitude is our new normal. Resilience is our new normal. We are surrounded by loyal, loving, joyful, and soul-aligned connections. Our circles reflects the love that we embody, and we have perfect love and perfect trust in these circles. We are cherished. We are chosen with the highest intentions. Love meets us where we stand. We all embrace our own divine authority, and we trust our connection to our higher selves. Abundance, prosperity, financial security, health, seeks us out and they find us easily exactly where we stand. All of our transactions are always approved. Our minds, our bodies, our spirits are healthy and they remain so. Our minds are sharp, capable of thinking, reasoning, perceiving, concluding, and responding flawlessly. Our bodies function optimally. We are capable of healing ourselves and maintaining the necessary balance for all of our struggles and trials. And we heal ourselves now. Our spirits and our higher selves are united and complete. We receive messages from our higher selves all the time, and we are able to use these messages for the betterment of ourselves and our communities. The great family dwells in excellence. The great family dwells in peace. The great family dwells in prosperity and abundance. The great family dwells in the satisfaction of knowing that we are chosen by divinity for the work that we are assigned to do. And we dwell in the peace of knowing that we are capable of doing so. All of our relationships are safe and secure and full of love, and they are ordained by Spirit. It is so, so mote it be.
So mote it be.
At this time, I would like to introduce and welcome our next visitor, Reverend Mary Hawk, who is just so happens to be hosting the upcoming global lustration of the Ancestors in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm super glad that she was able to join us. Hello, Reverend Mary.
Hi, Mary.
Hello, Reverend Phoenix and Reverend Alyssa. It's good to join you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for doing this. It's very much needed.
Yeah. So we have been noticing the increase in the calls for help, assistance, energetically and otherwise. And so that was really the cue to engage the ancestors and engage the community of Correllians. And so here we are. This is the first night of 3 nights. The next one I want to say is happening either just before or just after lustration. I forgot what the next date was.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the first one. It's been a great night so far. Lots of fun discussion about Correllian philosophy and theology. We've been doing some active comparisons of the various creation myths from around the world, across cultures. And it's really illuminating why the Correllian tradition is the way that it is. And so, first and foremost, I'm wondering, do you have any prayers that you would like to offer to the ancestors on behalf of the entire great family?
Yes, I would be honored to. Beloved ancestors, those of you who have gone before us, we ask your guidance and your blessings on us. It is a very difficult time for us. Right now, there are many external forces that we are dealing with us. It's easy to feel like we are in situations that are beyond our control. Many of our brothers and sisters need help. They're in situations where they need blessings. So we are asking for your blessings for them. We are asking for blessings in the material realm. is. I know particularly of one person who was very close to facing homelessness. So open wide the gates of prosperity. We need to feel like we are on a firm foundation in the material realm. We need to be able to ask for what we need. We need to feel like we are deserving of the blessings of prosperity deep in our hearts. We ask for the healings that we need. So many people deny themselves prosperity because they don't feel like they are deserving of that. We ask for healing of the blockages that keep us from accepting prosperity, from drawing it in. We ask for the healing of the physical blockages on our health. We ask for the healings for the blockages on our mental health and our spiritual health, so that we can accept the blessings of love and prosperity. Because we know you pour those out on us endlessly. And so many times we have a hard time accepting those blessings and knowing that we are worthy of them and we are worthy of claiming a share of that as our right. So during this vigil, we ask that you open those blockages and let us accept love and healing and prosperity. Beloved ancestors, we thank you for your constant care for us, for your constant love for us, and your constant protection of us. We thank you for the path that we walk together with you. We send you our love and blessings because we know that you walk with us constantly. May the blessings be upon you now and always. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So won't it be? That was an incredible prayer.
That was lovely.
Thank you.
So, how was your day today?
I have had a marvelous day fellowshipping with our Asatru relatives.
Okay, okay. I love that.
Attended the Blessing of the Fields in Kentucky, where my son-in-law is a Gothi, and he led the ritual, and we had a feast, and I taught a tarot class, and I have been invited back, really commanded to come back to the next event.
That's great.
Made some wonderful new friends, had a wonderful day. So I have not actually seen the rest of the broadcast because I literally pulled into my house a few minutes before I hopped on.
Mm-hmm.
I have been gone since 6:30 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I have
had
had a marvelous day celebrating Ostara.
I love it.
yeah.
And I will take a second to mention that we will have an online Ostara Mabon ritual tomorrow
Sure will.
at 8 Central, 9 Eastern,
Mm-hmm.
for people who would like to tune in to that. So I have had a marvelous day, and I can see I'm slightly sunburned.
Listen, that's a beautiful thing. I mean, I wish you recovery from that and, diminished discomfort. But
Yes.
let the sun be what it's about to be.
Yes. But yes, I've had a wonderful day doing ritual with my grandkids and
That's nice.
extending community. So yeah.
Very nice.
Yes.
Incredible. It's been a pretty busy and productive day for everybody who's come across this screen. Um, our
So
all had open Ostara today at Rising Goddess, which is the shop that we host our open rituals at.
mhm.
We had a seed ritual and did some community work and invigorating, and it was it was a very
That sounds
beautiful.
wonderful.
It was a beautiful ritual. It was hosted by Reverend Antimony. You were in Danville for investiture, right, Reverend Mary?
Yes, I was.
So then you met briefly Reverend Antimony. She
Mhm.
was one of the ladies in white, and her husband was a dude in white. So she did that ritual. Um, and it was very lovely and very powerful and very relevant. Um, very community resiliency oriented, very social justice oriented. Um,
Mhm.
it was great. But you also got to one of the things that I wanted to mention. So you're one of our leaders in the tradition, and you make sure that we are able to have a regular Sabbat online ritual that anyone can attend to. And I don't know if you consider that like a part of your ministry on purpose, but that is kind of
Yes.
default, like something that like you do. And if anyone wanted to participate in that, like you would be the point person for it.
Yes.
Your perspective, why is it important to make sure that ritual is accessible to everyone?
Uh, well, doing online ritual is very important for people who do not live anywhere that they can go and do ritual with other people. Um, I am fortunate that I live in a place with a vibrant pagan community, and I have several opportunities to celebrate Sabbaths in person. But a lot of people don't have that. So I think it's a very important ministry that we do online rituals. And it is actually an Ostara slash Maven ritual. We do the Sabbats that are being celebrated in both hemispheres each time. So wherever you are in the world, the Sabbat being celebrated applies to you. We live stream it at the given time, but it will also exist on Magic TV and Divination TV on Facebook and YouTube. So if you can't join us for the live stream, you can go back and watch the recording. And we always do a guided meditation of some sort. So you can still participate in the ritual at whatever time fits your schedule. So that way the ritual is accessible to anyone. And this is very important for someone who is just beginning to be interested in paganism and wants to see what a ritual looks like. Or, for someone who is pagan, maybe they are ill and just can't get out of the house, or disabled in some way, or they just don't live close enough that they can go and do ritual.
Thank you for your ongoing work in making ritual accessible to people.
It's my honor.
Yeah, I love
I
that.
am very, very happy to be able to do this.
Additionally, one of the things that we've been doing over the course of the evening, first we went through all of the five mystic secrets. We did a reading of that. But we've also been highlighting the fact that Correllianism is highly syncretic. And one of the things that I think hasn't been said is that due to our attention to syncretism, there really is a place for everyone here in the tradition. I personally acknowledge that the principles that are found in one faith are also found in another faith and are also found in another faith altogether. So just no matter what name you call your river divinity, like it is a translatable principle. No matter what you call your celestial divinities, they are translating principles. But with that being said, do you have a creation myth or a pantheon that you vibe with most of all?
Ah, I actually work with deities from several different pantheons that I have never found one specific rather, deities tend to come to me at different times. Now, for Moon Willow Shrine, since we are based in Nashville and we have the Parthenon with Athena, we decided we would honor Athena as our shrine goddess, and we chose Zeus since Athena came from Zeus's head. So we chose those as our shrine deities for that reason.
Mhm.
Other deities that I personally worked with include the Morrigan. They include Asphalta, the Lady of Parking. She's a new deity, but since I have some physical challenges, praying to Lady Asphalta for good parking is a very major part of my practice.
I love it.
And she has been very gracious in the matter of good parking spaces for me. So yes, this is funny. I have a litany of deities that I honor, and Thor inserted himself into it.
As
I
he is wont to do.
I just found myself adding Thor to my litany of deities as I was lighting my incense and candles. And I discussed this with an Asatru Ugosi and asked him if he had any insight, and he started laughing because he thought it was hilarious. And then he said, "The gods do as they will. You know that." He suggested I offer him mead, which I do. Someone suggested that I meditate and ask him, and the best answer I ever got is he thinks I'm a cute little witch.
Fair enough.
Listen,
But so, yeah,
I love
that
it.
is the best answer I ever get, but I still make offerings to him. He's still around, and I'm still a cute little witch. So, yes, my deities are rather eclectic.
So am mine. I'm the same way.
So, I honor Ganesha. I know why, though, because Lucy, who is a member of the shrine and my co-coordinator for PPD, and we have worked together for years, and he is one of her deities. So we've done several rituals to him, asking him to open the ways for PPD.
Mm-hmm.
And Hecate. And Cloacina, the goddess of the Roman sewer system. I began honoring her. I found a reference to her in one of Janet and Stuart Farrar's books. I forget which one, but they said you could work with her for plumbing problems. And when we owned an older home that we eventually had to redo most of the plumbing in, but when we were having major issues, I began lighting candles to her and praying specifically to get us through this while we were saving up the money to have the pipes redone because we were having terrible issues. Terrible. So I
Like,
continue to honor her.
they
Love
got
it.
to.
I love that.
Gods are real.
She is a very practical goddess, but if you are having plumbing issues, a candle to Cloacina is a very good idea.
Are there any other kinds of offerings that you give to your divinities when you are working with them, utilizing their energies?
I joke about being a pyro witch. I burn an awful lot of candles. I do a lot of candle magic. I burn candles and incense to my deities, and I may do libations. So that is generally what I do. At my local metaphysical store, when I go by to stock up on candles, they joke when I'm buying, $40 worth of candles. It's like, oh goodness, someone's gonna get it.
Understood. And that's kind of been the vibe this evening. Every hour there's been a new candle lit. There's been incense offerings. And then there have been libations of coffee and honey and milk, water and vodka this time around. So it's definitely been like pretty fire heavy, like those offerings. Of course, the prayers, the readings of the mythologies and the five mystic secrets, all to kind of add that energy or raise that energy up. Um, and then, oh, do you have a favorite creation myth?
A favorite creation myth? I actually do not.
I'll be right back. Mary talking about the sewer goddess made me have to pee. And I'm gonna go get that book too.
Okay. Sure. So I don't know if you can see it, but this actually, I'll stay away a little bit. But these are the altars that we have set up. This one over here with all the candles on it was set up specifically for this evening. And then this one over here with the one candle and the Correllian and the coffee mug. This is the regular ancestor altar that I usually leave my offerings at.
Those are beautiful.
Got it set up with this one right here. The standing ancestor altar has been fitted with an image of Levada and with Frank Highcorrell. And then the one that was set up for this particular ritual is Caroline and William, as well as a representation for all the Correllian ancestors. So that's the altars for this evening. Very fire heavy, as you can see.
Right.
One of the things that we have been focusing on and noticing on purpose is the similarities between the various creation stories. Many of them include giants. Many of them include origins in a formless, black, like nothingness or everythingness that then gives way to the light and land mass and creation and so on and so forth. A few of them mention a flood or a deluge, which I mean we all had like Noah's flood drilled into us due to
Oh, goodness, yes.
due to Christian dominionism, but like the fact that other stories also have the flood makes me think about not that like there was a flood for 40 days and 40 nights as a part of like God's wrath, but that the regular flooding of important bodies of water were essential to various groups of people around the world.
Right. And I often, too, because I have a fairly strong scientific background, see a correlation with the Big Bang Theory
Mm-hmm.
and the idea of the formless mass that coalesces to the bang, and suddenly there is light.
Mm-hmm. The idea that darkness came first and light was a byproduct or the next thought about it helps me
Right.
recognize that God is actually the mysterious darkness and the light is actually the consciousness that helps us explore that.
Yes.
So more to be.
Darkness, light, herself, himself, oneself, forever.
Forever.
Miss Light, herself, himself, oneself, forever. Soon we will
Soon.
that.
Soon.
Looking forward to
And what have you got there, Alyssa?
That was a book I meant to bring up earlier with a version of the myth of Arachne.
Do you want to read it? We got 20 minutes until our next offering.
Sure.
Go for it.
I don't know about reading this in front of the temple head for the goddess Athena, but we're gonna do it. All right, so this version is called Arachne Speaks, and it is written from her point of view. It's a cool version that I came across that I enjoy. Also, the art is pretty cool inside.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right. Orb weavers, weavers of tangled nets, all 8-legged ones whose spinnerets weave the dome, funnel, and sheet, who shuttle silk between combed feet. Leave behind your tattered layers above the hearth, beneath the stairs, in gardens and meadows, by rivers and streams. Arise, unravel your web of dreams. Begin our tapestry again, cover the earth from end to end. Cast to the four winds my story's thread. Let truth spread like gossamer from your abdomens across the fields of time. Children, weave it well. Your silk will tell a tale of punishment and crime, of a goddess's black deed by which you are bound to spin forever round and round. So it was decreed long ago in Myonia, my home, where I first learned a spindle and learned the weaver's art. I could comb the coarsest wool into soft clouds, spinning it tight. My fingers were swift and light. I drew admiring crowds and proud Athena's wrath. She wanted the credit, but I'd already headed down my fated path by demanding fair play. No accident of birth would determine my worth. A contest seemed the way to prove the skill was mine alone, never hers to claim. I earned my good name. Should she reap what I'd sown? She had all eternity to comb and spin to weave her stories in. I was born to poverty, she to wealth and fame. My short, hard life was the point of a knife, prodding me to seek acclaim. But a goddess lives on praise. Her only compensation are prayers and adoration fills the emptiness of her days. How could I let it stand, this challenge to my command? I, daughter of Zeus, must suffer such abuse. I was mocked and maligned. I should have struck her blind, but something held me back, made me take a gentle tack. After all, a mother grants her wayward child a second chance, and whom but a goddess could she defy? She was as motherless as I. She'll learn, I thought, to bend her knee and yield to my authority. She sniffed my rising fame like smoke ascending from the sacrifice, more pleasing than a fragrant spice. I shook my fist and spoke, these parasites to whom we pray, if we'd refuse to feed their never-ending need, they'd simply waste away. Murmuring, the troubled crowd retreated from my loom. Your words will spell your doom, a strange voice called aloud, disguised as a hobbling crone, my rival, finally come, warning me to quit the game. Offer prayers, she croaked, atone, make no further offense, take my advice, or pay the price for your impertinence. Old woman, I laughed, you've lived too long, your mind is gone. Why would I let my craft bring honor to another? Since childhood, I've been on my own, toiling endless hours alone. No nimble-fingered mother taught me to twist this thread. No goddess stood by me. My spindle kept me company, twirling till my fingers bled. So pray if you choose. As for me, I vowed to keep my head unbowed. Athena's just afraid to lose. Why doesn't she appear? We should settle this. What cowardice! The old hag boomed. She is here. Pallas cast her cane aside, towering nearly 8 feet tall. She let her spear and helmet fall and stared at me wild-eyed. I feel them even now, burning like a brand, Athena's eternal reprimand, those eyes blazing and a brow as broad as a hero's shield. I turned bright red from feet to head. Still, I refused to yield. Feet apart, shoulders square, chin thrust boldly in the air, defiant to the end, this sapling would not bend. I threw down my disguise, staring deep into her eyes, and wondered, drawing nearer, was I gazing in a mirror? While others crouched in fear, Pallas waved her hand in a silent command and made a great loom appear. She held out fine thread for the crowd to admire, royal purples from Tyre, spun gold burnished with red. I ignored those precious strands to keep my rage controlled. Who needed her gold? But father's wretched hands flashed before my eyes, stained and bent from many years spent stirring hot vats of dyes. As I watched the vision slowly ebb, my trembling fingers wound the thread he colored, round and round, to make a sturdy web. I bound it swiftly to the beam, my plan was sketched, the fine warp stretched, I moved in a dream. Over and back, my hands kept pace with the rhythm of warp and weft, drawing a strand from right to left, combing it into place. My shuttle slipping with ease between the thin walls of thread, navigating the narrow shed like a boat on familiar seas. Over and back again it flew. First Zeus, disguised as a bull, woven in white lamb's wool, swam deep in Ionian blue. Europa gripped his golden horn, her wide doe eyes stitched sideways in surprise. Her kitten, loosely worn, billowed on my artful breeze, foaming the waves that seemed to stir her fragrance of rose and myrrh as it silvered the shoreline trees. Over and back my shuttle sped through glorious but cruel scenes, unmasking more immortal fiends. Each evildoer spread across my loom for all to see. Apollo stitched in silk, Poseidon and his ilk, Dionysus and Erigone, embroidered leaves and vines clinging to the narrowed hem, forming a wreath surrounding them. When the dark tangled lines drawn over and back were done, I knew by their faces my web of disgraces had easily won. Rash child, what have you wrought? What madness could have brought your talents to this end? Great are the powers you offend. Before a storm, the ground seems pressed by an awful weight. Stillness none can penetrate. All breath is held. No single sound escapes a living thing. No leaf is stirred. No bee, no bird dares to beat its wings. So it was that final hour before Athena's blast. A silence unsurpassed, mingled with the sun's power to forge a leaden heat no shade could ease. The crowd sank to its knees, writhing at Athena's feet, like serpents in the nest. I grew too weak to move or speak, my heart a hammer in my breast as I struggled to stand. Voiceless trees shuddered. A strong breeze gripped me with an icy hand. Athena, loud as thunder, shouted, Boreas, cold one, tear this heat from the sun. Turn it aside, plow under the wickedness she's sown now before it spreads. Undo these evil threads, Arachne must atone. The north wind's angry gale howled as it blew my masterpiece ripped in two. It flapped like a tattered sail as Boreas tore it from the beam. Strewing colors to the ground, I watched them swirl around like dry leaves on a stream. A crash split the air, armor flashed through my deepening gloom. Athena wrecked my loom. Hurling splinters everywhere, she aimed her shuttle at my head. I felt a numbing blow. The sudden flow of warmth where it bled brought rivers down my face, forming dark pools on the floor. Athena 3 times more struck that same broken place, till white bones showed beneath the red. I staggered to my feet and fled to where a rope was stowed. Pulling the supple coils free, my tortured mind began devising its dark plan to end Athena's tyranny. I thought, if I must die, then let it be by choice. Hearing her angry voice, I stumbled toward a nearby tree, fastened the rope, drew it tight, dangled just above the ground, made one soft, strangled sound as everything went white. Spin round, too late to cut you down, too proud, too strong, too clever, now you will spin forever. You will hang at my command, your rope, this silken strand. I woke from that death's white vision, still dangling from the tree, feeling strangely light and free. In this curious condition, I sensed the world through 8 dim eyes, each finger a slim claw-footed limb. My body a fraction of its normal size, unfurled its own fine thread with my former skill. An artist still, my delicate weaving spread over makeshift, ever-changing looms, branches to leaves, rafters, eaves, corners of forgotten rooms. Blown on ceaseless winds, my thread uncurled round a changing world. Now hosts of artisans spin on in Arachne's name. Athena on her throne languishes alone, still envying my fame. What good is her immortality? No incense burns in the Parthenon's urns. She faces cold reality while my descendants thrive, weaving our story again and again to the planet's end. Even then, we will survive.
That's beautiful.
Isn't it?
It truly is.
I forget where I came across that. Used bookstore somewhere. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that is such an interesting perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have had a very long day, so I am going to say my good nights.
Good night.
Good night, Reverend Mary.
Thank
Good
you.
night, Reverend Phoenix and Reverend Alyssa. I know I will see you tomorrow.
Yes, you sure will.
Blessed
All
be.
right.
Blessed be.
Bless.
All right. That was an incredible perspective.
Isn't it cool?
And then also, what's the word that I'm looking for where like where it was explicit with like the with the pain and like the injury. What's that word?
Graphic.
Yes, that's the word. That is exactly the word.
Yeah, I do apologize for that. I do not remember it being so graphic, especially the suicide part.
It is what it is.
What's the National Suicide Hotline? 988.
Right. 211 for prevention, any of that. Is 211 for digging gas line? Like, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah. God forbid someone actually needs it. We send them
Right.
to the wrong hotline.
Okay, yeah. So in Western New York, um, it is your free and confidential link to Health and Human Services. Oh, yeah, no, that's the national 211. Yeah.
211. Word.
And you said 988?
I don't know where I got that from. I don't know what that is.
Oh, Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Yeah. Like you, man.
Sick. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yeah, good for us. Mm-hmm.
It's part of the problem of having a really good memory is, and the way that I remember things is that I remember things and I often associate them with other things, but I don't always know where I remember them from
Mm-hmm.
or what the actual context is. So like I have that number in my head and it's associated with the suicide line, so that must be it.
You were correct in your association. So good for you. Good for you. And with that being said, we're about 6 minutes away from our next offering for our midnight offering.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's about to be midnight. Yes.
Today's Saturday, right?
Yeah, technically, for a few more minutes. For a few more minutes, it's Saturday. And so far, all of these candles are behaving exquisitely.
Can I read the next myth too?
The what?
Can I read the next myth too?
Sure.
I have one in mind.
Which one is it?
You'll find out.
I want to know now. Tell me.
I know you do.
Tell me. Tell me.
It's a Greek one.
Tell me.
It also has the sun in it.
Tell me. You telling me everything except the name of this myth.
I know, isn't it great?
Tell me or I'll make you disappear.
What? It's not very nice.
I know. It's almost midnight. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it?
Oh my god. The
Stop
story
calling.
of Phaedon.
Who?
Phaedon.
Oh, I don't know that one.
You do know it, but you know him by a different name.
What's the other name?
I don't know.
Tell
I
me.
bet you know the myth though.
Tell me.
I did. I told you it's the story of Phaedon.
Who is Phaedon? What's the real name?
That is the real name. It's the Greek name. You probably know the Roman name.
What's the Roman name?
Why can't you just let me read it?
Because I don't. I mean, you can read it, but I still want to know the name.
Sisyphus.
Sisyphus?
Hmm?
Like rolling the stone up the hill? Or driving the ship?
No. Maybe it's not Sisyphus. Where's my translator? Sorry, there's a thing that has both names in here. Let me find it. Oh, you'll know the myth.
Ugh, you can't read it. I'm going to read something different. I'm going to read the Vigil of Illustrated.
No, you already said I could read it.
I take it back.
No, you can't take it back. There's no backsies.
Yes, there is.
No.
Younger sibling, I can do the brattiest, most annoying thing, and you can't do anything about it.
Yikes. Just because I can't remember the other name?
Mostly.
Oh, duh. I'm sorry. Icarus. I remembered it.
Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do call upon you to descend upon this earth. Be with us, commune with us, help us, guide us, protect us, aid us in all things. Invigorate us. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I do come to you on behalf of the entire great family, seeking restoration, seeking uplifting, seeking blessings. And so we do make these offerings unto you on behalf of the great family. In love, in honor, in respect, in loyalty, in a sense of duty, I do call upon you. Help us remember our strength, our power, and the favor that is granted to us by doing the great work. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Most sacred and beloved ancestors, we make offerings of candlelight, of water, of coffee, of honey, of milk, of liquor, of incense. These offerings are made in earnest. They are made earnestly in memory of you and in belief in you. Kindly reward our belief. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. You do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. We pray this in honor of those who have come before us, in honor of our mothers and in honor of our fathers, a spirit without beginning and one without end. We believe in our mighty ancestors, the spirits of our family past. We believe in their ability to guide us from their side of the veil. We believe in their ability to intercede on our behalf with the gods. We believe in the mighty ancestors, those who have come before us and who have prepared the way. Hail, ancestors, blood of our blood and
Blood and spirit of our spirit,
with us.
and you're with us.
In the name we
Blessed
share,
is the name we share, and yours is the honor.
pay homage to
We
your
must our struggle and give thanks for your grace.
glory be to the ancestors, you who have come before, you who compose our Holy Spirit. O our ancestors, have mercy on us, forgive us of any trespasses and any shortcomings that we have demonstrated, and reward us of our triumphs. Amen. Ashe, so mote it be.
So let it be.
Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. You do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for you.
Thanks to your grace. I gave some tobacco and some whiskey.
Perfect. So in addition to the vodka that you have gotten at this altar, you have now also received whiskey and tobacco on the altar of your first priestess. We're getting ready to send you some ancestor money right now because we want our ancestors to be ballers, shot callers. And as ballers and shot callers, we do call upon you to be with us, eradicate any sense of lack and need that we may have, and fill us with a sense of abundance. Move through our lives so that we have an increased sense of confidence, renewed faith, and invigoration. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood,
My blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me.
blessed is the name we
Yours is the
share.
name we share. Yours is the honor.
You
We
pay
do pay
homage,
homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace.
so mote it be.
Let it be. Whew. I took the tiniest sip of whiskey and it went right to my head.
Oh, you fancy, huh?
Like the tiniest little sip.
All right, the eighth candle. You cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. I do neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of fire. I do charge, bless, and consecrate you to this great work. So mote it be.
So mote it be. I like that. Any untoward vibrations.
And we got another visitor, but we'll get to that in a second. I do charge you, O sacred oil. I call upon you and all your components to awaken into life and remember your purpose. Align your purpose with our highest wills, aiding in our magic at this time. This oil that I am anointing this 8th candle with is called Phoenix Medicine. And it is for rebirth and renewal, beauty and creation and destruction, hope, longevity, happiness, all of that good stuff. It's one of the medicines. The other medicine that I used was fox medicine. Just go ahead and anoint the candle. Now we'll go ahead and let our next guest in. It is our first director, Reverend Jason. Greetings, sir.
Greetings.
Howdy. How are you tonight? Or this
I'm okay.
morning?
Oh, I'm doing great this morning.
Heard.
Nothing's bad happened today, so I'm doing good.
Off to a great start.
Exactly.
And you're starting your day off with us.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, 8th candle. And with it, I do affirm vitality for all of our people. Our bodies, our minds, our spirits are expert in healing, and they do so now. I affirm abundance and overflow for all of our people. We acknowledge that blessings will arrive and do arrive before we can even ask for them. All of our transactions are approved. Our connections to our higher selves are strong and reliable. And
Hell
we
yes.
receive these messages and we utilize these messages to the betterment of ourselves and our communities. We call upon the ancestors to help us direct our energy in a way that is for all of our collective highest good. So mote it be.
So mote
So
it be.
mote it be.
That was a good one. Even the dogs liked it.
Yeah.
And do you have a prayer, Lady Alyssa?
I call down the light of the sun to illuminate crevices and shadows in others, in ourselves, in our communities, to burn off the tepid smoke of a veil that serves none of us. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Well, Jason, do you have a prayer to offer?
I call on the light of the moon to illuminate and amplify the good that needs to be, the positivity, the mother goddess graceness that we all need right now, I believe. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So we've been spending this time celebrating the ancestors, celebrating the theology of our tradition. So we've read all of the 5 mystic secrets. We've read several creation myths and have analyzed the things that they have in common as a way of uplifting and amplifying the syncretic nature of Correllianism. For you, sir, is there a particular pantheon that like rings most close to your spirit?
Lately Norse.
Mm-hmm.
Lately Norse.
That was the first creation myth that I read tonight. Was the yeah.
Mm.
And do you have like a specific guide in the Norse pantheon that like you would like to illuminate?
Or a myth you like?
Odin, usually. Yeah. The All-Father.
Mm-hmm. Love that.
And Freya.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Those two have been knocking at my door recently. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would not let Odin wait too long.
no, I don't. No.
I have Odin's 3 quests if you want that one.
Okay.
You want that one?
Oh, that's what you got to read now instead of the other one?
Sure.
Hilarious.
I'll read the other one later. It's still here. It's open. Odin's 3 quests. I trust I hung on that windy tree 9 whole days and nights, stabbed with a spear, none refreshed my ear with food nor drink. I peered right down into the deep. Crying aloud, I lifted the runes, then back I fell from there. The quest for wisdom. Early every morning, Odin, the father of all the gods, sat on his throne in a golden hall of Asgard, with his 2 wolves at his feet and his 2 ravens, thought and memory, on his shoulders. He surveyed all the 9 worlds. As the sun rose, Odin sent thought and memory out across the universe. The ravens visited the 9 worlds, questioned the living and the dead. Then they returned at nightfall and whispered in Odin's ear all they had seen and heard. But one day, Odin decided that he had to gain for himself all the world's wisdom and memory. To achieve this, he had to drink from the magic waters of Mimir's well. Odin set out from Asgard and traveled to Jotunheim, the land of the frost giants. When he arrived at the magic well, Odin stood before the enormous head of the god Mimir. Though Mimir's head had been severed from his body in the war between the Aesir and the Vanir gods, he still had great wisdom and memory and the power of speech. I must have a drink from your well, said Odin. Indeed, asked Mimir. Even a god must sacrifice something in exchange for a drink from my waters. Tell me what you wish me to sacrifice, said Odin. You must give me one of your eyes, said Mimir. An eye is a small price to pay for all the wisdom and memory of the 9 worlds, said Odin. Odin plucked out one eye and gave it to Mimir. In exchange, Mimir gave him a drink from his magic well. 2. The quest for the secret runes. Now Odin was pleased to have all the wisdom and memory of the 9 worlds, yet he wished to have more. He wanted to learn the secret runes, mysterious written symbols that gave one magic powers over nature. Odin knew that the price of great knowledge was great suffering, so he hung for 9 days from the world tree. With his own sword piercing his side, he swung in the windy dark, yearning for food and drink. Tortured and alone, Odin gazed down into the world of the dead, and slowly he perceived 18 runes. Thus he learned how to calm storms, heal the sick, speak to the dead, and forecast the future. Afterward, Odin carved the mysterious runes into wood and stone and bone. He carved them into the paw of the bear, the claws of the wolf, the beak of the eagle. He carved them into the end of the rainbow. In this way, he passed the runes on to men so that they too could learn the secrets of nature. 3. The quest for poetry. Now Odin had all the wisdom and memory of the 9 worlds. He was a master magician and lord of the runes. But still he thirsted for one thing more, the mead of poetry, a special drink that turned one into a poet. Odin believed that being a good poet was as important as being a good warrior, for anyone who could use words in beautiful and imaginative ways would surely have mastery over all life. Long before the mead of poetry had been stolen from the dwarves by the giant Suttung, hidden deep in a mountain cave, it was guarded day and night by Suttung's daughter. One morning, with a patch over one eye and disguised in a black cape and a wide-brimmed hat, Odin set out for the land of the giants. Soon after he arrived in Jotunheim, he came upon 9 trolls cutting wheat in a field. Odin offered to sharpen the trolls' cutting tools. When they said yes, he pulled his whetstone from his belt and put a razor-sharp edge on all their blades. The trolls were so impressed that they demanded the whetstone for themselves. Whoever can catch it can have it, said Odin, throwing the stone into the air. The greedy trolls fell upon one another, fighting over the whetstone, until soon they were all slain by each other's sharp blades. Odin continued on his journey until he came to the home of Suttung's brother, Bogi. My name is Bolverk, said Odin. Bolverk means one who can do the most difficult tasks. May I stay here and work for you? Indeed, I do need help, said Bogi. My 9 troll workers had a quarrel this afternoon, and they all killed one another. Do not worry, said Odin. I will do the work of all 9, but in exchange you must give me the mead of poetry which your brother Suttung stole from the dwarves. Of course, said Baugi. He thought the mead was a small payment, for like most giants, he did not particularly value the gift of poetry. Odin cut wheat all summer, easily doing the work of 9 trolls. Baugi was very pleased, and once the wheat was harvested, he hurried to his brother to ask for the mead of poetry. But Suttung did not want to part with the magic liquid because he knew it was important to the gods. The stubborn giant refused all his brother's entreaties and ordered him to leave. Baugi was angry when he returned home. Don't worry, we will outwit your brother, said Odin. Help me bore a hole into the mountain where the mead is hidden, and I will convince Suttung's daughter to give me the drink. Baugi helped Odin bore a deep hole through the hard mountain rock. Then Odin turned himself into a snake and slithered through the hole into the hidden cavern. Odin quickly turned himself back into a god, and he won over Suttung's daughter Gunlod. He stayed with the maiden giant for 3 days, and each day drank a barrel of mead. On the 4th day, inspired by the fiery drink of poetry, Odin turned into an eagle. He spread his mighty wings and soared home to Asgard. Suttung soon learned of Odin's theft. He swiftly donned an eagle's disguise and set off for Asgard as well. Suttung's pursuit was in vain, though, for when the gods saw the first eagle flying toward their home, they knew it was Odin. Quickly, they grabbed all the jars they could find and set them on the ground. Odin opened his beak, and the magic liquid poured down from the sky into the jars of the gods. From then on, the art of poetry was known as Odin's gift, and the great god Odin shared it with all the gods and humans who had the wit and wisdom to make good use of it. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So, do you enjoy poetry, Lord Jason?
Yes, I do. I've been known to write some on occasion.
Word. I do.
My brother is more of a poet than I am, but
Word.
I love poetry.
I like a good poem. A good poem set to a nice beat.
Do you have a favorite
Poem?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mrs. Mac Twitter, the babysitter. I think she's a bit crazy, for she believes a babysitter should sit upon the baby. Shel Silverstein.
That's great.
Back in the day, like in 6th grade, my English teacher, reading teacher, or whatever she was, she required us to read and write and memorize poetry each week. And one of the ones that I remember is actually like quite absurd. But I don't remember who it's by. But it goes, one bright day in the middle of the night, 2 dead boys got up to fight. Back to back, they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. A deaf policeman heard the noise and came and shot those two dead boys. If you don't believe my tale, it's true. Ask the blind man. He saw it too. I think that's the whole poem.
I love that poem. I don't remember who wrote it either.
Man, oh man. There's just something about the ridiculousness that really got me.
So when I was in high school, we had to do like a final project for my English class, and everyone was like assigned a poet that our teacher thought we in particular would enjoy. And we had to pick like three of their poems and do like analyses and do like a whole paper on them. My poet was Lord Byron, and boy was my teacher right in that I would enjoy him. But my favorite poem and the one that I did part of my project on is called The Destruction of Sennacherib. And I don't know why it still gets me. And I recite it when I'm like, oddly, when I'm like anxious. But um, the Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were gleaming in purple and gold. And the sheen of their spears were like stars on the sea as the blue wave rolled nightly on deep Galilee. Like the leaves of the forest when summer is green, that host with their banners at sunset were seen. Like the leaves of the forest when autumn hath blown, that host on the morrow lay withered and strown. For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast and breathed in the face of the foe as he passed. And the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts but once heaved, then forever grew still. And there lay the steed with his nostril all wide, and through it there rolled not the breath of his pride. And the foam of his gasping lay white on the turf, and cold as the spray of the rock-beating surf. And there lay the rider, distorted and pale, with the dew on his brow and the rust on his mail. And the tents were all silent, the banners alone, the lances unlifted, the trumpets unblown. And the widows of Asher are loud in their wail, and the idols are broke in the temple of Baal. And the might of the Gentiles, unsmote by the sword, hath melted like snow in the glance of the Lord.
Oh, it wasn't that nice.
I don't know why. I just love it.
Reverend Jason, are you frozen?
Probably.
Oh, yeah, your video's frozen, but oh, there you are, there you are. Do you have a favorite poem that like you just don't seem to be able to forget?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Word.
I like Emily Dickin's Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
I'd bring it up and read it, but then I would be frozen.
There's also, is it Who Has Seen the Wind? Is that Langston Hughes? Who has seen the wind? Neither you nor I. But when the trees bow down their head, the wind is passing by.
I haven't heard that one.
That's a new one on me.
Word.
I like it though.
It might be Langston Hughes. I don't remember off the I don't remember who these like poets are. Christina Rossetti. I don't know who the hell that is. Guess it's not Langston Hughes. I guess it's Christina Rossetti.
Age Rage Against the Dying of the Light. That's another one of my favorite ones. Dylan Thomas. I have it tattooed.
I think I sent it to you at one point in time in
Probably.
our history. Rage, rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that poem, it's by Christina Rossetti, and it really is only 2 stanzas, and I particularly remember the second one. But it's who has seen the wind? Neither I nor you, but when the leaves hang trembling, the wind is passing through. Who has seen the wind? Neither you nor I, but when the trees bow down their heads, the wind is passing by. I understand why I remember that now.
A good one is, I don't remember the whole thing, I only remember pieces of it, but it's the astronomer to his pupil. And the end of it is, though our soul may set in darkness, it will rise in perfect light. For I have loved the stars too fondly to be fearful of the night. Is that a dog making that sound?
Yes. My wolf. Yes. One of the wolves.
Tiny wolf.
Mhm. My fierce protector.
Do you have a famous, or not famous, um, do you have a favorite myth that like you can recite off the top of your head?
Probably not tonight. No, my brain is pretty fried. I've been up all day.
Literally everyone who has joined us today has had like a phenomenally busy, like involved day today.
Well, my working weekend. I work 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. after working at the auction the night before. So yeah, I'm just kind of drained.
Word.
But I had to see you guys.
Love it.
Had to see Wolf. Knock it off.
He'll literally argue back with you for a second.
Yes, she does. Her predecessor, her former incarnation, Precious. I would come home from work and we would talk. I would ask her how her day was, and she would bark back at me. And oh, mom was that mean to you? She would bark back, just tell me about her day, and I would tell her about my day.
Cute.
And my mother-in-law saw this transpire. She thought it was absolutely funny that we were having a conversation.
That is funny.
It's like, she's talking to you. Yeah, and what's odd about this? You didn't say speak. I don't have to. She's telling me about her day. And how mean mom was to her.
Yikes.
Don't throw Dawn under the bus like that.
No, that's usually how the conversation with. So was mom mean to you? Ruff, 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 ruff. The other wolf now. I just need 2 ravens.
And an eye patch.
I'm practically blind as is, so
What should be a challenge for the next Danville illustration? Like show up as your like patron or favorite divinity.
Oh,
there you
man.
Cosplay illustration in Danville.
I actually considered doing a murder mystery.
Ooh. Who killed Boulder?
Something like that, yeah. because I thought that would
I'm
be
gonna
kind
be
of.
singing. I already have the dress.
Right. Right. Where is that?
Well, previous when we had the witches balls down here a while back, I was going through the Pierce Anthony incarnations of the immortalities. I was on the fates. I did death 1 year, did Father Time. The next book would have been Three Fates.
Mm.
Until, the last two would have been God and Lucifer, or Lucifer then God.
Mm.
Then Nox. There is actually.
What time is your next responsibility, sir?
Sleep. That is my next responsibility. 9 a.m. 9 a.m. is my next responsibility.
Me too. That's only my first time.
Yeah. That's when I have to be with my guys.
Heard. Well
I,
said.
I do love my job. I get to hang out with, three guys. I help them cook, clean, laundry, basically their butler,
Mm.
and make sure they take their meds.
Important work. Important work.
And like I said, and I work at a good house. So, and well, one of the guys is quite tall and very strong, but a lot of the people that come in are very intimidated by him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My son Sam's 6'4".
So we've been talking about giants all night.
Yeah.
That's
So,
incredible.
and I'm like, when this individual gets in my face, I'm like, go to your room. Go chill out. It's like, you're not intimidating by it at all? No. My son's 6'4". This is nothing. And he knows he's tall and he knows he's big. So he thinks he can bully people.
Ooh.
One of the guys at my house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what usually intimidates people. Like I said, he gets in my face. I just look at him like, no.
We don't do that here.
Yeah.
We don't do that here.
He just kind of looks at me. I'm like, word words again, Dop. You shall not pass. But we have good times. This week we took him bowling, and then we went out to eat at their favorite restaurant, which is Long John Silver's.
Amen.
Not one of my favorites, but well, I like it on occasions. Just not. They want to go out and do that every month, or actually, quite often.
Do they have popcorn shrimp?
They can have popcorn shrimp, yes.
Mm-hmm. I'll go there.
Yeah.
I'll go. Show me the Long John Silver's next time I'm out in Danville.
Okay. Well, not a problem.
You know,
They're actually just got a. Hopefully, they'll have it. They're building a new store from the ground up, so hopefully they'll have a brand new place.
Let's go.
I will not be attending that field trip.
That's okay. It's one of Lord Don's favorites. We have Guy Time. That's where we usually go.
Guy time.
Yeah, so we're gonna have guy time at Long John Silver's. I'm gonna have some
Y'all
popcorn.
have your guy time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take the girls. We gonna go for margaritas or something. I don't know.
Labadacina, giant margaritas. There you go.
I remember that place. We
Yes.
went there. That
Yes,
place
we
is
did.
delicious.
Yes. They have great food
Yep.
and giant margaritas.
Where's my girls? We gonna go for tacos and margaritas.
Oh,
Mary
when
Hawk.
we're done, we're gonna
Mary
meet you.
Hawk.
Yes.
Which is almost across the street from each other. So we get, we just go off to different.
Mhm.
Dawn, Mary, we gonna go for margaritas.
Midnight margaritas. Oh,
Wait, the sequel is coming out this
yes,
year.
I know. September 11th.
Okay. You know what? We can do it.
Why wouldn't they
I
pick
have.
Samhain? Why wouldn't they pick Samhain?
They didn't last time
Missed
either.
opportunity.
They didn't last time either.
Missed opportunity. I guess they don't want to put it up against the other Halloween movies.
I guess.
Ebony's coming for tacos.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be there for margaritas though.
we'll get the we'll get it to go.
Mhm. Mhm.
Show up for margaritas.
Mhm.
Yeah, because Long John Silver's and margaritas together just sound like a great plan.
I mean, it gives a new meaning.
I've done worse. I've done worse.
Yeah, that part. That part. But it gives a new understanding to the idea of purge.
Oh, no.
I've done worse.
We're what, 2 years away from the next Danville illustration at this point?
Yes.
Oh, no,
I
you're
mean,
gonna give
yes.
Jason a heart attack.
And then right after that, South Africa.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ready for it.
I have to get my passport, but yeah.
Yeah, sooner rather than later.
Get
I
it, it
know.
lasts for 10 years.
Is mine still ready? Yeah, it should.
Well, that's unless South Africa decides to ban us from going.
Right. That would be quite unfortunate.
I'm.
But you just
But
said
that is 2028. So past 2028. Yeah. So we should be good.
2030.
I know,
We got
but I
time.
mean, will you knock it off? I'm not. If I was not, she would leave me alone. She would absolutely leave me alone if I was not talking to you guys.
I believe that. All right, so we 20 minutes out from our last offering of the Vigil. That's exciting. That is so exciting.
Mm-hmm.
You want us to let you go for the night, sir? You ready for bed?
I'm ready for bed. Yes.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Anytime. I missed you guys.
Miss you too.
Talk to you later.
Love you.
Talk to you later. Bye.
See you in Tennessee.
Yes. I officially got it covered, so I have it. I just have to work a couple days for her. Anyway, that's okay.
Yay, it's worth it.
Then
Yes.
we'll be
I'm
seeing
saying
you
that on your
very-
behalf. It's worth it.
Yeah.
We will be seeing you very soon then. Looking forward to it.
Oh, me too.
There's some
See you in
last-
person. Major hugs coming in, by the way.
I'm gonna give you the
those-
biggest hug.
Oh, yes.
Mhm.
And then we need to go for food.
And shots. All right, good morning.
Line them up. Line them up.
I'm on fire.
Have a blessed evening, everyone.
Take it easy.
Blessed day, bro.
All right. And so, interestingly enough, we still have 3 people watching right now. So,
Okay.
whoever these people are, thank you for sticking it out with me. I don't know if it's the same people who have been here from the get-go, or if it's different people who have been in and out. But thank y'all for your time, energy, and attention to the health and the feeding and the elevation of our ancestors. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to us. And before I make our last offering, I did find a myth to read. It is about a page long, and it comes to us like it's an Indian myth. And when I say Indian, I mean it comes from India. It's called Arjuna's Celestial Gifts. And if y'all are up on your Indian mythology or like your Indian sacred texts, you know that Arjuna is the main character in the Bhagavad Gita. And the Bhagavad Gita is a story that really brings into perspective how dynamic karma actually is. So if you haven't been reading that, or if you haven't read that, then I suggest you take a look because it does really make a good conceptualization of karma and what it means when we say karma is, it literally means action. The Bhagavad Gita does a good job at driving home that we generate karma not only based on what we do, but also what we don't do or what we allow to happen when we have the power to prevent things from happening that ought not be happening. But that doesn't have anything to do with the myth that I'm about to read. In as much as the main character of this myth, Arjuna's Celestial Gifts, is the main character of the Bhagavad Gita as well. But Arjuna's Celestial Gifts. Now, the Pandavas needed celestial weapons because these were owned by Drona, Bhishma, and Karna. In time, therefore, the holy sage Vyasa appeared before Arjuna and told him to go to Mount Kailasa and the high seat of the gracious god Shiva, and to perform penances there with deep devotion in order to obtain gifts of arms. So Arjuna went on his way, and when he reached the mountain of Shiva, he went through great austerities. He raised his arms in the air, and leaning on nothing, stood on his tiptoes. For food he ate withered leaves at first, then he fed on air alone. The rishis pleaded with Shiva, fearing disaster from the penances of Arjuna. Then the god assumed the form of a hunter and went toward Indra's warrior son, whom he challenged to single combat. First they fought with weapons, then they wrestled one another fiercely. In the end, Arjuna fell to the ground. When the brave Pandava regained consciousness, he made a clay image of Shiva, threw himself down in worship, and made an offering of flowers. Soon afterwards, he saw his opponent wearing the garland he had given, and he knew that he had wrestled with Shiva himself. Arjuna fell down before him, and the god gave him a celestial weapon named Pasapata. Then a great storm broke out, and the earth shook, and the spirit of the weapon stood beside Arjuna, ready to obey his will. Next appeared Indra, king of gods, Varuna, god of waters, Yama, king of the dead, Kuvera, lord of treasures, and they stood on the mountain summit in all their glory. To Arjuna they gave gifts of other celestial weapons. Afterwards, Indra transported his son to his own bright city, the celestial Svarga, where the flowers always bloom and sweet music is forever wafted on fragrant winds. There he saw sea-worn apsaras, the heavenly brides of gods and heroes, and music-loving Gandharvas who sang songs and danced merrily in their joy. Urvasi, a beautiful apsara with bright eyes and silken hair, looked with love at Arjuna, but she sought in vain to subdue him, at which she scornfully said, Kama, god of love, has wounded me with his arrows, yet you scorn me. For this, Arjuna, you will live for a season as a dancer and musician ignored by women. Arjuna was troubled by this, but Indra told him that this curse would work in his favor. So Arjuna remained in Indra's fair city for 5 years. He achieved great skill in music and dance and song. He was also trained to wield the celestial weapons which the gods had given him. Now, the demons and giants, okay, who are named the Daityas and Danavas, were the ancient enemies of Indra. They hailed from the lowest division of the underworld beneath the ocean floor in a place called Patala. And the clay came when Arjuna waged war with them. He rode away in Indra's great car, which sailed through the air like a bird driven by Matali. When he reached the shore of the sea, the waves rose against him like great mountains, and the waters were divided. He saw demon fish and giant tortoises and vessels laden down with rubies. But he did not pause, as he was without fear. Arjuna was eager for battle, and he blew a mighty blast on his war shell. The Daityas and Danavas heard him and quaked with terror. Then the demons beat their drums and blew their trumpets, and amid the dreadful racket, the wallowing sea monsters rose up and leapt over the waves against Indra's great son. But Arjuna chanted mantras. He shot clouds of bright arrows, he fought with his bright celestial weapons, and the Furies were thwarted and beaten back. They then sent fire against him and water, and they flung huge rocks, but he fought on until in the end he triumphed, killing all that stood against him. Afterwards, the valiant hero quickly rode towards the city of demons and giants, which is named Hiranyapura. The women came out to lure him, calling aloud. He heard them but did not pause. All these evil giant women fled in confusion, terrified by the noise of Indra's celestial car and the driving of Matali and their earrings. And necklaces fell from their bodies like boulders trembling and thundering down mountain slopes. When Arjuna entered the city of Hiranyapura, he gazed with wonder at the mighty chariots with 10,000 horses, which were stately and proud, and he wrecked the dwellings of the Daityas and Danavas. Indra praised his warrior son for his valor in overcoming the demons and giants of the ocean, and he gave him a chain of gold, a right crown, and the war show which gave a mighty thunderous blast. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So we really couldn't escape the giants.
Cannot escape the giants.
And on that note, I mean, we're still 10 minutes away from the final offering of the vigil. But on that note, I do feel inspired to call upon the ancestors to equip us, or at least equip us with the knowledge of each of our celestial gifts. We have been noticing that our people are plagued by giants. And in this case, giants might be what may appear to be insurmountable odds or problems or stressors or struggles. But I do call upon the ancestors to illuminate for us what our celestial gifts are, to illuminate for us who our teammates are, to illuminate for us what our strategies are, so that we too can dominate the giants in our lives, and so that we can restore ourselves to a sense of balance, peace, and authority and sovereignty over our lives. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
These fucking giants are everywhere.
I don't think this one has giants.
Word. So you could read it. However, we 9 minutes until the next and final sequence of offerings. So if you think you can finish it in 9 minutes, or well, 8 minutes now, you could go ahead and start. If not, I'm gonna interrupt you with a bell.
Are we hanging out after, or is it
Yeah, we go into
another hour, right?
Yep. We wrap up at 2:00.
I'll read it after.
Read it after. Okay.
I can do it in 8 minutes, but I'll read it after.
Okay. So what you want to talk about in between now and 1:00?
I'll read the myth.
All right, go for it.
Nah.
I'm just gonna sit in silence.
I'm thinking, man.
I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. You want me to sing for people? Like,
Yeah, go ahead. Sing for us.
oh no. The only thing that's gonna be is a lullaby or a sea dirge. Your choice. My voice is terrible.
Mine too. And
And
that
the lullaby I made for Nadia. May the wind blow cool upon your cheeks. May the fire keep you warm. May the water soothe your throat. May the earth keep you from harm. May the God and Goddess hold you as you slumber true and deep. May the ancestors watch over you with love that never sleeps. May the ancestors watch over you with love that never sleeps. We should have just read the myth, guys. Do I have something short I can read? Oh. I don't think any of my poetry books are here. Oh, he's back. Good. I'm just talking to myself.
No, I'm back.
Tortured everybody by singing.
Nah, that was a great little lullaby. We didn't even lose a single viewer.
That's because all their ears are bleeding. They can't find the orientation to click the leave button.
Yikes. Yowza. Alright, so we got 5 minutes until the final offering sequence. We have this last ancestor dollar to charge. What do you want to charge this one with? I haven't been charging them with anything other than this is for the ancestors to use as you see fit, spiritual currency, for their elevation and uplifting, and so on and so forth. What would you like to charge this bad man Majima with?
I think that sounds good.
Charge it with the power of the sun and the moon. I don't mind being so meticulous about folding this one. Have not been like this for all the other ones.
Let's ask the book something. We have 4 minutes.
Mhm. Book behave we're in public.
Hail book. O sacred book of bibliomancy. We do honor the gifts of wisdom and words that you bestow upon us. We do appreciate your wit and your wisdom. We do ask that you share with us words on the outcome and success of our vigil. Yeah, number.
8.
That was my number. 1, 2.
Book behave we're in public.
Courage is doing what you are afraid to do. There can be no courage unless you're scared.
Amen. Amen indeed. So you hear that, members of the great family? Do it scared. Just make sure you do it. Do it and do it and do it well.
So it did follow up into a second page,
Mm-hmm.
and it's one of the 2 pages in this book that I've written into.
Ooh, amen.
It's the slightly misbehaving of the book.
Okay, book.
It's a quote from the Ancestors. A bottle of liquor is worth something everywhere you go.
Well, y'all done got a few, so you're welcome.
I think that was a thank you for the money, maybe.
No, it was a thank you for the booze. That was a thank you for the. It had to be, right? Like it mentioned liquor specifically.
It's true. Thanks, book. I just thought it was funny that it happened to be that page, the one that I'd written in.
Word. Amen. Ashe. So mote it be.
So would it be? Well, I'm sitting over here living in 2 times because my Pacific work clock is on.
Hail ancestors, blood of my
Of
blood,
my blood and spirit of my spirit,
with me.
and are you with me?
Blessed is the
Blessed
name.
is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle. Give thanks for your grace.
Hail ancestors,
There's blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit,
I know you are with
and
me.
are with me.
Blessed is the name.
Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor.
I do pay
I do
homage.
pay homage to your struggle. Give thanks for your grace.
O
Hail,
sacred
ancestor.
ancestors. I thank you for being here with us and sharing in this time of community, in time of healing and growth, reminding us and our people of our strength and our resiliency and our power and our responsibility to the great work. I do call upon you to descend upon this place and accept the offerings that we present before you. Offerings of firelight, offerings of water, offerings of incense, of coffee, of honey, of liquor, of water, of incense, prayer, ancestor money. We have given you many, many offerings out of a token of duty, of loyalty, of love, of faith. We call upon you to descend upon this place and accept these offerings. We call upon you to receive them happily. And we call upon you to recognize them as participation in co-creational acts of magic for the liberation of every member of the great family. Receive these offerings and use this energy to liberate each and every last one of us from every condition and limitation that we may be perceiving. Use the energy of these offerings to remind us of our divinity, our connections to not only our higher selves, but to you, team of spirits that we love, honor, and serve and are connected to. Use these offerings and remind us and all of our people that we are a team, incarnate and discarnate, and that the struggles that we all bear, we bear together in unity with the guarantee of triumph. Receive these offerings and invigorate our lives. Receive this final offering of oats and invigorate our lives.
Bring us the inspiration that we need to continue with projects, to continue with lessons, to build community and temples and shrines, to hold ritual, to celebrate together. Give us the inspiration to write, to create, to be.
Hail ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit
And spirit of my spirit,
with
and
me.
you're with me.
Blessed is the name
Yours
of
is the name we share, and yours is the honor.
I
I
do
declare homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace.
sending up this ancestor money. Because our dearly departed are ballers in the spirit world.
Yeah.
We elevate you, beloved ancestors. We elevate you, ancestors that come from our family of origin, and we elevate the ancestors that come from the ancestors of our initiation. We uplift you, Caroline. We uplift you, William. We uplift you, Levada. We uplift you, Frank. We uplift you, Mabel. We uplift you, William. We uplift you, Lady Wendy. We uplift you, Alfred. We uplift you, Frank.
We uplift you, Gloria,
We uplift you, Gloria and Linda and Dolly.
Lewis,
You, Lewis.
Bitterwind,
We uplift you, Bitterwind.
Pamela, Pamela Frey. I miss her. I uplift you, Pam.
We uplift you. We uplift you with our hearts. We uplift you with our minds. We uplift you with our words. We remember your names and we remember your legacy. Please remember us now. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Last candle for the night. We do cleanse you, O creature of fire, casting out all negativity and impurities that may lie herein. We do remove and neutralize any untoward vibrations that may be attached to you, O creature of fire. And we do charge, bless, and consecrate you to our sacred work. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
I charge you, O sacred and holy oil. I call upon you and all your components to awaken into life and to remember your holy purpose. Add your purpose to our will and work with us, aid us, enhance our magic, and the support of our Correllian people. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood.
In my blood and spirit, my spirit, I know you're with me.
Is the
Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do
Hail,
pay homage to your struggle. Give thanks for your grace.
ancestors, blood of my blood.
Spoken blood and spirit, my spirit, I know you're with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, of my blood and spirit, my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle. Give thanks for your grace.
So I do light this final candle for the night. And I do affirm that our bodies are healthy and strong. We experience vitality. We experience a restoration of homeostasis. Our bodies are operating flawlessly. We are restored. We are in balance, mind, body, and spirit. We are whole and we are holy. I call upon all the doors to open as we approach. I call upon opportunities to find us and seek us out. I call upon all of our relationships to be illuminated for us so that we can easily recognize the loyalty, the love, the joy, and the soul-aligned connections that Spirit has for us. I call all relations that do not serve our highest good to fall away. I call all untoward relationships to fall away. I call upon all monitoring spirits to be blinded, that they may not recognize or see us or sense us in any way. I call all of us to rise above the low vibrations of the physical world. I call us all to easily recognize and receive the divine blessings that our ancestors, that our patrons, that the gods of our pantheons have for us. I call upon all of our Correllian people to recognize that abundance is in our nature.
Excess in all things.
I call upon all Correllians to embrace our divine nature, our divine authority, I call upon all Correllians to acknowledge and trust in their connection to their higher selves. Abundance, prosperity, financial security, they seek us out. They find us easily. And we all find that our transactions are always approved in every way, in every time, in every probability across every lifetime. Our minds, our bodies, our spirits, they're healthy. Our minds are sharp. We are capable of thinking and reasoning and perceiving and concluding and responding flawlessly. Our bodies function optimally. Our spirits and our higher selves are united and complete. We receive divine messages from our higher selves all the time, and we're able to utilize these messages for the betterment of ourselves and our communities. Each Correllian is a beacon of love, light, hope, restoration, divine intention. And each Correllian attracts everything that is necessary for them to excel and succeed in all things. All Correllians are able to securely relax in their relationship with the ancestors and the divine. All Correllians are able to recover from the stresses of the day. All Correllians recognize that the impact of the external world has no impact on the inner peace, which we all possess. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
You got any prayers?
That was perfect.
And with that being said, take this wand and I open every crystal web access point. Every single last one, I call it to open and respond. I pull energy from every crystal web access point and I add it to this working in support for all Correllians. With the aid of the crystal web, with the aid of the Correllian nexus, with the permission of all of our higher selves, I call forth all the souls of all Correllians to unite with us at this time, to accept the healing, to accept the love, to accept the grace, to accept the restoration, to accept the fulfillment that we have worked for on this evening. And I raise a cone of power with the aid of the beloved ancestors who are fed and who are elevated, with the love of the ancestors who are named and unnamed, all you Correllian spirits, be you friendly, helpful, and kind. I invoke you now to aid us in this working, in the completion of this night.
I call upon this energy this combined will of our Correllian priesthood and membership, I funnel it into our nexus, our connection of community, the threads that we have built with each other, our great web, our great tree of life in whose branches we dwell, the candle that we all have lit. I do pull that energy and disperse it to each and every Correllian, incarnate and discarnate. I strengthen our bonds, our joy, our love. I strengthen our community. And I ask that this energy be used by each member's higher self toward their own greatest good, toward their own healing, fulfillment, love, and prosperity. And I ask that this energy be multiplied by all of us, that we raise each other's vibration, raise each other, and lift each other. One cone of power, everlasting and multiplied through us all. May it energize our nexus. May we feel it. May our higher selves utilize it. May it be so.
Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you're with me.
With me.
Blessed is the name we
Blessed
share.
is the name we share, and yours is the honor.
Hail, my
Do hail, master, your struggle. Give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors.
You had another myth that you wanted to read?
Sure. Chariot of the sun god. Phaedon entered the gleaming palace of the sun god and walked to the throne room. He stopped in the doorway, blinded by the radiance of Helios, the sun god, who wore a purple robe and sat high on a throne of emerald. Around Helios stood his attendants, whose names were day, month, year, century, hours, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Come to me, my boy, said Helios, the sun god. Phaedon stepped forward and bowed his head to shield his eyes from the sun's awesome brightness. Then he kneeled before the throne. What brings you to seek your father? Helios asked gently. I came to get your promise that I am really your son, Phaedon answered. The boys at school laugh at me and say I'm not, but my mother has always said my father is the sun. Clymene is right, said Helios. The nymph Clymene had a child by me, and it was you. To prove I'm your father, I'll give you anything you ask. I swear it by Styx, the river of oaths. Father, I've only one wish. I want to do what you do. Early each morning, I want to drive your fiery chariot alone across the sky and turn night into day. Oh no, I cannot allow you to do that, cried Helios. But you promised. I spoke too rashly. Please, may the gods allow me to take back my promise. It's too late, father, said Phaedon. But this is the one wish I cannot grant, my son. The trip is too dangerous. Even Jupiter, greatest of all the gods, cannot drive my winged horses. They're hot with fire. I can drive them, father, if I'm really your son. No, you can't. How can you fight the spin of the world? How can you fight the wild beasts and the terrible monsters? But Phaedon only smiled at Helios. I know I can do what you do, father, he said. The sun god tried to stall for time, but the goddess Dawn was coming quickly upon the palace, getting ready to throw open her crimson doors and to shine forth. The moon's thin crescent had vanished from sight. The stars had taken flight. It was time for Helios's fiery chariot to begin its daily course across the sky. Helios and Phaedon stepped out into the cool air where the chariot waited. The gleaming cart had tires of gold and spokes of silver, and every jewel imaginable sparkled in the rosy light of the early morning. As Phaedon walked around the golden chariot, marveling at its beauty, his father tried to think of ways to stop him from taking the terrible journey across the sky. But when the birds began singing, Phaedon cried, "I must leave now, father." And he jumped into the shining chariot. The four-winged horses stamped their hooves and breathed fire from their nostrils as two goddesses, both named Hours, fastened their jingling harnesses. The sun god rubbed a magic salve on Phaedon's face to shield him from the heat. He set his crown of flashing sunbeams on the boy's head. Then he looked at his son and sighed. "At least listen to my advice," he said. "Keep to the middle path. Do not veer off to the side. Neither get too high nor too low, for the sky and earth need equal heat. If you're too high, you'll burn the sky, and if you're too low, you'll burn the earth." "All right, father," cried Phaedon as he held the reins proudly, and the horses neighed and pawed the ground. "Follow the wheel tracks of my daily path," cried Helios. "Spare the whip and hold the reins tightly." "I will, father, I will, and beware the northern bear and the twisting snake in the sky." Before the sun god could say more, Phaedon snapped the reins. "It's time, father," he said. "Day's calling. Night is gone." Suddenly, the four horses leapt forward into the boundless sky. "Don't go, my son," shouted Helios. "Let me give the world its light today." But Phaedon couldn't hear his father. The swift hooves of his horses ripped open the clouds. Then the winged steeds soared higher and higher into the sky. The chariot was so light it tossed back and forth like a ship on stormy waves. The horses grew frightened and galloped faster until they were more swift than the east wind. Phaedon pulled hard on the reins, but he couldn't slow his horses down. He looked around wildly, but he couldn't see the wheel tracks. The horses had left their worn path. As he wheeled off course, Phaedon's sunbeams warmed the constellations. The snake stirred from its icy numbness. The great bear woke in a rage and began lumbering about the heavens. Phaedon looked below, and when he realized how far away the earth was, he became sick with fright. He called in panic for his father's help. He yelled for his horses to stop, but the horses galloped out of control. They swept past more savage beasts in the sky, past the giant scorpion that sweated black venom as its curved stinger reached out toward the fiery chariot. Phaedon dropped the reins, and the horses bounded into regions they'd never traveled before. They crashed into stars. All of heaven cried out in terror as the fiery chariot careened off course. The moon, the skies, and the earth all caught fire. Flames spread across the mountaintops and burned the snow, spilling black smoke into the clouds. Even Mount Olympus, home of the gods, was besieged with fire. Then Phaedon saw the earth set aflame. Everything glowed white hot, the deserts, woodland pools, and springs. Everyone on earth was trying to escape the great fire. The gods of the underworld and even the sea nymphs in their deep ocean caves felt the searing heat. Mother Earth shielded her hot forehead and shuddered in agony. Burdened with flame, she cried out to Jupiter, the greatest of the gods. "Hurl your lightning bolts now and end this fiery death caused by Phaedon." Then she could speak no longer, for the smoke and flames were choking her. Jupiter, hypnotized by the sight of the flames licking the world, roused himself when he saw Mother Earth dying. He rolled his thunder, then lifted a giant bolt of lightning behind his head and flung it through the sky. The bolt struck the sun chariot, breaking its wheels and spokes, and fire extinguished fire. Flame put out flame, and the mad horses leapt free of their harnesses as Phaedon fell from the sky. Phaedon's hair was on fire as he fell. Leaving behind a trail of sparks, he looked like a falling star. Far from home, half a world away from his mother, he fell into a river. The river god held Phaedon's poor smoldering body and bathed his burning face. Then the water nymphs buried Phaedon, and on his tomb they wrote, "Here lies Phaedon, who tried to be the sun. Greatly he failed, but greatly he dared." For a whole day, the sun god mourned his son. He refused to drive his chariot, and the men and women on earth had to burn fires to gain light and warmth. When Jupiter went to see the sun god, he found him sitting on his emerald throne with his head bowed, not moving as he sat in mourning. Jupiter bid Helios to look up and answer to him for not driving his golden chariot. But Helios cursed the god of the skies for throwing his thunderbolt and killing Phaedon. "I had no choice," said mighty Jupiter. "The boy's ambition nearly ended the world. Mother Earth was burning and dying, but now she is too cold, Helios. She needs your heat, or she will die from freezing. The sun god bowed his head further. Rise, Helios, roared Jupiter. Stop blaming me for your son's death. You have work to do. The world is waiting for you. The sun god heaved a great sigh, then slowly rose from his throne. Trembling with sorrow, he strode out of his palace. The four-winged horses who had leapt free from Phaedon were snuffling in the cool early air, stamping their hooves as dawn opened her crimson doors. The sun god stepped into the gleaming golden chariot. He put on his crown of flashing sunbeams, the same crown Phaedon had worn. Then the two goddesses of hours yoked the four-winged horses with jingling harnesses, and as the weeping sun god grabbed the reins tightly and snapped them, they bolted into the boundless blue sunlit sky. That was oddly appropriate.
Damn.
I told you I was feeling that one.
So at one point we had mythologies that discuss the appropriateness of the younger generation rising up and taking the reins from the older generation. And then on the other hand, we had a myth about what happens if the younger generation is not ready or ill-equipped or ill-prepared or too precocious, or too ambitious and not ready for the task at hand.
Mm-hmm. It's also a lesson in the sun god's ending there. Even when you're grieving and it's the hardest thing, since you still got to be the sun.
Uh-huh. When you have a divine purpose, you still got to do what you got to do, no matter how you feel or what you've been through. Do it sad, do it grieving, do it anxious, do it fearful, do it resentful. But either way, when you got to do it, you got to do it.
Yeah.
That's real. That is so real.
Yeah. I was especially struck because like I haven't read that. This was my favorite book when I was young. This is like my first mythology book, this like actual book. And I used to read it all the time, but I don't remember it going south for him like immediately.
This dude had no hope.
Like for some reason I remember it starting out okay. Like, oh, follow the tracks, and then it like went off the rails. But no, he lost it right from the start. He had no shot.
So, allegorically, what do you think that is?
Well, I mean, he rushed it.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if the reason why he had no shot was because he was pursuing it for potentially the wrong reason. It seemed like perhaps he wanted to prove to other people that he was the sun god's kid.
Mm-hmm.
And not necessarily that he wanted to perform the sacred duty because it had to be performed.
Mm-hmm. Also,
Go ahead.
Also, though, why are sun gods out there like promising vows without hearing wants? Like, oh, I vow by the river Styx.
Right, that was a pretty audacious vow.
Like, I will give you anything you ask. I swear it by Styx, the river of oaths. Oh no, except that one thing.
Now, I feel like there's probably a lesson in that too. Now you know that I have a huge respect for the idea of and the concept of hubris.
Yeah.
And the quickest way to get got is to think that you can't get got. I wonder, like, how much did Helios value his child?
Well, here's the thing. He didn't vow, no part of that oath said that he had to do it right away. Like that kid was like, I want to drive your fiery chariot alone across the sky. Like you could easily come back and be like, okay, after you ride with me 800 times and drive while I sit next to you another 800 times. And then maybe you'll be ready. Like Helios could have said that. And instead, he let himself be rushed into just like putting the crown immediately on his son's head and trying to give him all this rushed advice. It's like, have you ever even driven a chariot before, Faden? Do you know how to drive? You're like 13.
Do you even have a license?
Do you have a license? Like, I feel like it's within a God's power. Like, he made an oath, sure, but there was no time limit on it. There's no nothing. Like, he could have been like, absolutely, you can drive my fiery chariot alone across the sky over my dead body. Like,
that's a whole fact right there, actually.
like I don't know. It's yeah, as soon as you come for a ride every night for 800 nights, and then I'll let you drive every night, every day for 800 days while I sit next to you, and then you can take them out by yourself. But no, just go. You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Well, the thing is, Helios knew he wasn't going to be fine.
And so, like, he second guessed himself?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I feel like the whole time it was hoping it would be fine, but it's.
So, who was Helios praying to in hopes that this would be fine?
Right. Greatly he failed, but greatly he dared.
But let's not leave out greatly he failed. And whenever I hear like dare, it makes me think of like one component of the witch's pyramid. Know to will to dare to remain silent. And within the aspect of the chariot, the will part is an extremely important component. The chariot, like in the tarot card sense, is really about your ability to use pure will, like your will, to bring about like victory.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, like in this particular component, was Faden's will severely lacking?
But the dark side of the chariot is that it's victory in the moment, for the moment. It is not a victory that necessarily turns into something lasting or peaceful or something that you can build on.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So it was a victory for Faden to even get acknowledgement that he was the sun god's son. And it
So
was a victory for him to even get in the chariot and set off across the sky.
But that's what he asked for. That's what he wanted. He just wanted to drive the chariot. He didn't ask to live.
True. Very true.
Like,
Very true indeed. Be careful what you wish for,
you just might get it.
especially when your father is an obliging sun god.
Right?
Fun times. Fun times were had by all.
Except for Faden.
Nah, he had fun when he got in a chariot and went, hacha!
Yeah, that's true. When he was ignoring all his dad's advice. Yeah, like he didn't even start out slow or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like could have just like done a little like you know. Like guys, we can be slow today. Let's find the path. Be cool.
He wasn't even on the path to begin with.
Right.
There's something incredible about that, for real.
Meanwhile, they don't do that part of Helios's like can you imagine Helios's face and his kid just like shoots off straight up into the sky, ignoring the well-worn path directly in front of him, and he's just like
Right. Is still mad at Jupiter at the end. Like, saw everything unfold and was like, but you still killed my kid. Like, there was no other choice. It was either him or literally the whole planet.
Yep.
Can you imagine being like, I know Mother Earth was about to die, but like, it was still my son. Like, like,
Well, I mean, this coming from the family that brings you Demeter, I will starve the world till I get my daughter back.
yeah. That's an interesting juxtaposition, because where I was about to go was like the ethical, like we gotta save many people from this burning building by doing away with like this one problem.
Yeah.
Yowza. It's more to think about. Gotta love a good allegory.
Mm-hmm.
Ancestors be praised. Fun times. Fun times, fun times. We got 20 minutes left in the vigil. I'm excited to go to bed.
Me too, actually. I'm also going to go to bed. For once, we will go to bed at the same time.
Mm-hmm. You know what's crazy is that I'm never up this late unless we're doing this. All right, I think we got time for 2 myths, and I'm going to stick in the Greek world.
You gonna do one or you want me to find one?
I got it. The Titans. Chaos, Erebus, and Nyx were deprived of their power by Aether and Hemera, who did not long enjoy the possession of the scepter. For Uranus and Gaia, more powerful than their progenitors, soon forced them to depart and began to reign in their stead. They had not dwelt long on the summit of Mount Olympus before they found themselves the parents of 12 gigantic children, the Titans. I know, right? Whose strength was such that their father Uranus gratefully feared them. To prevent their ever making use of it against him, he seized them immediately after their birth, hurled them down into a dark abyss called Tartarus, and there chained them fast. The chasm was suitable far under the earth, and Uranus knew that his 6 sons, Oceanus, Coeus, Sirius, Hyperion, Aeptus, and Cronus, as well as his 6 daughters, Titanides, the Titanides, Ilia, Rhea, Themis, Thetis, Mnemosyne, and Phoebe, could not easily escape from its cavernous depths. The Titans did not long remain sole occupants of Tartarus, for one day the brazen doors were again thrown wide open to admit the Cyclopses. Brontes, thunder, Steropes, lightning, Arges, sheet lightning, 3 later born children of Uranus and Gaia, who helped the Titans to make the darkness hideous with their incessant clamor for freedom. In due time, their number was increased by the three terrible giant Centimini. I don't like that. It reminds me of Centipede, but whatever. 100-handed. Okay, you motherfucker. Anyway, Cautus, Briareus, and Gaius, who were sent thither by Uranus to share their fate. Greatly dissatisfied with the treatment of her children had received at their father's hands, Gaia remonstrated, but all in vain. Uranus would not grant her request to set the giants free, and whenever their muffled cries reached his ear, he trembled for his own safety. Angry beyond all expression, Gaia swore revenge and descended into Tartarus, where she urged the Titans to conspire against their father and attempt to wrest the scepter from his grasp. All listened attentively to the words of sedition, but none were courageous enough to carry out her plans, except Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, more familiarly known as Saturn or Time, who found confinement and chains peculiarly galling and who hated his father for his cruelty. Gaia finally induced him to lay violent hands upon his sire, and after releasing him from his bonds, gave him a scythe and bade him be of good cheer and return victorious. Thus, armed and admonished, Cronus set forth, came upon his father unawares, defeated him thanks to his extraordinary weapon, and after binding him fast, took possession of the vacant throne, intending to rule the universe forever. Enraged at this insult, Uranus cursed his son and prophesied that a day would come when he too would be supplanted by his children and would suffer just punishment for his rebellion. Cronus paid no heed to his father's imprecations, but calmly proceeded to release the Titans, his brothers and sisters, who in their joy and gratitude to escape the dismal realm of Tartarus, expressed their willingness to be ruled by him. Their satisfaction was complete. However, when he chose his own sister Rhea for his consort and assigned to each of the others some portion of the world to govern at will. To Oceanus and Thetis, for example, he gave charge over the ocean and all the rivers upon earth, while to Hyperion and Phoebe he entrusted the direction of the sun and moon, which the ancients supposed were daily driven across the sky in brilliant golden chariots. The end. So motivating.
So would it be?
Peace and security now reigned on and around Mount Olympus, and Cronus, with great satisfaction, congratulated himself on the result of his enterprise. One fine morning, however, his equanimity was disturbed by the announcement that a son was born to him. The memory of his father's curse then suddenly returned to his mind. Anxious to avert so great a calamity as the loss of his power, yeah, yep, womp womp, he hastened to his wife, determined to devour the child and thus prevent him from causing further annoyance. I know. Wholly unsuspicious, Rhea heard him inquire for his son. Gladly she placed him in his extended arms, but imagine her surprise and horror when she beheld her husband swallow the babe. Time passed and another child was born, but only to meet the same cruel fate. One infant after another disappeared down the capacious throat of the voracious Cronus.
You never heard this before?
This is crazy. Now,
Yeah.
I have said to people before, I wish your mom would have swallowed you. But in this context, I know it's not the same thing. But I'm just imagining Cronus swallow just like his own load.
Gross. Way to ruin mythology, Phoenix. You're not allowed to stay up this late anymore.
One infant after another disappeared down the capacious throat of the voracious Cronus, a personification of time, who creates only to destroy. In vain, the bereaved mother besought the life of one little one. The selfish, hard-hearted father would not relent. As her prayers seemed unavailing, Rhea finally resolved to obtain by stratagem the boon her husband denied. And as soon as her youngest son Zeus was born, she concealed him. Cronus, aware of his birth, soon made his appearance, determined to dispose of him in the usual summary manner. For some time, Rhea pleaded with him, but at last pretended to yield to his commands. Hastily wrapping a large stone in swaddling clothes, she handed it to Cronus, simulating intense grief. Cronus was evidently not of a very inquiring turn of mind, for he swallowed the whole without investigating the real contents of the shapeless bundle.
Well, at this point, he's eaten so many.
Ignorant of the deception practiced upon him, Cronus then took leave, and the overjoyed mother clasped her rescued treasure to her breast. It was not sufficient, however, to have saved young Zeus from imminent death. It was also necessary that his father should remain unconscious of his existence. To ensure this, Rhea entrusted her babe to the tender care of the Melian nymphs, who bore him off to a cave on Mount Ida. There, a goat, Amalthea, was procured to act as a nurse and fulfilled her office so acceptably that she was eventually placed in the heavens as a constellation, a brilliant reward for her kind ministrations. To prevent Zeus's cries being heard in Olympus, the Curetes, Rhea's priests, uttered piercing screams, clashed their weapons, executed fierce dances, and chanted rude war songs. The real significance of all this unwanted noise and commotion was not at all understood by Cronus, who, in the intervals of his numerous affairs, congratulated himself upon the cunning he had shown to prevent the accomplishment of his father's curse. But all his anxiety and fears were aroused when he suddenly became aware of the fraud practiced upon him and of young Zeus's continued existence. He immediately tried to devise some plan to get rid of him, but behold, he could put it into execution. He found himself attacked, and after a short but terrible encounter, signally defeated. Zeus, delighted to have triumphed so quickly, took possession of the supreme power, and aided by Rhea's counsels and by a nauseous potion prepared by Metis, a daughter of Oceanus, compelled Cronus to produce the unfortunate children he had swallowed, i.e. Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. Following the example of his predecessor, Zeus gave his brothers and sisters a fair share of his new kingdom, the wisest among the Titans. Mnemosyne, Themis, Oceanus, and Hyperion submitted to the new sovereign without murmur, but the others refused their allegiance, which refusal, of course, occasioned a deadly conflict. These myths, the Chaos and Nyx, the Titans, and the birth of Zeus, it reminds me of a philosophy called the infinite nesting effect. And this is not the only mythological sequence to remind me of this. The mythological sequence of ancient Egypt also reminds me of this. And of course, like as Uncle said, like tremendous overlap with Greek and Egyptian mythology. But the infinite nesting effect discusses the likelihood, the ability, the proclivity for a system to recreate itself over and over and over again. And so in Egypt, the sun god, the original creator, put into place a system in which each subsequent generation gave birth to the sun god. And in this particular situation, the infinite nesting effect shows the way that, and this also brings into account the story of Oedipus. When folks really attempt to avoid a certain outcome, they actually set into motion a series of events that ensures the outcome that they want to avoid.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking bonkers.
Mm-hmm. It's the same thing with Minos and the Ariadne and the Minotaur.
Uh-huh. Sure is. And so, Correllian people, let's not do that. Let's
Don't be a self-fulfilling prophecy.
yeah, let's skip that. Let's learn that lesson. Let's learn from other mistakes so that we don't have to contend with that on our own. And then, Sim, you've been a whole trooper, been with us for a long time.
Hell yeah.
Said in the chat, Sun Chariot driver's test. Like, you really got to go ahead and get a license to drive the chariot at all, ever.
At all.
At all, ever. Do you have a license to operate this chariot, sir?
Mm.
Can you imagine getting pulled over by Hermes and being like, license and registration, please?
Or Iris.
Mm-hmm. This really is quite pretty.
It is.
I'm gonna leave these candles lit for a decent amount of time.
I would not be able to light that many votives without my smoke alarm going off, I don't think.
Fun fact. I lit one incense in this room and the smoke detector went off. So you know what I did? Yep, exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah, but I live in a house with children.
There's a smoke detector outside the door.
It's fine. It's fine with incense. For some reason, if I get a bunch of candles going, it really doesn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes if I preempt it and I open all the windows and doors, I can get away with it for a bit. I set the fire alarms off at like 3 o'clock in the morning once, and My husband was not impressed.
Yeah, that sounds horrendous.
Yeah.
That sounds absolutely horrendous.
I know. And ours are really loud, and when one of them goes off, every single one in the house goes off.
Unacceptable.
Somehow it didn't wake the kids. That was funny. I think that was the first time I ever set it off. But I had like a bunch of candles in here going for like a really long time before it went off.
I love seeing these candles at like different rates of exhaustion. Because I want to say this one was the first one, this one was the second one, this one was the third one, this one was the fourth one, this one was the fifth one, this one was the sixth one, this one was the seventh one, eighth one, ninth one. And like, I don't know, I like it. I'm probably like I'm going to leave these burning for a decent amount of time. Like I'll go lay down, take a nap. I'll have an alarm that's gonna go off at 7:45 because normally I have an 8 a.m. client on Sunday, but I don't have one today. So it'll go off at 7:45, and so at that time I'll come in and I'll blow out any of the candles that are still burning. I think they should all still be burning at that time. And then I will light these all up again for the vigil in April. But I think for that one, I want to ask for people to submit specific prayer requests that I will attach to chime candles.
I like that. I was going to suggest that actually.
We got 1 minute left until we've done so. My clock says 1:59. This working is being supported by energy from the crystal web, by the prayers and the readings and the offerings that we made. I am calling upon the ancestors to open the vault of heaven and shine down blessings upon all of our Correllian people. May each of us know restoration and resiliency and a renewed sense of motivation and dogged determination. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Any last minute prayers from you, First Priestess?
Stay feral.
As above,
So below.
as the universe,
So the soul.
as without,
So within.
I release the quarters and I release the circle. It is open but never broken. Mary, do we meet? Mary, do we
Mary
part?
part.
And Mary, do
Mary,
we
we meet again.
So mote it be.
Mote it be.
Thank you so much for being here with me. I love you lots.
Love you too.
I'll probably talk to you at some point tomorrow or later on today.
Probably.
All right, good night.
Good night. Blessed be.
Blessed be. So I will leave these burning. If anyone should happen across this, or if anyone wants to stay present with this energy as it does what it does throughout the crystal web, as the cone of power is released and the energy that was raised herein is released to do what it does. You can continue to pray. This is an ancestor altar for the Correllian tradition. These offerings and these lights are for our benefit. You can go ahead and have a moment to yourself. But I will be returning. I'm going to go to bed for a little bit. I'll leave these up. But I will be returning. And like, let's just say, for example, if I got to get up to go pee at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, whatever, like the next time I get up, that's when I'm going to turn these lights off. And so you have until that time to spend in this temple. Good morning, everyone. Good night, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you may be. Thank you for joining us for this Ancestor Vigil and benefit of the Correllian tradition. I love you all lots. And I pray for the best possible outcome for all of our people.